Hey Final Fantasy fans, just want to give you a heads up that this episode will contain spoilers from up through Chapter 6, the Beach chapter of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but not beyond that, as well as the equivalent scenes from the original Final Fantasy VII, spoilers from Final Fantasy XVI, as well as from Dirge of Cerberus. If you'd like, you can check the episode description for spoiler timestamps. You can talk to Chadley, who does a little hula dance, which is kind of fun.
Shake it, loosey-goosey.
And you can go to the information booth.
Chadley does a hula dance.
He does, it's cute.
It's not adorable. We don't like Chadley.
Welcome to the Final Fantasy Files, where we discuss all things Final Fantasy, from Johnny to Grasptropods to Yuffie. That's a hard one to say, Grasptropod, but that I guess is what it's called. But anyway, my name is Jolie Hales.
And I'm Ernest DeLeon.
And we have another guest joining us today, my husband.
Hello.
Spencer. Yes, hello, Spencer. Now, Spencer also happens to be our shorts editor, and he's the graphic designer of all of our thumbnails, which if you take a moment to look at them, I'm pretty proud of those thumbnails.
They're pretty
not
good.
Too shabby.
It's fine. They're all right.
I'm so amazing at my job.
I'm really good at it.
But you are, actually. You do a really good job. But if you have heard us mention the name Spencer, which Ernest and I always drop Spencer's name all the time as though people know who we're talking about. This is who we're talking about. Okay?
Yeah, this is probably the first time that people will have seen me. I've recorded one other episode with Final Fantasy XVI, but I'll be in the YouTube comments and I'll put my name at the end. So if that's who you responds to your comments.
So now you know who we're talking about.
You know it's me.
And we recorded a combat-themed episode for Final Fantasy XVI because Spencer got so good at the 16 combat that he basically broke the game.
I did okay. No, I didn't.
No, you did. You broke the game.
Sure.
Legitimately, the combos and everything he uses, he broke it.
Yeah.
It's awesome. But that's a totally different episode. That episode will be edited. It'll be funny because someday I'll get back to editing 16 episodes and my shelves will be totally not built yet.
Oh, that's right. They'll go backwards.
What
Exactly.
happened? Did you tear down your shelves? Yeah.
It's a very common thing on YouTube. Plenty of creators, you'll see all of a sudden you're back in their old office for an episode because they just didn't have time to edit that episode.
Yeah.
Oh, good, because that's totally going to be us.
Happens all the time. And usually the creators will call it out. Now, I know this looks kind of funny, but
Sure.
This was recorded a long time ago.
Okay, cool. That makes me feel so much better because I'm we just got to get these chapter episodes out for 7 Rebirth, and I feel like we definitely need to go back and revisit 16, especially now it sounds like it's coming out on PC and possibly Xbox. I mean, by the time this episode is edited, we'll know.
Right.
And it might even be out,
Bring everything to all console square.
Yes.
Do it.
All consoles.
That's their plan. So hopefully that's the case.
Good. That's what they need to do because not a lot of people have a PS5. But that's a topic for another day. We have a lot to go through at this point. In fact, let's go back. We're jumping into Rebirth Chapter 6. And before we really dive into Chapter 6, let's talk about where we are in the game. So as of this discussion, I beat the game a long time ago at this point, but I've gone back and reviewed it since then. So Ernest, how about you?
So I'm currently in Chapter 10, but I've slowed down dramatically from earlier episodes of the podcast because before I was just trying to get through the mainline story. And then at a certain point, maybe 2 or 3 chapters ago, I said, no, you know what? Let me do this entire chapter.
Oh.
Turned out that I enjoyed it.
Wow.
But I also now have solidified my opinion that I hate Jolie and the female AI sidekick that's with him, the one that he argues with.
Oh my. Yeah. She's the worst, but
that hasn't changed.
You know his name is Chadley.
I know
Ernest.
that.
I know you love to call him.
Ernest got it right. It's Jolie.
I started calling him Jolie in this second installment of the series.
Oh, that poor guy.
Detecting internal monologue. The hell's this weirdo doing here?
Because in the first installment, I was like, I really don't like this kid, but he's okay. And then in the second installment, I'm like, this kid is annoying me.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad for him, Jolie. He has no feelings. He's not a real human. We don't like him.
We don't know that.
I know that.
He could be sentient. We don't know.
Especially I feel like your progress has stalled of late and this and that.
Okay, that part's annoying.
Yeah.
I've observed that World Intel collection is stalled of late. I'm certain, however, a veteran mercenary like you would never abandon a task. I know you must be busy, but I'd appreciate your help.
Totally agree with you. Because, like, you could, I say in every episode, but you can do like 6 hours of intel for him. And then you go talk to him. He's like, thank you. And then you walk away for 30 seconds and come back. And he's like, I've noticed the intel efforts have stalled as of late. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I'm going to punch you in the face.
Totally.
And actually, I'm going to slow down even more because I realized that I missed some important stuff specifically around like summoning materia. So the problem is in chapter 10, I can't go back. I think I read online somewhere it's like chapter 12 or something that it opens up completely.
It opens up everything.
Yep.
So once I get to that chapter, then I'm going to go back to the ones that I didn't finish to get all the materia.
Well, that's fine.
And so, I'm going to be behind. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, the worst is when you go talk to Chadley and like you said, Jolie, you've been doing stuff for hours and then you're like, oh, I forgot something in the menu because he gives you like materia rewards.
Yeah.
You go back to talk to him and he gives you that voice line like, hey, you haven't been doing stuff lately. It's like, I was literally talking to you 5 seconds ago.
Literally, yes.
So he sucks.
It's like, I'm sorry I didn't do anything for you in the past 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's funny.
My apologies.
Well, he's an AI, so like his perception of time is warped.
No, you would think his perception of time should be very specific.
It's specific and linear and unbounded, unlike ours. So his world is very different than ours.
Well, regardless. Okay, so you're in chapter 10.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember, did you do the side quests in chapter 6 in Costa del Sol?
I don't think I did them all.
Okay, so we have Spencer here to fill in the gaps there, I think.
You know what? I may have. We'll find out as we go through the episode. I did do a lot of side quests, but I don't know if I did all of them.
I mean, the whole chapter is side quests. You can just choose on how many you do.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I think I did a bunch of them because I remember doing all these random little carnival games and like outfits and I don't know what else.
Okay, we'll figure that out as we go. What about you, Spencer? So tell us what you've done with your gameplay.
Sure. So I've beat the game all the way through on normal mode. I rushed through the game.
But that was like story centric.
I just did story. So I was kind of doing what Ernest was doing at first, but it was just to tell your viewers or anyone who's listening, Jolie and I share a PS5. So Jolie was playing the main game and she was doing everything. But anytime I could squeak in some time, then I would go and I'd try to just beeline the critical path and do the entire story. So
I hogged the machine, basically, is what he's saying, which is totally true.
Which is fine. Like, we're married and we share one PS5. That's fine. You know, I'm not going to buy another one. Maybe to get just so we can play.
What's mine is mine and what's yours is mine.
Yes, there you go. So I did the entire first playthrough just critical story. Like I didn't do any side quests. I didn't do any Queen's Blood, any of that stuff. But then I've gone back and I've been playing. I actually played on normal mode again, but I had, my max level and it was too boring. So I switched over to hard mode. So I'm playing again through hard mode and I'm up to chapter 7 on hard mode.
Chapter 7. Okay.
Yeah.
So you've done all the side quests up until this point as well. So let's jump into chapter 6, shall we? So chapter 6 is called Fool's Paradise, which you may remember is actually a play on words based on what Sephiroth last said to Cloud when we saw him on the ship. So he said, don't
let her fool you.
To which Cloud responded, I'm
no fool.
In fact, according to the dictionary, a fool's paradise, I looked this up because this is the kind of nerds we are. The dictionary says that a fool's paradise is a state of happiness based on a person's not knowing about or denying the existence of potential trouble. Mm-hmm. So it's sort of a double meaning, even could be a triple meaning in some ways, with the implication being that Cloud is obviously our fool in this fool's paradise, right?
Yeah.
And chapter 6 begins when the Shinra cruise ship docks at Costa del Sol, and it continues all the way through Costa del Sol's stuff up until Yuffie officially joins the party outside Johnny's Seaside Inn. That's the whole chapter. And I'm gonna be straight with you. So I guess I can tell our viewers. So I'm also pregnant, and when I'm pregnant, I am very unfiltered. So
it's not true, guys. She's great. We love her.
Yeah,
she's so nice
Shut
to
up.
us.
Shut up.
We're getting canceled now.
I'm married to her. I know. She's being hard on herself. She's really nice.
Oh, you're so nice. Shut up.
I was like, she's like one of the nicest people I know. So
she is.
Not even true.
For her to be like, yeah, it's like, okay, well, that level is like basically Kate Sith's level of aggressiveness. That's what we're talking about here.
Oh man, Ernest, and
just you wait.
And you haven't even gotten to the Kate Sith,
yeah, he doesn't even know.
Oh, the Kate Sith chapter, man. Oh, I can't wait for you to have that experience.
Yes, that will be a discussion, Ernest.
Yeah, I don't even know what chapter that is, but I've obviously run into him already in the.
Yeah, you know him, but there's like a Kate Sith chapter coming your way.
Yeah, you'll know. You'll know.
You'll know.
I can't wait because I love that character, and thus far it's done nothing. So we'll see what happens later.
Yeah, and that character has actually really grown on me in this game.
I love that character. Yeah, we'll see.
But when it comes to chapter 6, I'm going to be straight with all of you up front. So I enjoyed this chapter because I enjoy every chapter in this game. But this one is probably my least favorite out of the 6 chapters up until this point. And I'll get into why as we get there. Although there were also elements that I really liked that were sprinkled in there too. I just think as a whole, I was less enthusiastic about chapter 6 than chapters 1 through 5.
The internet's going to hate you.
They are?
I'm kidding. Yeah.
Oh, I know why. Yes.
They really like chapter 6.
Of course they like chapter 6 because the internet is going to see Tifa in a skimpier outfit.
Sure.
They're going to be all about that.
Sure.
I don't care about Tifa's skimpier outfit. Anyway, whatever. But let's dive into this chapter, shall we? The good, the meh, and everything in between. There's not really anything bad in it. Well, kind of is, but not a lot. It's mostly, because this game is awesome. So we're really nitpicking here when we say things we don't like. But remember that chapter 5 ended with this big fight with some sort of Genova Sephiroth creature. And not just that, but before we encountered Sephiroth, we had also passed by a lot of injured ship crewmen. We had witnessed a bunch of these Robe guys be forcefully merged with monsters, and we'd seen other black robes be shot dead by the captain of the ship. So things were pretty intense, a little bit darker, right? And then we cut to the sun is up and our party is excited to go to the beach.
That's true. Total tone shift.
Okay.
They totally forgot.
Yes, and that's exactly what I wanted to talk about first.
That's funny.
There are a lot of tone changes, obviously, in this game. And what I mean by tone, so for those who aren't familiar, as a filmmaker, which I am, tone is the overall emotional feeling that accompanies a scene, right? So the tone of a scene could be comedic, or it could be romantic, or maybe suspenseful, or sad, and so on and so forth. That's tone. And by the time we get to chapter 6 of Rebirth, it's pretty clear that there is a large range of tones across this game. And the game switches between these tones all the time. And to be honest, I think that's great. I think it's awesome. It gives the gamer moments to feel, moments to breathe, moments to laugh, moments of anticipation. A game or a movie or a story that changes tone throughout is typically more engaging and less exhausting. Sometimes it can be more exhausting, but most of the time it's a good thing. And this is not the case with all Final Fantasies, okay? So take a look at Final Fantasy XVI, which I know both of you have played in completion, for instance. So 16, I think we can agree, it's a masterful game in so many ways, especially when it comes to the acting. Oh, the acting is so good in that game. Yeah, the storytelling is pretty good. The cinematography, I mean, there's many of the elements that are really important to me as a filmmaker are amazing in Final Fantasy XVI. But one area I do think it fell a little short was its tonal diversity. Okay, so it didn't take many moments to laugh or relax. I mean, there were some funny moments with Sid or Uncle Byron sprinkled in here and there, but they were usually pretty brief.
Uncle Byron's a man. That's all I'm going to say.
See, I like Sid better than Uncle Byron, but they're both great.
Yeah, they were both good.
Sid was awesome. Sid, I have nothing against him.
And it was a good thing they had them in the game, because can you imagine if neither of them had been in this game?
Yeah.
It would have been even more.
That would have been pretty dreary.
Yeah, it felt like a traversal through depression or something, that entire game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it was like that, already with these two funny characters. I mean, spoiler alert, they kill off the first funny character. And then the game's even more sad after that, right? But most of the time, this game stayed on the same melancholy, suspenseful kind of note, kind of depressing throughout the entire game. And that consistent, suspenseful tone felt honest and real because they did a lot of things right with it, but it was still a single tone. It's a single note. And the problem with sticking to a single note for any story, especially in an 80-hour long story, is that it dulls our senses to whatever that tone is. You get used to it and you get kind of bored with it. So in Final Fantasy XVI, it began to feel a little emotionally dark and drab, frankly. And then the suspense eventually didn't actually feel as suspenseful because we were so used to it. It felt more par for the course. Whereas if they had tried to maybe pepper in more humorous or optimistic scenes in there, not a lot, but just a little bit to give some tonal diversity, I would argue that those moments would have gone a long way. The jokes would have made us laugh a little harder than usual. The moments of optimism would have like given us the hope that we wanted so badly, at least I wanted so badly in that game. But instead, because they stayed on the same tonal note, we kind of got bored of that emotion. And I'm not saying it has to be this up and down roller coaster of emotions, kind of like Rebirth is, but a little diversity in tone goes a long way. Whereas in Rebirth, the tone changes all the time, which makes the emotional lows feel lower because they're juxtaposed against the scenes that are emotionally high, right? And that's actually really great for this game, especially given how large it is and how long the story is. And the reason I bring that up here is because when you have a lot of different tones in a story, it means you have a lot of different tonal shifts or transitions or moments when the tone changes from one emotion to the other. And when you have these tonal shifts in a story, you have to make sure that those transitions work. And there's a smooth change from one emotional tone to a totally different one. And most of the time, those tonal changes work in Rebirth pretty well. Like some examples would be switching between like the sinister plotting of Glenn and Rufus to the festivities of the celebrational parade, right? That works well. Or even like the scary encounter with Midgard Somer easing into the determination of navigating the Mithril Mine. Cloud almost drowned, and now they're navigating the Mithril Mine, but it works. They kind of smooth that over well. Even the tone shift from like the Queen's Blood tournament on the ship with like Red's crazy dance to this more serious monster invasion on the ship, I think even that was done really well. And that went from extremely lighthearted to really serious, right? To like people being shot execution style in front of our eyes. So that was all smooth. But then the whole point of me going off on this whole tone thing is because this particular transition to chapter 6 was a moment where I felt like the tonal transition was lacking a little bit. Because it literally went from tragic deaths to Hawaiian vacation, like with very little breathing room in between. Am I the only one who felt that way?
No, you're absolutely right. Because the reason why chapter 5 works, the Queen's Blood tournament to the monsters, right? That's like happening within context. So you've got the Queen's Blood tournament, and then you go back to sleep, and then all of a sudden they wake you up and something's happening on the ship. It's like another event that took place after the Queen's Blood tournament. Whereas like
you literally have time to breathe.
Yeah.
Because you go and everything calms down with like going to sleep. That alone is enough.
Logically, you could think, okay, this is something that could happen, even though it's like fantastical and ridiculous, but it still could happen. And then that's like the first time that you fight Genova in this game, right? Like you have the whole Sephiroth thing, the clones, you're having this moment, and then it's just crazy. The captain of the ship is murdering the robes that are fellow passengers with you. And then when you get off the dock, everyone's like, hey, welcome to Costa del Sol, like where everyone loves you.
Greetings and welcome to Costa del Sol.
No one's like,
dang.
No one's saying like, that was crazy. There's no comments. There's no references to what just happened. So yes, it is very like you hit a brick wall and it's like, we're switching to like a slice of life anime story plot rather than just like, you know.
Yes. And I think you touched on something like I think that's my biggest problem. There's no acknowledgement of the tragedy that just unfolded. Yeah. Like none. It's like as if it never happened.
Yeah. I think there's something missing there. Like something got cut out, because the other thing to consider is like, you know, if you look at it from like the human psyche perspective, it's very easy to go from a happy moment to a somber one, because it happens all the time in regular human life. You're living, you know, a happy life, and then all of a sudden something bad happens.
But the reverse
is practically I've never seen a case where somebody, you know, say had someone pass away and then the next day they're like happy as a clam.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've never seen that in my life, right? So like that was a little bit too much of a juxtaposition there between those two. And I feel like there was maybe a different transition between those two chapters, and it got either cut or changed. Because think about it, everybody on that ship would have come off that thing traumatized.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they're just like, yeah, forget all that. Let's put on our beach attire and go. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Let's go swimming.
Yeah, that's not real life, I should say. So yeah, there was a little bit of a disconnect there. Yeah.
So we all agree on that. The one thing I will say is that Ernest is always so kind to the developers in terms of intention.
Oh, man.
I am not as kind. So I think while we agree on the result, Ernest, I'm not sure I agree that they just cut something. Maybe they did. And I'm glad you brought that up because maybe I'm being too critical. I just feel like they just missed a story opportunity here. But
it's not even that. It's like this is what happened. I'll be a representative for all the weebs out there, the people who like anime, because my wife is technically one, but she only plays Final Fantasy games and she's in denial that that's actually anime, but it's like the most anime thing ever. But this is like an excuse for the developers to put in what's called the beach episode. So in anime, you have things that's called like a slice of life anime beach episode. I'm not like very versed in anime, so you guys can criticize me. But
oh yeah,
I am not.
But like one of my favorite, this is technically not anime, so people get mad at me, but Avatar: The Last Airbender is an amazing series, and the stakes are super high. The Fire Lord's going to like destroy the world, and Aang is the only one who can protect them. And I'm sorry, Jolie, for now making you find out this B-roll. But Avatar, Aang, they have this crazy high stakes, and then all of a sudden it shifts to one of the episodes, and it's called the beach episode. Beach party! And it's just an excuse for you to hang out with the friends that you've made along the way, see them in their swimsuits, and they have fun, and it's like ridiculous stuff. This is straight out of that.
I mean, there are entire games that were based on that, like Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball.
No, I never played it.
What in the heck?
The most anime beach episode, an entire game of it.
Nice, yep.
So, yes, Spencer's absolutely correct. It's a trope.
Yeah.
That's why it was thrown in here.
Okay, that makes more sense as to why it exists.
It's like an excuse for them to put it in. They want this to happen, and it's a total fan service chapter. And
I understand the reason for the chapter.
I think it was just misplaced
But
is the problem.
yeah, like there's no transition, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they could have done it better.
To me, like if you want to have the beach chapter, which I think is kind of stupid, but we'll get into that more. I think like a simple solve to smooth over this transition would have been to like maybe after the Genova fight, have Cloud's party regroup on the ship and just briefly, even if just for a couple sentences, acknowledge what just happened and maybe what it meant and what they need to do, right? It could have been 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That would have been enough to ease us from this like ultra intense scene to fun in the sun. You know?
Yeah.
It also could have been another opportunity for another character moment, which is always a bonus for me if they wanted that, which I always do.
Yeah, it was definitely awkward to say the least. Like living here in California, not on the beach, but pretty close to it. I go pretty often. And yeah, that's exactly the vibe there. And I'm like, yeah, that's the last place I would go if like someone died.
I mean, to be fair, they were on their way there, but still.
That is fair. Like, that was the whole point.
Yeah, but like to just get there and be like, let's go swimming. You know, it's like you just watch people be executed.
Yeah. They were the Robe guys. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about them.
They're not really humans.
That's a common theme throughout this game. They're just these weirdos.
Yes. Watch them flip that script on us in the third installment, and we're going to feel terrible about it. Like, we should have cared, but we didn't kind of deal.
Yeah.
See, no, here's the thing. I care about the Robe guys. You might not, Ernest, but I do.
They're a means to an end at this point, right?
You and Barret.
I'm just after Sephiroth. Yeah.
Yeah. So getting back to this opening scene. So we've talked about the tonal change being a little awkward, but we're here now in Costa del Sol, which is basically Hawaii, but it's not its own island. I mean, quite literally, it's clear that the developers took a lot of inspiration, not only from like other tropical locations around the world, but specifically from Hawaii itself.
Hawaii,
right?
Costa Rica.
Well, Costa Rica, just because of the name, but like right when you arrive, everyone's given a lei, which is the flowery necklace thing, right?
Exactly.
And you're even greeted by hula dancers, and I mean actual hula dancers, right? So there's a lot of different Polynesian styles of dance that are all really cool. My favorite's actually Tahitian, if anybody cares, right? But the dancers on this like Costa del Sol coastline are hula dancers, which is a Hawaiian style of dance, at least from what I understand about Hawaiian dance. And also like the music kind of kicks off a little Brazilian-ish at first, but then it kicks into Hawaiian. With like these ukuleles and bongo type drums and things of that nature. So hopefully the developers got to take a nice vacation to Hawaii and kind of look around and be inspired in order to
that'd be cool.
Develop this section. That's always like the fun part. Being a Disney animator or like a developer is my guess. Hopefully they get to actually go to those places that they need to animate for a game or a movie.
There is a significant population on the Hawaiian Islands that are Japanese.
That's true.
So, and that's part of the influence of the islands too, right? So,
you know what? That's a really good point. If you go to Hawaii, there's a lot of Japanese, a lot of them. So it's probably a part of their culture too.
We wonder why game budgets are so high. You can go to Hawaii and spend time there doing some research.
They also bombed it in World War II, so there's that.
Just make the game. I'm excited for number 3. Okay, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Which is going to be a perfect
It's
game
going to be a
that will
perfect game.
exceed every person's expectations, right? Wait.
Look, they have laid down the gauntlet on this one.
Oh, man.
Wait, I have to read that quote.
So if they don't deliver, like, that is a shame that they cannot bear.
Yeah, we're recording this episode a little bit later. Obviously, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has been out for a little while, but now they're starting to do the press junket for the next game.
Right.
For the next one.
And some news just came out yesterday about Final Fantasy,
I'm going to read the quote.
whatever they're going to call its 3rd chapter.
Revolutions.
So this is from Genki on Twitter. What's his name? Hamaguchi?
I think he was the director of Rebirth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hamaguchi says the 3rd game in the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy will beat any expectations that fans have.
Okay.
He is also confident that it will be one of the most loved and most popular games in the history of video games once again. Now, as somebody who has worked in marketing, probably not the best bar to set.
Yeah, and
Before you release a game, it's like, this is going to be a perfect game that will exceed every human's expectations. It's probably going to be an incredible game.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping they really stick the landing. I'm skeptical that they will, but I don't recommend being like, this is the pinnacle of every game that's ever existed.
Yeah.
And then you play it. How can it possibly live up to that standard?
well, for those of our viewers and listeners who are not American, this is what we call the Hail Mary pass. And your probability of landing this thing is pretty low. But if you do, it's going to be epic. So
That's true.
Right.
I'm hoping they land it. I'm hoping. We'll see what happens.
I think you need to let the game do the talking for itself. You need to under-promise and over-deliver. Like, that's just a common rule of thumb.
for every industry.
Right. I mean, they have to say it's going to be great. They want to get people excited. But everyone that's on this train is excited for it. Let's be honest. If you've made it this far, like, there's no reason you're not going to play the 3rd one.
I mean, the proper wording in American PR speak would have been, we've done some amazing work on this. We're really proud of our work.
And we're really excited to bring it to you.
We're excited to bring it to you, and we hope our fans love it as much as we loved working on it.
Yes. That's
Exactly.
That's the proper
very PR.
corpo speak for this. What they gave us was like, wow.
I mean, I love the heart and like the authenticity in these Japanese announcements, but like,
I love it. They are not.
I want the game to be successful though. And so when you have this impossible bar, you know, people are going to crap on it. And I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
So stop saying you're going to make the most perfect game.
As a Westerner, we typically don't associate ego with Japanese culture. But when I saw it, I was like, well, I'm going to take the positive angle here. And I'm like, yes, please give it to us. That's what I want, right?
Well, of course.
You have been very positive about this. Jolie and I are a
which
little
is
bit more
great.
skeptical.
I'm just skeptical because, I mean, anybody who follows us knows that some of the endings of these Final Fantasies, I'm just so angry about still. Like after decades,
She
I'm like,
is angry about that.
okay. Like, anyway, whatever. Okay, back to chapter 6. That was a tangent we had to go on though because it just came out yesterday. Okay. So we get off the ship. The first person we actually see get off the ship is Yuffie, and she's clearly excited to be off the boat and be in Costa del Sol. But then her smile kind of, if you remember this, melts off her face when she sees some guy holding a sign. Do you remember this? So some guy's holding a sign, like, you know how when you get off like an airplane or something, there are people holding signs that need to take somebody in transportation in a limo or a taxi or something like that.
I don't have that kind of money, but I have seen those people at the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's never been me. I think I lied. That's been me one time.
Yeah. Oh.
And you too, Spencer,
What?
in China.
Oh, that's right. When we went to China with your family.
Yeah, we ran a half marathon on the Great Wall of China. And when we got off the airplane, that was the first and only time somebody's been standing there with a sign with our name on it.
But that was just because we didn't speak Chinese. And it was like the touring company.
I was going to say, I don't speak Mandarin or Cantonese, so I would hope if I went somewhere like that, somebody would do that for me. Otherwise, I just have to figure it out.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with like being super special and wealthy. It's probably more of like, we don't want this like tourist group to end up in like the wrong part of China.
I'm like, can someone assist me here?
But anyway, so this person holding a sign, if you look at the sign, it says welcome in English, but then the rest of the sign is written in Japanese. So without knowing Japanese, it didn't make a lot of sense why Yuffie is like happy and then she sees a sign and she gets upset. So I, of course, had to look this up online, right? So apparently the first word of Japanese says Shinra.
Oh.
So it's a sign basically welcoming someone or some group from Shinra, which makes sense why it would irritate Yuffie because she is not a Shinra fan, right? And as for the second Japanese word, I couldn't find any threads online that completed the translation, and I didn't do more research.
If you have like a screenshot of it, you can just Google Translate on top of it.
So I probably should have tried that. I will say, though, a lot of the Japanese that's on screen in this game is written in a really stylistic caricature type way, and I'm not sure that even a Translate app would pick it up, but maybe it would. I really should try that. So then after Yuffie runs off to do who knows what, because her motivations aren't terribly clear at this point in the game, our party gets off the ship. So it's Barret, who hilariously hates being in this tropical paradise. Like, he is not a fan.
We just arrived and I already hate it.
And then Cloud, who points out the Robe guys.
Should probably wait for them.
Which reminds us of our mission, right? We gotta keep going back on mission, which is to follow those Robe guys. It also impresses me just how many of these Robe guys there are, like across the game, everywhere. I mean, we see
because
them.
they're dropping like flies. So they keep coming.
Yeah, exactly. They're falling down caverns. They're getting carried off by giant condors.
Yes.
They're merging with monsters. They're being shot execution style. But there's always more of them, and they're just kind of hanging out, waiting to be followed, and it's just kind of funny.
It's the thing that moves the plot forward in this game.
Exactly, exactly. And it's a good idea because the original game, you can get a little off track and forget what your mission is. And so having those Robe guys in there really helps keep us on that mission. And when it comes to Barret, so the scene doesn't really explain, or at least I couldn't pick up on why Barret doesn't want to be there in Costa del Sol. And I'm not sure if he just like hates tropical spots in general, or if he like hates this location in particular because it shares a border with that mine he worked in that ultimately, led to...
I think it's because he has a metal gun for an arm and there's salt water everywhere. Like, this is a disaster for him.
Oh, yeah, getting sand in that thing, too. And, it probably gets super hot. But it's clear he does not like this vacation spot at all. And it also could just be that he doesn't like to be distracted from the mission, and he sees this place as a giant distraction.
That's what I think it is. When he gets there, he's like, what are we doing here? We've got a mission.
I know the girls are going to love this place, and we're going to be so off mission, which is exactly what happens, right? The girls, on the other hand, they're excited to put these Robe guys on hold.
You better not be suggesting we all hit the beach. Hey, I saw that. Don't go thinking I didn't. You two said it with your eyes.
So that they can have a little relaxing fun in the sun first.
Anime beach episode. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It totally is. You're right.
I'll tell you, they missed an opportunity for Dead or Alive beach volleyball clone as a mini game here. They really did, but it's okay.
Hey, there are we're going to talk about minigames.
Minigames?
Oh yeah, there were plenty of them.
They definitely had ample opportunity to put that in.
So one of the things that grabbed my attention as soon as we got in and started walking, just right as you start walking around, was the language they were using. One of them, I put a note here, says there were these random girls I walked by, and one of them says,
"Yes,
this place is insane. I am living for the vibe here. I'm legit
so hyped for this vacay."
It's so
these are very sophisticated people.
It's so TikTok Instagram
totally
language.
Yeah, and the thing that immediately came to mind is that entire phrase legit, right? Obviously it's been around for a long time and it's a cutting off of legitimate.
I'm guilty of using that one.
But every time I hear that word, I just can't immediately MC Hammer comes into my mind. Dancing.
Legit.
Yeah.
Too legit to quit.
And I know probably nobody under a certain age even knows who that guy is.
Right.
Yep.
And then the other thing I want to call out, I'm going to call this Jolie's favorite part.
Oh.
Jolie's physics on this island.
Oh, that's right.
We aren't there yet, but it's amazing.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, good. It seems like all three of us had a good time with the physics. That's
Surprise,
amazing.
you're on a beach island. Of course you're going to have a good time, right? That's the whole point of this thing.
That's true. But some other language that people keep saying is hang loose.
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 Hang loose. Hang loose.
hang loose. And I know that's like a surfer term or something. As somebody who grew up on the mountainside.
Yeah, I was looking for Waka.
Yeah, he's very Waka-esque from 10.
Coach and captain of the Besaid Aurochs, brother.
I was like, where's Waka at? Like, just bring him in. He could have just been hanging out, like playing volleyball.
That would have been a cool Easter egg.
What do you think you're up to?
I don't know. I guess I just never understood the phrase hang loose. I've never been able to say that straight to another human being.
I'm not a surfer, but I think it has something to do with like not being stiff while you're riding the board.
Oh, okay.
Like being flexible. I could be completely wrong about that, but I think that's what they mean when they say that.
I never knew what it meant. It always felt a little weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the groups that actually says hang loose, like right up front, is the mayor's group. So right away, Mayor Capono and his entourage, they all welcome us with like flower leis, saying hang loose, more Hawaiian influence, right? And I do want to point out, so as a film director, right, I like to point out good voice actors along the way. And this is actually one of those moments. So the mayor's voice actor is pretty good for his role, I will say.
A shimmering seaside paradise awaits you, with only the bluest skies and earthly delights on all sides. So forget your dead-end 9-to-5s, 'cause here the fun lasts all the way to sunrise.
And that's like not a very large role, but they got a solid actor in there, which is cool. So bravo, his name is Mick Wingert. He's from Fresno, California.
Oh, wow.
Which is not too far from you, isn't it?
It is not too far from me. That's right.
You can be best friends. You can go talk to him.
If I had a reason to go to Fresno, sure.
Okay, maybe not. He'd be
Yeah.
super weirded out, too, if you like just showed up at his doors and hello.
That would be incredibly
Anyway.
awkward, yeah.
I thought he did his role justice. I can't say the same thing about his entourage, which drove me nuts, but whatever. He did a great job, so good job for him. And then at that point, Aerith and Tifa suggest that they find a hotel so they can shower, and then, without saying it in so many words, they then plan to hit the beach. And then we have some time to first run around and explore the actual town of Costa del Sol for a little bit, and you can listen to NPC dialogue.
Come on, I want to go to the beach already.
Daddy will take you. I need to shop.
Easy there, ladies. Daddy's not going anywhere until his stomach settles.
You can talk to Chadley, who does a little hula dance, which is kind of fun.
Shake it, loosey-goosey.
And you can go to the information booth.
Charlie does a hula dance.
He does. It's cute.
It's not adorable. We don't like Charlie. We don't like him.
Perhaps you might like to cut a rug with me sometime?
Everything he does makes him worse.
I know. He's like the annoying version of Commander Data from Star Trek. Like, he wants so bad to be human.
No.
Can't do
I
it.
like
No.
him. He's cute.
No, it's not flying. I'm on this episode.
Peter,
We're sorry.
Peter.
2 against 1. Sorry. I mean, it's funny because it's so bad, but
I honestly would have preferred if they would have just had like the equivalent of like a wall-mounted ATM machine that you went and interacted with for materia in the simulator.
A wall-mounted ATM machine can't hula dance, Ernest.
Well, that's true, but
hey, there's enough vending machines in this game that like let you upgrade your stats. So
I'm
it's
actually
not too
that's true.
far of a stretch.
I know.
let's be
Well, what's
honest.
one more, right? At that point.
Yeah.
The folio machine is the weird
So
one. But
dumb.
anyway. Yeah, so you can see Chadley do his dance. You can also go to the information booth and you can learn about different activities that you can participate in. And there's an information booth like it in the original game too. And I'll talk more about how the original game parallels this chapter in just a bit. But the information booth, one of the challenges they tell you about is the Wheelie challenge called Test Drive Event.
There's a surefire way to make seeing the sights even more magical by taking them in on a state-of-the-art wheelie.
Did anybody do the Wheelie challenge?
I did it.
Ernest did the optional challenge. Ernest, what did you think?
Well, all I did, like I knew what I needed to do, so I literally like drove it all the way around once and then went over to the pier where the helicopter pad is.
Yeah.
And I just went around that pier like probably 20 times until the odometer read whatever the thing was and then went back. And then I was like, well, that was
eventful.
The thing that was hilarious about it was like, I was like, oh, so they can't call this a Segway, even though it's a Segway.
Totally.
And so they call it a wheelie. And I was like, okay, well, a wheelie means something a little bit different to us, but okay. And
yeah, it's all because of IP, right? Segway is a brand.
Exactly. But that's all I did was I drove it around. And that's actually when I first encountered Jolie's physics on this island.
Yeah.
My favorite physics.
I made it a point to like run into everything.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys.
Well, before we move on to the physics, one thing about the wheelies, though, it's like I did the same thing as Ernest, and it ticked me off because, like, I'm like a checklist guy, and this whole game is checklist, and it's like, okay, this is an optional side quest, and you have to get like 10,000 whatever, I don't know, like meters or whatever, how long you had to go before you could check off that quest. So I did the same thing as Ernest. I'm like driving around town.
Wow, congratulations! It is my honor to present you with this Wheelie Master License. You, my friend, have become a living legend today.
But then once you complete it, you realize that there's a bunch of different side quests that are all spread throughout Costa del Sol. And you could have just been driving wheelies and used it.
You could have just done those side quests and you would have accomplished this checklist.
That's like the first side quest that it, presents to you. So I'm like, well, I got to do this.
I did the exact same thing where I got like the rewards right up front and then realized, then I could have gotten them 3 times over by the time the chapter was over. Yeah.
That's what I did.
Which isn't like a bad thing because you got to explore like the town.
Yeah, it was still fun.
So it's like fine. It gets you kind of acclimated to this new area, but the efficiency gamer in me was kind of ticked off.
Yeah.
So I rode the wheelie around. Obviously, the information booth was, I think, the first thing I went to actually when I walked onto the island and I found out about the wheelie challenge and did the thing and got whatever the stupid reward was. It was like, it was that thing that rewards you with gil based on how far you walk.
Oh, yeah, the materia.
I don't know if it was materia or if it was like
accessory.
I actually put that thing on Barret and have made so much gil from it, but that's a different story.
But who needs gil? Like, gil is always something that you have so much of. I wish you could turn it into things that you actually do need, So
after doing that wheelie challenge, I was like, these wheelies are awesome. So I was taking a wheelie every time I could everywhere. And then at one point, for whatever reason, I didn't take a wheelie and I just ran. And I was like, why am I running faster than the wheelie goes?
Oh.
And then I got upset and didn't use the wheelies anymore because I was like, I can actually run faster.
Because you're all about speed.
Than the Segway can go.
Don't slow Ernest down, you guys. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Why would you give me a Segway and then have it be slower than I can run? Like, it was just...
Well, one reason that you would get a Segway, even if it's slower, is so you can plow into all the things
that's true.
And explode them into oblivion with complete and utter joy.
You're making the beat. It's about beat the heat with this.
Okay, obviously, my favorite physics for chapter 6 was in the segways. I mean, okay, in previous chapters, most of the hilarious physics came from like kicking things over with your feet.
Yeah.
You could shoot some stuff, right? Blow it up or whatever. But in this chapter, they give you a segway, basically, like, right? This wheelie. And it allows you to crash into things at, I think it's a much higher rate of speed. It feels like a higher rate of speed, but like you plow into them and you can destroy them. Like, it is amazing. You can knock over like surfboards, inflatable pools,
tables, chairs, plants.
But the best part, was the tables and the plants and the benches that literally destruct before your eyes.
Yes, the benches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the benches are amazing, but you have to hit them at like the exact angle and speed or else they just don't break.
Yep.
That was probably the best thing about this chapter.
Well, let me tell you what I did that I thought was awesome. I don't know if you all did it, but I took the wheelie and I repeatedly rammed it into that giant inflatable chocobo.
Yeah, the chocobo up by Run Wild.
Trying to knock it over, and I just like could not knock it over with the wheelie.
Yeah, that was fun.
The fact that they have, I mean, let's think about this. Like, we do need to take a moment and appreciate this. The developers put a giant inflatable chocobo in this chapter for what reason?
For us to run into.
For us to hit it. Yeah, like
for
what
us
other point
to do
was
that
there?
Kind of crap to it, right? Like, it's so like ridiculous and pointless except for that, right? Which I love. And I think it's amazing that developers would take the time to put that in there and take the time to make it possible so that you could destroy these plants.
That was my favorite. Those plants.
Like, boom, boom. And if you hit them all correctly in a row, man, it is like the most satisfying thing.
Grab a materia, Papa.
That was my goal. I'm like, if I can hit every single plant, they put them in a row along the, kind of the shore.
That's what should give you a reward.
Boom, boom, boom. They should have a secret achievement for that. I think that'd be cool. Yeah. Sorry, trophy.
I don't remember if it was Need for Speed or one of the other racing car franchises, but there was one of them where the fans enjoyed like the crash physics or whatever so much that in the next installment, they actually made a mode. I think it was called Crash Mode, if I'm not mistaken, where you were supposed to create the most amount of damage in a dollar amount.
Well, there's a whole game like that. What's it called? It's a car game.
This game obviously is like over a decade old at this point.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Spencer? You've got to know this game. There's a game where you try to get as much damage as possible and like destroy.
I think it's maybe Burnout.
Burnout. That
Maybe
it was the
Burnout.
Burnout series.
Burnout, yeah. You could do like a crash test thing and it would just rack up points how much you could hit.
We had it and I thought it was amazing.
Yeah, and there's like one where like you're trying to basically cause like these buses to have an accident that then cause the highway to have like a jam and accidents and
obviously not cool in real life.
Well,
but in a game it was hilarious.
That's the point. It was so much so that little mode or whatever you want to call it became the most popular part of that actual game.
Yep.
Not even the racing part of it. So similar thing here.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, demolition derbies are some of the most entertaining things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like
there's a reason why people get excited when people crash in NASCAR. You know?
Well, as long as the person is okay.
I know. I'm sorry.
But once you know they're okay, then it's like, let's watch that replay 10 times in a row.
I don't know if they're going to be all right after that because they only go left, but.
That's true.
But dad joke number 1, folks.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you.
So it's back at the information booth that we're actually told not only our Wheelie scores, but that all the hotels in the resort are already full due to the crowds in transit from these Junon parade festivities.
Many who were in Junon for the inauguration decided to extend their vacation here. They filled up our most popular hotels.
They also discourage us from staying at some crappy hotel somewhere in the area, which makes sense to us more in a minute.
I could direct you to a recently opened establishment, but between you and me, you should steer clear of that place and its new owner.
But then it's also like, okay, so I can't stay in any hotel here, and you don't want me to stay in this one. So what, am I supposed to camp out somewhere? Like, where am I supposed to go?
You become a beach bum at that point. That's what happens.
I guess. But you can also talk to Yuffie at this point in the game. You can walk around and you can find her. She's eating ice cream over by some hotel entrance. And she asks us if we're into her beach bod.
Yes, I put a note here and it's in quotes. It's her Bodacious beach bod.
Want some ice cream to cool down? Or are you looking for something hot? Just admit it. You're obviously captivated by my bodacious beach bod.
Anime beach episode.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of like...
I'm 16 years old.
Yeah, it's skirting that like adult attracted to teenager thing that I've told is a Japanese trope, right? But I mean, whatever. It's just like, okay... At least they give you a choice as to what you can say.
I love ticking her off. I love just being like the rudest answers to Yuffie. I'm like, I don't care about you. And it's Cloud's delivery is so perfect because he's always just like, I don't care about you. And then
he's always
she's
so
like,
dry.
oh my gosh, why would you not like me? And then he just moves on.
Yeah, he's so annoyed by her. Well, I think Barret and Cloud are the two that are most like annoyed with her.
Totally.
They're probably also the oldest two in the group.
So hopefully they're not into her beach bod.
Cloud and Tifa are the same age.
I guess that's true, yeah.
I don't know. I actually don't know if they're the same age.
So when you talk to Yuffie, you get credit for completing what's called a discovery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I guess that's like a sort of mini side quest kind of thing. I mean,
that's like a different, category of side quests.
Like a mini game or a mini mission. Or
it's that purple like hue one that's like got a circle rather than like
And I think it's called Vanishing Act or something on this one. But anyway, I thought it was interesting, this whole discovery thing.
It's a Where's Waldo thing.
They're probably linked to exploration. And then there's like combat specific ones. And then there's certain ones that like have mini games attached to them.
Yeah, you're probably right. And then at that point, after you enter all the hotels and you basically confirm that they're all full, that's when we suddenly hear that familiar voice call out to us,
Tifa! Cloud, my bro!
Who turns out to be Johnny, this like red spike-haired surfer style bro from the Sector 7 slums of Midgar, who has apparently taken residence in Costa del Sol.
Hey guys! Looking good!
Same to you. So, what are you doing here?
Living the dream! Building my legend!
And I've got to say, so I actually loved Johnny in Remake. I thought he was stupidly fun.
The bar's this way, Cloud. Drunkards, here we come.
That's one of my favorite themes of this series that I keep coming back to is stupidly fun. That's so much of this game to me. And Johnny is a total example of that. So in Remake, if you don't choose to do side quests with him in Wall Market, then you miss out on him saying quite a few like totally ridiculous things that made me laugh out loud.
Hey, old dude.
Huh? Son, is that you? Did you always look so moronic?
They made him much more enjoyable to me as a character. And if you skip those side quests and you just see him in the main story, you don't get to like know more about Johnny's personality, which is too much fun.
This place looks kind of creepy, don't you think? Like maybe they practice ritual sacrifice or...
And I do also want to point out, big shock, I'm sure, to you both, his delivery is fantastic.
Don't need to be shy. We go way back, right? It's the least I can do.
The voice actor for Johnny is fantastic. He's very, very good. He's one of the strongest side character voice actors in Remake, bar none. So seeing him pop up here in Rebirth again, like, totally made me smile. I was happy to see him. He's quirky, he's animated, while being completely authentic as an actor, right? His voice. So I gotta give him kudos. I looked him up. His name is Yuri Lowenthal. And he's awesome. And he's actually done a lot of lead roles.
He's Spider-Man.
He's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Hi. My name's Pete. Mr. Parker. And we are all very lucky today. Because this is physics class, and physics is awesome.
He's Peter Parker, right? In the 2018 and Spider-Man 2 in 2023 video games.
Still angry after all these years, Marco? You should try yoga. Must be more of a Pilates guy.
So this guy's like a major voice, and he's doing this side character in Rebirth, which is pretty cool. He's also played main characters like He-Man. He's apparently also a voice in Helldivers 2.
I know his voice.
Do you recognize his voice? Do you know which part?
It sounds like Johnny or Spider-Man, which is hilarious because you're shooting down bugs and he's like, for democracy. And I'm like, that's Johnny, bro.
Say hello to democracy.
It totally is.
Yeah.
He's also been Michelangelo in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game in 2023.
Oh, the Shredder's Revenge one?
Maybe he's in that one. I'm not really sure. And this is going to show our age a little bit if you remember this. He also plays Prince Derek in a bunch of the sequels to the Swan Princess movie.
Does he really?
I don't believe it. Someone knows the truth about my father.
I didn't know that.
And they're probably terrible.
Not in the original one, right?
I don't think it's in the original. I didn't look deep. I think actually I did look deep enough. Probably he was like 12 when that movie came out. Yeah. But he's in the sequels. You know how these like Land Before Time and stuff, they have
straight to video.
1,000 straight to video sequels. I think Swan Princess does that, and he plays Prince Derek.
Oh, wow.
I mean, this guy is a solid actor. He's a solid voice actor. He's not just a side character. He doesn't just play additional voice credits, but he has a solid list of lead roles. So I think it's awesome that Remake and Rebirth snagged him and that he was cool with playing this funny guy side character, not having a top build credit in this game. I just think that's awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
You can tell that he's having fun.
100%.
But you can tell he has the acting chops to do whatever, but then he comes in and he gets this role as Johnny and he can just go crazy, which is super fun. So he does a great job.
Yeah. He does such a good job of voicing the character that like when I hear him, I'm like, Johnny, you are doing too much. You need to calm down. That's how good he is at like portraying this like just completely over the top surfer bro, type thing. So
like you believe that Johnny was like that, not that the actor's going too much.
Exactly.
You're like Johnny, chill.
Johnny, calm down. This is unacceptable, Johnny.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Johnny, when we see him, he explains to us that he owns his hotel in Costa del Sol, although it's not luxury, and he basically doesn't have any guests in it.
Being the owner of a bona fide hotel, though not exactly a luxury one.
What a coincidence. We were just looking for a place to stay. Do you have any rooms?
Do I have rooms? I got rooms for days. Enough rooms to make your head spin. That's what happens when you have no guests.
which really sets our expectations that this place is probably a dump and very well could be the hotel we were warned about when we talked to the guy over at the information booth.
Yep.
And sure enough, Johnny leads us to this newly purchased establishment while explaining the story of how he bought it, apparently from Mayor Capono, who also happened to loan him money for it. Such a nice guy.
How that fresh salt air tickles the nose.
And let me just point out the sound, right? Like Mayor Capono is very close to Al Capone.
Yeah.
As far as the last name, and that will come into play down the road. But yeah, I agree. Establishment is probably the best term you can use for that facility. And as someone who has traveled internationally many times, once or twice I've ended up in a place like that. So I know exactly what that feeling is like.
Yeah, but to Johnny is this gullible, good-hearted guy, right? So he thinks that the mayor actually did him a kindness.
Yeah.
Of course.
By loading him this money to get this crappy hotel, right?
I gotta run. The mayor requires my assistance at this time.
Whereas to everyone else, it's pretty obvious that the mayor is totally ripping him off, right?
They even have a guy that's later down the hill, and he's as you're leaving after you talk to Johnny, he's like, "Can you believe that this chump trusted that?"
Yeah.
What's a stand-up guy like you staying at a dump like this for? I can show you somewhere way better. Place is a sty, right? Whole building's barely worth 100 gil, and yet the owner's drowning in debt to keep it open. Takes a special kind of sucker to wind up in a mess like that, you know?
What is the deal with that guy, by the way?
He's just standing there to judge Johnny.
Yeah, but he's totally random. He's just creeping outside of Johnny. Because you know how you have to go through that skinny little narrow pass to even get into the Johnny area. And he's just he went through that skinny pass and he's just oh, Johnny's such a loser. Does he not have someplace better to be in life? What was that guy's purpose in the game?
It's probably Johnny's brother or his cousin or something. That's
no.
Yeah.
He's just some random Costa del Sol resident, but he's just
so
there
randomly placed.
I think it's just to drive home to the player that it's Johnny's stupid.
I think that's what this whole point is, but he was so out of the blue to me. I was like, that was a really weird way to hammer that home for us, but okay, whatever, rando. I'm going to continue through this skinny pass you had to go through to tell me this. But yeah, so when we get to the hotel, we can see that it is the rundown dump that we expected.
Wow. It's, I don't know. Great.
I know, right?
Although, I will be honest, I think it totally had massive potential.
Oh, yeah.
Because, think about, a resort town. It might not be on the beach, but it's still, you can, see
It's, up on the hill. It, sees down over.
Yeah, it's up on the hill. So, I know that they're trying to say, oh, this thing's a dump. I'm like, no, this thing is going to make you tons of money later in life. There's clearly need for another hotel because all the other hotels are full. So supply and demand for one.
Massive potential if you have a massive amount of capital to infuse into it and some way to get people to it without having to go through some little back alley.
Hey, that rando did it.
You could just remove those boxes. It's they don't have to be there.
Yeah.
But
that's
which
true.
is hilarious because you go through that skinny passageway and then it opens up to this beautiful pathway with the stairs open to this, big establishment. But
yeah, I don't know.
It's funny that they make you skirt through that little spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's loading, right?
No, you can't say that. The PS5 can't. That's a big controversy online.
Is that? See, I don't know. This is why
it is the whole the PS5 doesn't need to do that anymore, but the PlayStation 4 needed to do that thing where they do the loading of the next chapter or whatever.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the next section of the game.
So then once we get to that hotel, then Johnny assigns us all free rooms and the girls depart to take their showers. And then Barret says he's going to go take a walk, but only after he changes his clothes, which he does into that same hilarious sailor suit.
Still looking good.
With that giant hook.
It looks so ridiculous, but it also is simultaneously playing homage to the original game. But it's the funniest part, and Ernest and I have discussed this in previous episodes, is that he thinks it looks good on him.
Totally.
I look so good. He purposefully changes back into it.
Well, I wasn't in previous episodes, but I've listened to you guys talk about him, and it's funny because this just is a continuation of the joke. So now it's he thought he looked pretty cool in chapter 4. He was pretty great, and he gets another chance to put it on. And there's all this other beachwear that we'll talk about that Cloud and Tifa and Aerith can choose from.
And he picks this.
But Barrett's heck no, I'm gonna wear this, man. I look so good.
Totally.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
And just as an FYI, I want to take you back to original Final Fantasy VII. So in original Final Fantasy VII, we know that Barret wears a sailor suit as a disguise on the Shinra ship, but he actually takes it off before they disembark, and it's Aerith and Tifa who suggest to him that he looks cute in it, and then Aerith actually suggests that Barret should wear it as his pajamas, and then she tries to get Cloud to agree, and then that's like a point in time where the gamer gets to pick a response choice in 7. And if you agree with Aerith, Cloud then tells Barret that he looks like a bear wearing a marshmallow.
I'm telling you, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Like, that's the outfit.
And it made me think of that.
It makes you wonder so much about like the localization of those older games and how accurate it was, but how many funny things have kind of translated from that original localization effort to now, like, let's make jokes about
an inside joke.
Yeah, which is actually pretty sweet that they would do that. I'm sure that they looked at everything.
I think back then, like, Ghostbusters was a trending, like, pop culture thing.
It probably was. It was around that time. But going back to Rebirth from original, so this is also when Johnny gives us the scoop that in order to go to the beach, we have to leave our weapons behind and put on beach clothes.
Anime beach episode.
Anime beach. We need like a graphic for that, by the way.
You guys better not head to the beach looking like that. And don't even think of bringing those weapons with you.
I was so annoyed at the beach cop.
Oh, yes.
Just kept like
the guy who yells at you when you try to go to the beach in your normal clothes,
blowing the whistle at you that you can't go down unless you have the certain clothes or unless this or unless.
But look at the black robe guys. Like,
how did they get there? Like, why were they allowed through?
The black robe guys able to just like go down there?
That thing was so annoying. That guy. I remember one time distinctly he blew the whistle at me. I was like, you did not just, I'm going to make you eat that whistle.
It's like personal for you.
Yeah. I was angry about that one. So
that's pretty good, Ernest.
Did you, some childhood stories where you got whistled at by the lifeguard, like going down the water slide backwards or something?
And what's hilarious is I was just in San Diego a couple weeks ago and actually saw people getting whistled at by the lifeguards because they were getting too close to the pier and there's like a rip current there.
Uh-huh.
And they're like whistling at them, and then they get on the little bullhorn, like, get away from the pier kind of deal. So it reminded me of the beach cop or whatever he is.
You're like, it's the sergeant at the beach entrance.
Blowing the whistle at people, man.
Yeah, so for some reason, they have this rule that you have to wear beach wear. And okay.
Oh, that's not for some reason.
No,
that's
it's not
a very
for
specific reason.
Yeah, I mean, what beach, realistically, what beach have you ever been on that has a dress code?
Totally.
I used to run Huntington Beach and Newport Beach every weekend for years, and you could pretty much wear or not wear anything you wanted, and that's kind of the point of a vacation, is that there's no, like, stringent rules, right? Now, this is me being a realist in this game that is not supposed to be that way, but obviously, the whole being forced into beachwear. Okay, this was like the first eye roll for me in this chapter because it was clearly a way, I'm gonna say it, to play into guys' fantasies at being able to see Tifa and her big boobs, especially, and Aerith in skimpier clothes. Like, as someone, and I will say, I am attracted to males, right? As someone who isn't attracted to women, I did not care for this purpose. Therefore, this whole being forced into beachwear thing was just dumb to me. It was just dumb. Not dumb enough that, like, the game still isn't great. And I don't know, maybe if Cloud had some ripped muscular bod, I probably would have enjoyed it more, but probably not, because he's a video game character, and I don't think I would have been, like, sexually attracted to him. But people apparently are to these characters. But I probably still would have thought it was kind of dumb. But for me, that's, like, the whole point of this whole forced into beachwear. And I don't mind, like, giving the option to wear beachwear to go to the beach, and maybe you could buy some at some shops and go down, whatever. But this whole, like, you must wear beachwear or the guy's gonna whistle at you and offend you, you know, like, come on.
I think you're right. And the reason I think you're right is because they offered two options, one which was more modest than the other one.
Kind of.
But I mean,
there's not really a modest option with Tifa. At all.
Well, more modest than the other one.
It's boobs all the way.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's there.
It is a little more modest, but
yeah.
Well, I picked the more modest version, but it was still like a lot of boobs.
There's lots of things that they do to make it not as modest. So I'll tell you all about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I thought it was hilarious. Like, it was kind of annoying, the whole like going and getting dressed and doing this. That was kind of annoying, but I thought it was kind of funny, the little outfits they had.
What I found interesting about that is Johnny, even when he's saying goodbye to you, the dialogue and the script make it the point to like, we need to focus on Tifa and her beachwear. And he's like, oh, I got to go talk to the mayor, depriving me of seeing Tifa and beachwear. Oh.
It's like so obvious.
Oh, fate is so cruel, depriving me of Tifa and beachwear.
The entire chapter 6 is like, Tifa boobs, Tifa boobs.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, yes, we know, we get it. People talked about it online. It was like a huge marketing thing for them before the game even launched. Like, they know what they're doing, and it's very forefront in this episode.
I mean, hey, if you're somebody who was really excited about that, here you go.
They delivered.
I'm happy that you got this kind of thing in here. For me, it was stupid. Sorry, it was dumb. I'm going to get hate. I don't care. Y'all are attracted to Tifa. I am not. Therefore, all of that was dumb.
It wasn't just Johnny. It was like, I remember when Cloud first sees them in the bathing suits, and I even...
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Oh, okay, never mind. We'll wait.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saving it, but I've got some stuff.
So yeah, this is just when we find out that we have to wear the beach wear in order to go to the beach, right? So you assume that you have to go get beach wear.
Or you get whistled at by the beach cops.
yeah.
The Robe guys just were like...
Robe guys just...
and then the guy with the whistle felt a little awkward. So
or maybe he just kept whistling, and then he's like, well, they're not paying attention, so screw it. I guess we'll just let him go. So that was like the first eye roll moment for me, but it gets worse. So I told you that chapter 6 is not my favorite chapter thus far. And it's really around this point where that becomes the case. So when Cloud leaves Johnny's hotel, he's then greeted by, oh my gosh, these two ultra annoying dancer girls who, by the way, were dancing. And then they suddenly they see Cloud and they randomly like run off the stage mid-performance, which as a performer, no, you don't do that. And they go walk up to Cloud and they explain this Costa del Amor event.
Find love at Costa del Amor.
To which Cloud declines to participate. He says he's following the Robe guys, tries to use Robe guys to get out of it. And then the girls say that the Robe guys are like creeping everybody out. And then they force Cloud into this ultra annoying and confusing supposed dating game called Costa del Amor. And I have a lot of problems with this. So first, could they possibly make the girls like any more annoying?
Right?
Like, could they possibly? I don't think it's possible. They are seriously so obnoxious. I know that they say that the Robe guys creep them out, but I would take a company of Robe guys over these two cringy girls any day. They drove me crazy. And why did Cloud's appearance like suddenly make them leave the stage and like zone in on him? Like, is everyone else in the crowd, did they already have these tickets to Costa del Amor?
No,
like,
it's because they saw him with his weird turtleneck and his pauldron on his shoulder. They're
okay,
like,
maybe.
You look so weird.
Everybody knows it's because his hair looks like a chocobo tail.
Chocobo butt
That's true.
hair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. These are just the small issues that I have with this moment. But the worst part about all of this is the game itself. This Costa del Amor, which translated obviously means Coast of Love in Spanish, which is a terrible name for a game, by the way, a coast. Like, what would you name it? Whatever.
Nice.
And straight up, this game sucks. It just flat out sucks. And the reason that this game sucks is that it's just so completely incoherent as this dating game that it claims to be.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly. So you go around the resort town and you play different challenges to earn beachwear, which, okay.
That's hilarious.
That's another stupid thing, right? You win a game and you get a swimsuit.
It's so gamified. It's ridiculous.
It's stupid. But as dumb as that is, okay, as dumb as like earning the beachwear is, at least I can see why the writers made that the prize. Because again, they want to get your party in beachwear to check the fantasy box for all the Tifa fans out there. And they can't force you to go to a shop and like buy it. So this is like a reward system that is set up as a means to an end. So while it's completely illogical in the game, we can at least see the logic behind the writer's purpose in putting it in here. So, okay, if I forgive it of that, fine. But the dumbest part of this dating game is that you're required to team up with random people to hopefully find love or something and participate in a bunch of mini games or challenges. But then when you actually play them, not only are none of these games romantic or flirty in any way, but absolutely zero of these games even require two people to play them.
Yeah, they don't do anything together.
I don't know. For a Texan, the shooting arcade was pretty romantic.
Nice.
So I enjoyed that game.
The pirates, like.
No, I think you're right. I think it's one of those things where like there were different ways they could have approached this. And I understand what the purpose was. Like they wanted you to play all these little mini games, like little carnival games, and they were trying to find a way to weave it into a thing that like got you to go to each station.
No. That's fine. Why is it a dating game that requires two people and then you go to each of the games and they don't require two people to play any of the games? That's what I have the problem with. I don't care about this like force you to like go play mini game. Like just don't call it a love game.
The thing that came to mind when I heard about that game was it reminded me of one time, this was many years ago when my wife and I were much younger and didn't have kids yet. We went to this all-inclusive resort down in Cancun, and they actually had something like this. It was for singles. And the best analogy I have here is it was like a speed dating type thing.
Yeah, but did they actually, like the stations, were they dating games?
No, this was more like they would pair you up with other people and you would go do like, I don't know, snorkeling or whatever, right?
Yeah, but that makes sense because you're doing an activity where you both participate and get to know each other.
Yeah, but it reminded me of that. And I was like, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense here. But it did feel kind of awkward, doing it. My biggest thing is like, I would have gone and played all these little arcade games anyway, or the carnival games. Like all you had to do was like line them up to where like, oh, go do this one and you get like a ticket, and then go over here and you get it. And collectively that ticket, you can upgrade your sword or something, right? That would have been cool. Yeah. But yeah, the whole beachwear thing, like I get it. It's on theme, right? So it's an anime. It's a gratuitous beach episode. I get all of that, but it just was like, it was put together a little sloppily. I'll just say that.
Sure, I agree.
Because I'm okay with them doing, let's go around and play mini games. I'll even accept the beachwear as the prize, even though I think it's stupid.
No, it's awesome.
It's awesome.
People want that, they know.
But it was just so incoherent. Okay, so let's think about this. So the Queen's Blood Carnival game, right? So usually Queen's Blood takes two people, and it makes sense.
Yes.
That you are playing against another person. Even that version, it's like a carnival version of Queen's Blood. You are the one who plays and Regina just watches you and insults you along the way, by the way.
Yikes. Just yikes.
So there's no point in having Regina there. It's not a dating game.
So I actually have a note about that specific one because I compare Queen's Blood a lot to Magic the Gathering, right? So there's actually a variant of Magic the Gathering that's called Two-Headed Giant. And then my notes here said like Queen's Blood, this particular version of it was a lot like the Two-Headed Giant variant. And specifically, they use some terms that we use a lot in Magic the Gathering. Like
it's probably inspired by that. That would make sense.
Like usually when you are in a place where you're pretty sure you're not going to win that round or whatever, you forfeit. But we use the term scoop, and they use the term scoop in here. They're like, why don't you just scoop already?
Do us both a favor and just scoop.
Oh, is that what it's from?
It's very specific to our game. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then we have another phrase that we use, which is called playing it out, which is like, okay, well, I don't think I have a chance to win, but there is the chance that the opponent makes an unforced error, in which case my chance of winning goes back up. So I will play it out. In other words, I will continue to play the rest of that round and hope the other person messes up so that I can get the win.
Why is he playing this out?
And so this game is so close, it has to be drawn from that.
Oh, 100%. I think for sure the people who developed it are probably Magic the Gathering players, like for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But let me ask you this on this, what is it? Giant to Giant? Is that what you call it?
Two-Headed Giant is the name of it.
Two-Headed Giant game. Do you ever get teamed up with another person to just watch you play it in hopes that you'll have a romantic relationship? Because that's stupid.
No, you actually take your turn in tandem. Like two of you will take a turn together, then your opponents will take a turn together. There's a lot of like conferring going on between the two of you as teammates as to like both of you have hands of cards and you're looking at each other's hands and saying, okay, well, do this or don't do this or whatever. And you do run into situations where you're like, why did you play that card? Like, and they're your teammate, right?
I get that. But in this game, it's not that. It's just one person playing with the other one watching, which does not demand two people, which makes it incoherently not a dating game.
It doesn't. It sets up like a player-coach dynamic as opposed to like two players playing together on the same board.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right.
Except she doesn't even coach us. She doesn't give us any tips. She just yells at us when we play something that we don't do well.
I was like, she just reams us.
Well, she gives you tips by insulting you if you do something wrong. If you do something right, she kind of does that little like, oh, okay.
Oh, I see what you're doing with that or something.
Playing it pretty safe, I see.
Even the compliments are backhanded from her.
Right.
So like,
sure. It's not a terrible move.
But my whole point is it's not a two-person game.
Yes.
Like the way that they play. And normally Queen's Blood is.
You're right.
So they like changed it and made it a single-person game for this two-person Costa del Amor. And then Pirates Rampage is the same thing. So you teamed up with Barret, and then Barret watches you play.
Sorry, but I can't allow you to play this game. Amateurs only. That's our policy.
You can't play this game because you're a professional. You have a gun for an arm.
Right, because you have a gun for an arm.
Exactly.
And like later, the girls also take on that like Cactuar photo mini game, right? With the middle manager guy.
Yep.
And instead of like alternating where he takes half the pictures and you take half, you separate and you both complete the game totally separately and then come back together. Again, does not require two people at all. And then the worst one is the Run Wild challenge.
I like this game.
Yeah, but we'll talk about each of
Okay.
these in detail. But I'm saying, like, not only is that not a two-person game, that's not even a person game. You have to have some kind of animal to play. These are the 4 games on this Costa del Amor dating adventure. And I'm like, this has nothing to do with dating. This is so poorly themed. It just irritated me as a writer.
Oh, no, Jolie. Didn't you see all those couples with those animals in Costa del Sol that could use Run Wild to play? It's such a bonding game.
How romantic. Yeah, I just like, as a writer, I'm like, what in the heck? So none of these challenges in Costa del Amor have anything to do with finding love or dating or anything, which as a writer makes me ask the question, why did the writers of this game make this a dating game thing for couples? Like, it's not an original 7, so we know they're not trying to play homage there. And at first, I thought, okay, maybe originally I thought that this like love challenge would allow Cloud some maybe one-on-one time with Aerith and Tifa, you know? But no, then you end up with Regina, Barret, Red, and the Shinra middle manager. So it's like, what is happening? So what is the point? Like, it could have just, I'm just saying, and maybe this, I'm probably the most angry person about this. Like nobody else probably cares. But it could have just been pitched as a solo game and we still could have run into those 4 characters in those places and had little character moments. Like it's just so incoherent to me.
I feel like
No, I'm not done. I did not buy it. And it was the reason why this chapter, one of the main reasons why this chapter was less favorable. So I can even appreciate the developers trying to offer us like a fun mini game route like you were talking about, Ernest. Like even that makes us earn beachwear, whatever. But I just think the execution sucked. The execution sucked.
I think it was actually a tongue-in-cheek thing. And
no, it isn't. You're giving them credit they don't deserve.
And let me tell you,
it's not even funny. What is funny about this dating game where you don't date? Like, there's nothing. It's stupid.
So here's what I think is funny about it. It was like, okay, imagine for a second that our party doesn't exist, right? And you show up to this like beach resort town, right? And it's clearly meant for like couples. That's the whole point of this place. And so they ended up here by some other way, and clearly they're not couples. Like they're like, you know, a bunch of mercenaries going to do some other stuff. And I think it was kind of almost a tongue-in-cheek thing, is like, hey, you all don't belong here, but because you are here, you're going to have to participate in the shenanigans that are normal for this beach town. And it was hilarious because, like you said, he got paired up with Barret.
But there were lots of non-couples. Regina wasn't a couple. The middle manager wasn't a couple. Like,
well, yeah, but
they're singles though. I get where Ernest is saying, like it could potentially lead to something.
He was there on business though. It just felt like to me like they stumbled into a couple's resort town is what happened, and the shenanigans just ensued from there because they were clearly not supposed to be in that thing.
Yes, but you're missing the whole point.
Right, but Jolie's whole point is that the games that they do play together have nothing to do
with being a couple.
Yeah. But I get Ernest's point, but Jolie's...
And that's probably what they were going for, like with the idea of doing a couples game, but then make the games for couples or for 2 people.
Yeah.
You know, like one of them was for a dog. Like it's like, come on.
Yeah.
But no, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, well, now that I've gotten all of that off my chest, Let's talk about those little mini games or discoveries or challenges or whatever they are that you do before going down the beach one by one. So the Queen's Blood card carnival game. So Ernest talked a little bit about it, but it's different than the typical Queen's Blood game in that they're little card puzzles where enemy cards are usually preset, and then you have a designated and limited hand of cards that you then have to use to try to figure out how to beat the enemy's score. And technically, there are 3 rounds in this case that you have to beat with Regina, like breathing over your shoulder for, again, no coherent reason. And what did you guys think?
Oh, I thought it was interesting because one of the best things in video games is when you have like a really cocky character and all you want to do is like destroy that person. And they build Regina up as this like incredibly cocky Queen's Blood player, especially in chapter 5. And then you get to play her at the end. And it's like, it's one of life's greatest pleasures. There was like this in the Pokemon game. You have a rival throughout the entire game and you can always team up with them. And if you fight each other, you know, his name's Gary in the anime, but he...
The rival Gary?
No, but like you ran across him and you would see him throughout the game and you got to fight him over and over again. And that was like the best moment in any game. So like when Regina's there, it's like your cocky rival and I'm all excited. I see her. I'm like, I get to play her again. I'm gonna like trash her again. And she's still being cocky to me. But then it's like, I'm just going to talk over your shoulder. And I'm like, I mean, okay, so my journey with Queen's Blood was a little bit backwards because I skipped it the first playthrough. But then when you go back and play it, you have access to all the good cards. So I learned...
So you never got to play like original Queen's Blood like the rest of us did.
I learned Queen's Blood with like the easy deck and I'm just like going on easy mode, killing everybody with like the best legendary cards. But then when I got to that, it limits what you have, right? Because it gives you your cards and it's just teaching you. It's telling you like, these are some of the things where this card can, you know, get rid of this, it'll take away from you in the diagonal space, but you don't know. So you have to position them right. It's just a way for you to get better at the game.
It's teaching you board control is what it's doing.
Yeah.
So yeah,
totally.
I enjoyed it. Aside from Regina complaining at me.
Do us both a favor and just scoop.
Aside from that, it was great. I like those kind of puzzles where it's like, okay, well,
yeah,
there's only one way to win with this finite set of constraints you have, and you have to find it, right?
Yeah. Did it take you guys a couple tries?
It was hard for me. I think you saw me, watch me play it. I was like, not doing it right, but I had not learned how to play Queen's Blood. So I'm like,
oh, I did. Yeah.
This is actually teaching me.
I thought that the puzzles were challenging enough. They were new for this game. We hadn't seen anything like this, right? And they force you to think differently than many of us have been up until this point with Queen's Blood. And the first round, I took notes as to how many tries they took me. So the first round took me 5 tries. The second round took me 3 tries, and the third round took me 6 tries. So I had to really sit and think through these, and I found them interesting enough. I think I still prefer the traditional way of playing Queen's Blood, but these were fun too. I mean, I even stuck around and played most of the other listed challenges, which at that point only took me 2 or 3 tries each because I was getting better or the challenges got easier. I'm not really sure. But one thing that I was bummed about, though, is that you couldn't play a traditional game of Queen's Blood on this Queen's Blood deck anywhere for the whole chapter. Like, you can look around and see NPCs playing it, but you can only sign up to play these little challenges. And I know we played a lot of traditional Queen's Blood in chapter 5, but I wanted to play more in chapter 6 because it's a fun game.
No.
Okay, when do you play? Did I miss somebody?
You could play 3 people. There's a guy on the, like right above the Wheelie challenge. You can go play him. He's there. There's a boxer guy that you play in one of the hotels.
Well, what I'm saying is there was nobody on the deck.
Oh, gotcha. You're talking about that specific place during the Costa del Amor.
Could you play those characters?
If you don't play against them before you go to the beach, then you cannot play them. You miss them.
I think I played them in chapter 12.
You can go back and play them, but yes.
I played them all, but I played them all in chapter 12.
Yeah, I played them in chapter 6. You can play them, but there's like a hard cutoff.
Can you play them in chapter 6 when you're playing the regular game the regular way?
Yeah, I'm not a good person to say that.
See, I don't know.
Because I beat the entire game and I went back to chapter select, but I'm playing it sequentially and it has the little...
Right, but you have like all the cards and I feel like...
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
I could be... My mileage may vary when it comes to what I was able to do because I did it after the fact, but they were the lower level. Like they were progressive levels. Like in Calm, they're level 1 or level 2, and then you can progress through the grasslands in chapter 3, 4, 5, 6. They were there and they were appropriate levels for that level. It's not like they were higher than normal ones.
So I wonder, maybe I just missed them and didn't get to them until chapter 12, or if they only existed for you because of you had already beat the game.
I didn't even know they existed.
Did you see them?
I don't remember, honestly, but I know I did not play Queen's Blood outside of the
Carnival.
The Carnival thing, yeah.
Well, I played them, but I beat the game first and I went back. So maybe they were there, but there was like a boxer guy and he's like in one of the hotels. And then there's like another kind of nerdy guy and he was like up above. And
I don't think they were there for me, but I'll go back and look because maybe I just missed all three of them.
You explored everything, so
yeah. It seems very unlikely that I just walked by them without playing them. But who knows? So, okay, what about Pirates Rampage? Any thoughts on that?
I've got thoughts.
Go for it.
That's the shooting arcade, right?
The shooting arcade. The thing that bugs me about this is that every freaking game developer should know how the first-person shooter works now. We've done it a million times. Let us aim the way we aim when we play Halo. Let us aim when we play Destiny. Let us aim.
How does it differ?
Because you have to aim with the left stick. So that's the stick where you move the character, right? So it's called the twin sticks. That's what everyone's been doing ever since, the PlayStation was released. N64 had that awful, if you ever played GoldenEye, you had to like aim with, you'd hold an R and you would like stand still and shoot and aim, right? But then in any new modern first-person shooter, you can move the character's movement with your left stick and then you aim with the right stick. So it's like
I see
backwards because in Pirates Rampage, you have to aim with the left stick and it's just like ingrained in my brain and the muscle memory. It's a little weird.
Yeah, I wonder why they did it that way.
I don't know. Anytime there's mini games that incorporate like first-person shooter mechanics or third-person shooter or something that's not like that main studio, it's like...
Now, Jolie's going to accuse me of being too gracious here, but I actually think they did it on purpose.
Okay.
And the reason is because these are Carnival games, right? And typically Carnival games are rigged against the person playing it.
Oh, okay.
So that you don't win as much, right? Because then you walk away with all the prizes and they lose money. So I think that's the reason they did the left stick because, yes, most of us are used to using the right stick for aiming. So if you handicap us, right, then it's a typical Carnival game. The basketball hoops are not actually round. They're oval, right?
But don't they want people to like it?
Yeah.
And play it again? Like,
I kind of would push back on that a little bit because they do give you options to make it easier to aim. You can like click in the right stick or something and it changes the speed at which you aim and you move things. So it's like the developers are not trying to like ham fist you totally. I kind of like that idea of like trying to make it a real world Carnival experience that it's actually harder than it should be. But there's some things about it that like...
Because I tell you, all of them were harder than like their analog equivalents. Like the Queen's Blood thing, puzzles were harder than like a regular Queen's Blood game. This was harder than an actual like first person shooter. And the dog game was harder than...
Rocket League.
Rocket League. Exactly. So like to me, it was like, okay, you purposely made this harder because it's a Carnival experience where you're not supposed to win as much.
See, I just think the developers suck at making those games compared to what they do because like they're not specializing in like Rocket League does one thing or Halo does one thing.
I mean, here's the thing. Every other minigame before this chapter, I've been like astounded how they were able to build a minigame that was as good as like a full game as an analog. And then this one was not that. So it's like, did they just screw up here or was it on purpose?
Yeah, I hear you.
I wonder.
I wouldn't say, I mean, I heard you guys talk about chapter 4. It was like, the dolphin minigame. It was okay. It wasn't as good as Wave Race. It's close, but I don't know. I had a little issue with it, but I think they let you do is you got to take off the haptic triggers.
Oh, yeah.
They push back and my finger would hurt eventually.
Yeah,
so,
well, I thought you had to, it was you who actually showed me, Spence. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
I was trying to play the shooter game and I was hitting it with every single shot. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Like trying to go
like
fast.
Killing your hand.
Yeah, but you can actually hold it down.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Well, but then when you get to the challenges, I think you can hold it down. When you get to the challenges that it's like a percentage of...
Yeah, accuracy matters.
Then holding it down doesn't work because then you're missing all over the place, like just trying to shoot everything. So, I don't know. I hate first-person shooters. I've never been good at them. Like, ever. I've never been a Halo player. I just am not good at those at all. So
you just never play those games, which is fine.
I just never play them, So it was fine. What I did is I played it once. I got the rank I needed to move on, and I moved on. I didn't care to... you can come back to it later for additional side quests. I think in chapter 12, actually.
Yeah, you get like a special accessory if you complete the like hardest difficulty.
Yeah, and I don't think I did that. I think I played it a few more times later in the game.
Yeah.
But not really by choice, more out of like obligation for being a completionist,
Check it off your list.
Yeah, but I couldn't help but snicker when the game like official wouldn't let Barret play because of that like amateurs only.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, he's like, that's cheating.
Whoa, hold on there. You use firearms for a living, don't you? Sorry, but I can't allow you to play this game. Amateurs only. That's our policy.
Oh, it is it? Why didn't you speak up sooner? I don't see any signs either. This is false advertising. You know that?
Yeah.
Because I would have loved to like be Barret and tear up that place like the Mithril mine, you know,
Just go crazy.
Just go nuts.
Your Gatling gun.
But again, it wasn't a 2-person game. It was a 1-person game. So Costa del Amor is the worst. But
no, I agree with your take on Costa del Amor. It's funny, like earnest point to like, oh, we got paired up with Barret. It's tongue in cheek, like, and they're like, oh, hey, because this is like this game. Rebirth is very much a dating sim compared to like what the other games were, right?
But Cloud and Barret are like the two most straight characters. Like they're both like all dude. They aren't interested in men. And so to see them like get paired up in this love game, there is something funny about that.
It's funny. They go, oh, hey, well, I guess we're partners. You know, they have this little moment.
Shoot down enemies on the high seas and capture the heart of your special someone.
Hey, got a ticket for this thing called Costa del Amor. Don't know what it is, but it's happening here, so...
It's a special event for, meeting new people. But looks like you and me got paired up.
Wait, what?
But that's the thing that bugs me about the Costa del Amor is that this game is set up as like a dating sim. You have the little relationship meters above everyone's head, and it's like, well, I want Aerith to like me, you know? And then you hear online discussion about this game, and it's like, everyone wants, I didn't want Aerith to like me, I just want Tifa to like me. Because,
they're all obsessed with Tifa.
Yeah, so whatever.
It's the red eyes.
So as far as minigames go, I'm going to jump over to the minigames that Tifa and Aerith and Red go through. So what did you think about Cactuar Caper, that minigame where you have to go like around the beach town and take pictures of a specific Cactuar painting in different locations? I think it was pink, which I like pink.
Let me tell you, this one was so annoying that I literally went online and just looked for the locations after a while.
Oh, really?
I found like 1 or 2 of them very easily, and then the other ones I was taking forever, and I was like, you know what? I'm tired of this.
Ernest doesn't like to go slow.
I went and looked online, saw exactly where it was, went and took the picture, and I was done with it.
Yeah. So did you have fun at all? Like,
of all the mini games, that was my least favorite.
I have similar feelings to Ernest because I do not like going slow either. I just hate when I'm wasting my time in a game looking for something and I don't feel like the game does a good job of describing what I'm supposed to be doing. So for example, this game like was fine. I would find the pink Cactuars, but the bummer thing is it was like didn't tell you or communicate very well that you had to like have a certain zoom.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever run into that where it was like
where it's like zoom into exactly 70% or something, and you're like, it's in the frame. You just told me to take the picture. Like,
and I had no idea like how to do that. And sometimes you'd be too close to the pink Cactuar, like you'd be like physically standing too close. So if you wanted to zoom, it wouldn't let you zoom into 70%. It would only let you zoom into like 30%. So I'm like, okay.
And you'd have to like get out of it and back up manually.
But I'm like, okay, I'm backing up, zooming in, and I would just keep doing these things, and it was so frustrating.
It was annoying.
I don't know how to do this.
You were not a fan, yeah.
It was kind of annoying, and like mini games that let you go and explore Costa del Sol, fun. But if they get tedious, and if it's like you're just looking for that one thing, and you're not actually interacting with the people around you, then it's not as exciting. So yeah, I think this was like one of my least favorites.
The entire photography, like sub thing in this game is annoying. Like going to these vantage points, and it's for what? Like, what's the purpose? And also, this game is only on a PlayStation. Why do you not have A7 3s and 4s and 5s as your camera in the game?
Oh, like a really fancy camera?
Well, Sony specifically.
Yeah, it's Sony branded
because
camera.
you're playing on a Sony console.
Oh, touche. I didn't even make the connection. Yeah, that's right.
Like,
that's the camera I'm using right now.
It's annoying to me in general, this photography thing. And I realized that it was like kind of popular from coming over from 15, right? And they were like, oh yeah, you enjoyed
15 did it good.
Yeah.
It was part of Prompto.
But that's an example of doing it well. It's like there's this photo mini game, and like every time when you go to bed, when you're done camping, you get to see the pictures, you get to pick your favorite one. That was good implementation of photography. This is a bad implementation.
This was annoying.
Yeah.
Ernest, did you do any of the quests where you would go to a photo location somewhere in the exploration areas and try to take a picture?
I did like 1 or 2 of them. So when I tell you that I slowed down because I'm doing everything, I lied. I'm doing everything but the photography ones. Because I don't care about those at all.
Okay.
I'm talking about, I'm doing all the stuff Chodley wants me to do.
Chadley.
That's what I'm doing. Like, if I happen to be near it doing something else, I will take the picture But otherwise, I'm not going out of my way to go look for it.
So I didn't love the mechanics of the Cactuar minigame, the photo minigame either. But I didn't get as annoyed. I actually found it kind of fun. I don't know. It didn't bother me to like use the map to find the Cactuars because some of them were hidden a little bit. And then when I found them, I was like, I gotcha. And I felt like so satisfied.
I also didn't like the decoys. That was annoying.
Oh, that's
too.
true. They were.
Oh, the decoys were so obnoxious.
Okay, seriously. Where the hell are these Cactuars?
Get rid of those. Like that, I was not. It's like, you told me to take pictures of Cactuars. You don't tell me specifically they have to be pink Cactuars. You just say Cactuars. That's a Cactuar, or at least a cactus with a Cactuar face or whatever. Like that should count, or else get rid of it because it's dumb. Yeah.
But it wasn't the Anime Beach episode Cactuar, the Costa del Sol Cactuar.
Right. But I will say that I thought that the moments with the middle manager, Shinra guy, were actually kind of funny and entertaining.
Yeah, he's cool.
They were over the top, of course, these moments, but it's that stupidly fun theme again. The guy is even referred to in the game as the middle manager. Like that's his name.
Yep.
Yeah, which is like a very like culturally appropriate thing. And I watched like one or two other YouTubers like, recaps of it. And I remember one of them saying, yeah, the Shinra middle manager, he's a really decent guy. He's a nice guy. He just works for a crappy company. And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. That's par for the course.
Global corporations or anything. Yeah. I even thought that the conclusion with him was kind of sweet.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the manager guy asks if he can send the photos home to his wife and daughter. I mean, he doesn't need to ask permission, so that was incoherent. But whatever. He asks if he can to show that they're always in his thoughts.
I really needed this. Can't lift my family's spirits if I can't lift my own.
And then his phone rings and it's his job, like demanding his time again. And he rushes off right in business mode. But there are some like wholesome lessons to be learned in that little side quest, which was kind of sweet. I don't know.
Let me point out one very wholesome lesson that I wish more people would acknowledge, I should say. The reason he asked for permission to send those photos back home was because he didn't take them. Therefore, they're not his intellectual property.
He did take them.
Not all of them.
Well, they both had to take all the pictures.
Yeah.
That's why this game is incoherent as Costa del Amor, because you can play it totally solo. You don't need somebody else to take pictures. Like you take the same pictures.
That's all true. It's definitely a forced thing in general. This entire like
I would call it stupid.
Costa del Amor. And of the mini games, this was my least favorite for sure.
Gotcha. Oh, and it is worth noting though. So actually, Spencer, I don't know that you've run into this yet. And Ernest, you haven't because you haven't gotten to this chapter. So for all those listening who have done all the side quests later in the game, you know that the same middle manager shows up again in an even bigger and more ridiculous way.
Yeah, I watched you play it.
You helped me with that quest, actually, so you remember it. So this isn't the only time that we see him, but we'll get into that later.
Now, the one question I do have, and I thought about it for a second when we ran into him here, but I thought, no, I'm just misremembering it.
Remake?
He seemed a lot like the one in Remake that was on the train.
I think it is the same guy.
You're totally right. I didn't know that. That'd be cool.
I think it's the same guy. He's got better animation here, but I'm pretty sure it's the same middle manager that we see on the train, and I think we see him in the Shinra building possibly too.
Is that the guy that gets up on the train like on chapter 3 or whatever, and he's like, you ruffians.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah, you bunch of degenerates and you don't understand.
That would be cool.
We will not submit to intimidation or violence, but work together for peace and prosperity. That is how civilized people change the world.
That's right.
That is the Shinra Creed.
I'll go back and look.
I feel like it was him, but I wasn't sure, and I was like,
it is him.
I think I'm just misremembering this. But
I'm going to believe that it's him because I like that.
Because it's nice, yeah. And then when I show the B-roll, it's like some guy with like a beard.
It's not him at all.
It's like not.
No, but yeah, he was like so upset because like to him, they were literally like degenerates that had gotten on the train.
Yeah.
And you know, I feel like there's so much social commentary in this like game series.
So much.
Like this is exactly.
Just around him.
Yeah, but like this reminds me so much of like how here in the Bay Area, we have the BART train, right? And like you get on the BART train and this happens all the time. Like you've literally got people in business attire or whatever who are going into work. At least this used to be the case, you know, before COVID in San Francisco. And then you have like normal people and then you have like degenerates, for, you know, lack of a better phrase. And so like that's what he was like trying to call us out as degenerates being on this train, right? And I was like, whatever. And then Barret was like starting to mouth off with him and Cloud was like, hey, shut it. Like we don't need anybody knowing we're here.
I've got this giant sword and this gun arm.
He's like, calm it down. You're going to draw attention. Not like they don't already know we're were on this train, there's surveillance everywhere, right?
Yeah.
But it was also like, I feel like the Robe guys also carry this like social commentary. Like everyone treats them like homeless people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
they do.
Those robed people are a little different, right? And they've kind of been creeping the other guests out.
I mean, look at their clothes. They kill the vibe. So, if you could get them out of here, we'd be so grateful.
You know, get out of here. You're creeping everybody out. And so, like, there's like multiple layers being built into this game.
Yep.
And so, yeah, every time I see something like that, I'm like, wait, wasn't that the same guy in the train in Remake?
I think it was.
I don't know. Maybe.
The viewers will know by this point because we will see the scenes.
Yep. Yep.
We all have to follow our conscience, don't we?
So, okay, what did you guys think about Run Wild?
So,
the game that you play in Costa del Amor as an animal.
I renamed that Barket League.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, Barket League. Okay, so you guys are saying Rocket League, like it's very Rocket League-esque. I've never played that game. What is that game?
Spencer, you're the expert on it. I've played it once or twice, and I was like, not my cup of tea.
Rocket League is soccer, big giant balls that you run the cars into.
Yeah, the cars. Okay, Dallin, my brother Dallin played
Dallin
that.
plays it. I played it with Dallin.
I've seen that. Okay.
Yeah, and it's like literally.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
You can speed boost into the ball. You just run into it, right?
Yeah.
This has a little different mechanics. You can kind of do like a flip and kick it, but Rocket League has all this. Rocket League's way more advanced. But it's funny because like you can just look at all these mini games and say, oh, that's this, that's this, that's this.
Yeah, like they're carrying it over and retheming it.
It's so much fan service to all these different games, right? It's all in there.
Well, yeah, and they take inspiration from it because I can't imagine doing all these mini games on top of the game that we're playing. But
yeah,
I kind of liked it because I kind of knew the mechanics. I got the idea. And it's like, okay, you learn that, oh, the red ball has to go in the red gate and the yellow gate, and this is a black one. I got a little confused and frustrated. I get confused and frustrated at the mini games because whenever the game feels like it's not communicating me what I'm supposed to be doing, I get frustrated.
You should play the original 7. Original 7's mini games are like they just throw you in the mini game and then like you're like, what the heck am I supposed to do? You have no idea.
Like the old school JRPGs told you nothing.
Yes, that's
you
true.
literally had to figure everything out. At least now there's some sort of like an indication of where you're supposed to go next, right?
Yeah, and they did a pretty good job. You know, it's color coded, so it's fine.
Yeah,
like it progressively gets a little harder. First, you can just hit the balls into the gates, and then they're like, oh, now we're gonna have some little bars that come up, and we're gonna make it a little more challenging. This one you have to lob up into, and you get to run around as red.
I didn't play Rocket League at all. I know the game now that you mentioned. I've seen you play it.
Yeah.
And so for me, this game was fine. I don't think it was developed particularly poorly. It just wasn't my favorite type of game, like personal preference wise.
Yeah.
The first time that I played it, I got 3rd place both times, which is lame because the lowest you can get is 4th place. And then the 3rd time I got 1st place, and I can't remember if I got 1st place because I got better at the game or because I gave you the controller and was like, do this. I'm sick of this. I don't want to deal with this.
You were upset and you gave it to me and I kind of showed you how to do it, but I think you did it yourself because it was that same thing of the game not communicating what you were supposed to do. And then I was like, oh, you do this. And then you were like, okay.
The saving grace was at the end, Red got to eat the food.
He did eat the food. That was kind of cute.
So I was happy about that.
And he was like legitimately excited.
Oh, he was loving it.
It was the finest meat I have ever tasted.
And we've only seen Stoic Red up until this point still.
Right.
So to see Stoic Red get excited about eating a plate of meat is like, oh, that's kind of fun.
So I didn't particularly enjoy this game, but I didn't hate it. So I would rank it above the camera thing, but below the other two.
Okay, so it's like a chair for you.
I would say like my favorite was obviously the Queen's Blood one. Second was the shooting arcade. That's very close for me because like growing up in Texas, when we had carnivals, there was always one of those things.
Yeah, shooter.
Then
game.
the Barket League is probably 3rd, and last is the stupid Polaroid Fest.
Yeah, one thing I will say about this though is that Chapter 5 was a big tonal shift because it was a Queen's Blood tournament. It was mostly just playing Queen's Blood, but it still let you have some combat, right?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of combat later in this chapter as well, but not very much. Like there's no leveling up, there's no going anywhere. So it's like
like literally at the very end.
It's just mini games.
Mini games, the most of the chapter.
And Beachwear.
Which is like fun. Like I like when games switch up mechanics. Right?
I do too. I like diversity in play.
Yeah, exactly. Give you a little bit of a breather room from just like, if you're just grinding for levels the entire game and you're doing the same, like, oh, this is my materia, this is what I want to do.
But I feel like the mini games play out better when it's like you're playing the normal game and then you have a mini game instead of like, okay, now here's a forced cluster.
Yeah, it's too much.
Of all these games that you have to do to progress. You know what I mean? Like to me,
right.
It was fine. I didn't hate it. I know some people really hated the mini games, but I didn't hate them. They were fine. I still had fun. it didn't make it my favorite chapter.
I mean, I was pretty close to hating the camera one. If it wasn't for the fact that I found them all online and did them all in like 2 minutes, I probably would have hated it because I would have been spending an hour or two looking for 2 stupid pictures, and that would have been annoying.
Fair enough. Hey. Online is nice. I used to buy the strategy guides for all the old school games, so I own all the book strategy guides, right? I think Brady Games.
Was it Prisma Games
There's
or Brady?
Brady Games.
Brady and Prisma both did official strategy guides.
Oh, I didn't get the Prisma ones, I don't think, but I have them all, I thought.
Yeah.
But I would do that so that I could 100% the games, just because I'm a completionist. Nowadays,
it's built into the games.
You just have to Google something. I like push pause, and they're significantly easier now, like to figure out where to go. Back then, there were times we were like totally lost. So you're like, what am I supposed to do? And you have to look it up somewhere.
You needed
the
it.
internet wasn't a thing. Yeah, that's how old we are. So there were a few other side missions or games that you can do before everyone goes down to the beach. So for instance, when you go into the big hotel with Tifa, that's when you're roped into playing a piano concert in the lobby. So how'd you do on the piano concert? Did you both do it?
I did it.
Yeah, I also did it. I like that you get to see the reoccurring characters. You have Madame M there, and she gives you like a little hand blessing for Tifa's little, like it's like a reference to, they reference it in chapter 3.
Enough for her standard course twice, right?
Her what now?
And then it's like she's there on the boat, and then she's like here, and then like there's
it's
even like a little graphic
like come out of it.
her hand.
Yeah, it's stupidly fun. It's so dumb.
Yeah, I mean I like that stuff because it's like good to see the characters that we grew to love, like from Wall Market and Remake.
Yeah,
and Andrea Rodea's there too, so it's just kind of like a fun thing. It's funny that they picked Tifa, but she's like, "You're like a strong fighter. Like let me like help your hands, like so you play the piano."
Yeah.
And Tifa says, "Yeah, I play the piano."
You've played the piano before. That much is obvious.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I did take some lessons when I was a kid, but that was ages ago.
I don't want to hear excuses. I want to hear you playing the goddamn piano.
She has a piano in the original game. The piano's in her house, right?
Right, so it's appropriate that she'd be the one to play. It's funny because you can toggle between the characters, right? So when you're Cloud, you're only Cloud. But when you're running around with Tifa and Aerith...
Yeah, be Aerith or Tifa. But it's always Tifa who plays the concert.
Right. I was running around as Aerith. I wasn't running around as Tifa.
I was too at that point.
Aerith will literally go up to the piano and then all of a sudden it just switched and then Tifa comes in from frame and then she sits down on the piano, which is hilarious.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I do have a small tactical question though, and this doesn't really matter, but Andrea, so the main performer from the Honeybee Inn, right, in Remake, so he greets Tifa in the hotel in this scene as though they know each other.
Hello, Tifa.
But have the two of them actually met before? So in Remake, it was Cloud and Aerith, not Tifa, who went to the Honeybee Inn. So my only thought was, did they play each other in Queen's Blood on the ship in Chapter 5 or something?
I imagine it's there.
Or maybe we just assume.
Well, Tifa owns a bar in Sector 7 slums and Wall Market's in Sector 5. Like, I imagine that the slums, like, they get to know each other.
But, like, Andrea going into Seventh Heaven, no. Not a thing.
Maybe that's not true, but I feel like they're both in the they're underneath the plates.
So maybe it's just assumed that they know each other.
Or on the boat, right? Because they were all on the boat together.
Right, that's what I asked. Like, did they play each other on the boat?
They could have, yeah.
Maybe. The piano thing was interesting to me. It was really hard. At least for me, with a controller, I wish I could have plugged in like a little MIDI piano or something to do
Yeah,
it.
but then it would have been super easy.
Well, for some of us, right? But not everybody. So I struggled with it, but I got it done. And then the other thing was the story around the piano thing.
Okay.
That was like very
Incoherent?
Cool. No, I liked it.
You guys always disagree.
The note I have here was I loved how the piano side quest was about saving the pianist's relationship with his partner.
I received word from the pianist who eloped. He and his partner left for a place where nothing can come between the two of them ever again. It seems your performance didn't just save the hotel's reputation. It also saved a relationship.
Yeah, I thought that was dumb. Because how does it save the relationship? Because she goes in and plays one song and their relationship is saved. Like, I thought that was just over the top. And
I don't know, but I thought it was cool. I was like, well,
I'm all about saving relationships, but actually do something to save a relationship. Like, it just...
I mean, music speaks to the soul. That's what happened here.
But they weren't even in the building. Like,
I know. It was just funny that was a story, and I was like, that's pretty cool.
I like the intention. I just don't like the execution.
The thing I really love is like whoever is not just voicing, but like acting the Andrea character, like they are just so dramatic. Like they're so into that character.
Which is what he needs to be.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it fits him.
Whoever's voice acting it and like the animation department or whatever, like they've nailed that character so well.
They do.
Yeah, he's entertaining and super fun.
Oh yeah. I just laugh every time I encounter him. I'm like, wow, here we go again. He's like a diva.
Oh, he rules.
Yeah.
He's the best part of Remake. The Honeybee
Inn is so good.
The whole dance routine.
He's awesome.
And like just how like Cloud participates in and they dress him up like a girl and he does not want to dress up like a girl. And like the whole thing is just so good.
Yeah, Andrea's just one of those people who like they know who they are and they own it.
Yeah, he rules.
Right?
Love Andrea.
Totally.
He is what he is and who he is and he just owns it. And like when he performs, like you can tell like he's just into it.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, this character's great. Whereas the madam, on the other hand, she's kind of weird in a way. I don't know.
I think she's, well, so I wasn't into the whole like innuendos with the hand massage and Remake. I thought that was dumb. But her voice actor is actually pretty good. She's one of the strongest females in Remake, at least.
Oh, yeah. Her voice acting's excellent. The character is just like...
Seems classic Japanese.
Sus.
It's
That's what
sus.
that is. Nice. She's sus. Yeah.
I don't think any of us can say sus legitimately.
If you were to patronize her establishment, there's a chance you could end up in jail as part of a sting operation kind of thing.
Yeah, it does feel that way. Like it's shady.
Super shady. She's very like pulled in, whereas Andrea's the opposite. He's just all out there.
Yeah, but I like that they're friends and they hang out together.
Yeah. They're super tight, obviously.
Yeah, so when it comes to the piano mini game for me, so I really enjoyed it. I would probably say that it's my favorite mini game of Chapter 6, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite too.
Yeah, and then my second favorite would probably be the Queen's Blood challenges.
Yeah.
So the song that we play here in this chapter for the piano is Tifa's theme. Which has its tricky moments, but it's not impossible. And then we're allowed to actually practice beforehand. So I practiced twice. The first time I got a C rank, practiced again, got a B rank, and then I did the performance for an A rank.
Oh, her fingers danced upon the keys.
So I increased like a letter rank with each attempt, which tells me that it's not like this impossible song to play. And if you get an A rank or above, you get a bunch of praise from Andrea and the hotel attendant.
Until then, my liberators of love.
Ernest, you said that you had to do it a few times. Did you have to get an A rank to get that?
I don't know, but I did practice, and I practiced it more than twice. I'm just going to say that. I don't know how many times I practiced, but it was quite a few. And then I went and did it and got an A rank on it. And for me, right, and I realized that for some people this might have been easy. I struggled to get that A. Like I earned that A and I earned the praise for it. And it wasn't because it was so incredibly difficult. It was because I had to do both left and right hands on the two sticks.
Yeah, that makes it trickier. They do introduce that.
That was the hard part.
Yeah, and this is the first time we get to play Tifa's sheet music too, because in the demo you got to play Tifa's sheet music for fun in Tifa's house, but then when they actually released the regular game, you didn't have any sheet music when you went into that.
Yeah, it wasn't there.
So this is the first time we actually see it.
Yeah,
so I think it's fun because it's challenging. It's super unique controls. It's some weird tempo stuff, I'm not gonna lie, that I'm like still trying to figure out. You almost have to hit the joystick slightly before the note hits the beat.
Yeah, it's definitely a little off. That was one of the challenging parts, is like it wasn't precise, the control.
Right. But it's fun once you master it. And some of the songs later are crazy hard.
Yeah. It bums me out because you cannot miss a single note in order to get S rank.
Right. You have to get a perfect score.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not get that.
Which drives me nuts because like the completionist, I'm like, give me like
I know.
one or two notes just so I don't have to, because I'm sitting there trying to do it. I'm like, whatever, A rank, A's fine.
I felt the same way on later songs, especially. Yeah.
S is literally like you're a Liberace sitting at that piano. Like, you can't mess up even once.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's fine. Like on a real piano, that's great. But when you're learning this new mini game, again, it's the mechanics. You're like, I swear I'm doing it right, but it's like, am I not? The tempo or whatever.
That's how I felt with a later side quest game. Was it sit-ups?
Oh, sit-ups that was hard.
Yeah, but that's a different chapter. Yep. I felt that way with sit-ups.
Yeah.
Okay, so did either of you guys do the side mission called Wheelie Rendezvous? So this is the one where you put all of the different colored, like stray segues back into their corresponding colored mats.
I did that one.
Yeah,
Yep.
So this whole quest kicks off by running into some like redheaded girl named Jenny.
Yes.
Right? Who apparently has a mad crush on Johnny.
Right.
Which I can understand that. Johnny's actually pretty cool. I'd probably have a crush on him.
Who then has a mad crush on Tifa.
Right, who has a mad crush on Tifa.
And so we've set up a second triangle over here.
evil.
Yes.
But then like Jenny, she turns out to be like this total brat. Like she
Yeah.
she completely insults Tifa out of jealousy, like assuming that like Johnny and Tifa have this like romantic relationship or something like that.
What a disappointment. See, I was expecting someone very different. Someone metropolitan and chic who lights up every room she walks into. I have no idea what he sees in you.
Then throughout these interactions with Jenny, Tifa remains super ultra kind and like unthreatened.
You don't have to please everyone you meet.
I know, but I still feel like I owe it to Johnny. So I figure maybe if I do this for Jenny, I'll have given him back something. Or maybe I just want peace of mind.
Which demonstrates both her empathetic nature along with her like simultaneously ability to shrug off the small stuff and not get offended, which I think are good qualities. Not always the most realistic reactions in terms of how human beings are, but
yeah,
you know, I think it's cool that they make her this way because she's not offended even when offense is intended. Because I think that most girls, even if they had a good heart, would be taken aback by Jenny's brassness and they like maybe would clam up or not know what to say, but maybe that's kind of the point. It seems like the writers are really wanting to put Tifa on this like kindness pedestal above most real life humans.
Stop being so nice. I can't take it.
And I don't mind that.
Yeah, that'd be cool if she was kind to Cloud.
Even like by like
I'll get into it later. It's fine.
I think she's kind to him, but
no, she's not.
They need to talk.
She lies to him and gaslights him into all these things. Oh, you actually weren't there.
Yeah, but that's part of her passive side, right? So she's got like, but yeah, okay, yeah, that comes into play more. But I do like that kind of characterization is shown in this game as something that people should strive to be. Like, I like that part about it, right? And I will say that the voice acting throughout these little scenes was not great for the characters. But there was a quick dialogue moment I wanted to mention because it was a little bit odd to me. So after Jenny insults Tifa and Aerith like calls her out on it as being rude.
Excuse me? Stow the tood.
Tifa then calms Aerith by saying that she gets this all the time.
It's fine. I get this all the time.
And that makes me ask, like, gets what all the time? Like, lots of people express
everyone's jealous.
Jealousy to you? I think that's what she's going for. Or is it you get a lot of Johnny-specific jealousy that leads to insults, or people just randomly insult you all the time for whatsoever? So it seemed a little weird to me because if she's referring to people being jealous of her looks and abilities all the time, which it seems that's what she's trying to say, then it's more of a humble brag to say that you get that all the time, right?
That's some kind of humble brag.
And Tifa's not a humble brag kind of person, so I probably would have rewritten that line a little bit differently as part of the localization team to give the same point across. But I was just like, wait, small moment, but every dialogue line is put into this game deliberately, and I like to decipher why and if that why was justified.
If I had to be gracious again to the writers here, I would say it's because she is part owner and works in a bar and is probably constantly getting crap thrown at her, customer abuse or whatever.
I can totally see that.
I can see that.
That probably makes sense. You get a lot of guys going in probably flirting with Tifa, being like, hey, I get it a lot.
Not even just the flirting, but once people become inebriated, they start acting,
crazy.
Sure.
Yeah.
But usually then it's a problem with guys fawning all over and saying stupid crap, not like jealous women.
Sure.
I mean, yeah.
Anyway, back in this quest, so Tifa wins Jenny over in the end with kindness. And the lesson of the story highlights another wholesome message. So I like these wholesome messages they're putting in this game, especially in these little side quests. And that wholesome message is that you can right more wrongs with kindness than you can with like getting offended and seeking retribution, right? So while the scenes here weren't my favorite, I like the message that they were going for.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all the mini games and side missions I could find at this point in the game. But before we change into Beachwear, Ernest, I wanted to ask if you remembered a specific moment in a scene around this time. So in our chapter 4 discussion where James was with us, right? We talked about how Aerith was overheard in the inn and under Junon talking to some unknown high-pitched male voice.
It was like they were sucking them straight out of my head.
Do you remember that? But then this low-pitched red walked out of the room and we never found out who Aerith was talking to in that chapter. So in this chapter, at Johnny's Seaside Inn, the same thing happens with
again.
Aerith. Yeah, so Aerith finishes her shower, and as she finishes, we hear that same high-pitched male voice again.
Thanks for keeping watch. I'll only be a sec.
Take your time.
And this time we see Red's like flame tail moving around, but we don't actually see who is talking, and it feels so random and confusing in the moment, although it is answered later in the game. So you remember that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, if you're in chapter 10, you probably know the answer to the high-pitched voice. I don't want to give it away.
I might.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
It's not coming to like mind immediately, but yeah, I'm well into chapter 10. So if this has already happened, then did it happen? Is the answer to it in chapter 10?
Yes.
9 is Gongaga, right?
Yes.
So then 10, it's through 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then I am past that point where like we finally find out that.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So did you have a realization moment as to what this scene was?
No, I didn't even link the two together.
Gotcha.
And honestly, I'm still not convinced they're even related.
Okay. Well, that'll bring up some interesting conversation for later for sure, because I got lots of opinions there.
Yeah.
So Aerith is talking to this voice or whatever, but then once that's done, she comes out and she starts speaking with Red. They have this conversation that's like very plot heavy. And this is something I wanted to go over a little bit.
I can't remember what they said.
They're talking about the materia that Aerith has. We see it early on in the game when we have that prologue with Zack and maybe his timeline, right, when it falls out of Aerith's bow. So every time she has a bow in her hair, she's always tying the white materia back behind her braid. And they're talking about the whispers at the end of Remake.
Yeah,
and they're saying, like, these memories are gone or something.
Every time the whispers touch me, I lose something, a part of myself.
And it's all tied into Aerith's materia and how it's lost its color. She's like, what color would you say this is? And he says, none.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like nothing,
It has
right?
no color or something like that.
It has no color.
Yeah.
What color would you say this is?
None?
Thing is, it used to be white.
And it's implying that when whatever happened with destroying Fate, like changed the materia, so it's no longer the white materia. And I have notes written down. I was like, memory stolen by whispers. What's happening? This is kind of a theme that goes on throughout the game, but it's like, Square, you better make this make sense. Because
make it make sense.
Like,
this is another one of the things I'm talking about, that I swear they're going to lean into some kind of alternate universe colliding type thing, and this is part of that. Like the two are merging.
Well, whatever they choose,
Yeah.
it needs to make sense and it needs to be answered.
Yeah.
Like, don't pose the question and then assume that it's because of fantasy.
Listen, they already promised that they're going to deliver. Okay,
they promise it's going to be the best game ever made.
It's going to be the perfect game that exceeds everyone's expectations.
But that's my thing.
I hope that's true. I hope that's true.
But
I really do.
This is my issue, right? Because like you have people on YouTube and doing these fan theories, and it's fun. I get that. But they keep opening up these boxes of like these mystery boxes of like, you better answer these questions. And I think it's cool because it's kind of playing off of the same things that happened through Remake. And I hope that they do answer the questions. But there's a lot of times I wrote down in my notes, I said, we've already had like moments like this 3 times and I still have no idea what's happening.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm getting more confused. I like these little like Easter eggs, or not Easter eggs, but these little points of like mystery. But I'm like, you better make this make sense, Square.
Yeah, when you start just getting questions and questions and questions and no answers, then you start to question whether or not they're going to actually be able to answer all of those in the 3rd installment. So from a writing perspective, if you're going to have a trilogy or a series of TV episodes or whatever, the best way to keep people on board when it comes to questions and answers is to ask questions that make people want to know. And then as you get to the end of the 1st installment, you answer a couple small ones, you know, but you still leave bigger ones hanging on.
Yeah, or hint to something.
Or hint.
Yeah, that there's like, give you a little slice of like, okay, that's maybe what they're talking about.
Like, it's good to keep developing more questions in your audience, but you have to start answering a few to give people some payoffs so they don't feel like the 3rd installment is just going to be a big disaster fest. Because what happened, I don't know if you remember the series on TV called Lost. Lost started out asking all these really interesting questions. Anybody who watched Lost. But then they just, as they kept going, they just kept asking and posing more and more questions. And so then it gets to the finale and everybody, dumbly, I knew this wasn't going to be the case because you don't have enough time to answer all of those questions in a single finale, right? But a lot of people were like, oh, we're going to get the answers to our questions. And then they had the episode and answered no questions. And everybody was so mad. And I feel like oftentimes Final Fantasy is at risk of falling into that. Not just 7, the remake series, but like Final Fantasies in general, where they just keep posing questions. And then at the end, they don't put a bow on it. And they don't answer any really along the way. Now, 7 Original did answer some along the way, which I liked. But they still left a lot of unanswered questions, even at the end of 7 Original. Like, if you want to dive into like all the extra lore books and stuff, you can get the answers. But
just watch Advent Children. You're fine.
Oh my gosh, that made me suck.
It's apparent to me that a lot of people never watched the X-Files. Because that entire series was predicated on unlimited amount of questions that are never going to be answered.
Sure.
But that's different because that's kind of the purpose of X-Files.
Yeah, that's what you're there for. Like, aliens are mysterious.
Is that it's all a mystery, and we are humans trying to solve the mystery. But they're still answering questions about relationships, about people on Earth and what they're doing. Like, they're still tying up the ends of these individual stories, which is not what's really happening in this case. They're just posing more and more questions.
Right. Like, I don't mind if there's scenes of like misdirection or even
totally
kind of the playful nature that they're going about telling this.
Yeah.
But this is just another time. This is an instance when I'm like, they're making me say, okay, I'm confused. Please make this make sense.
Yeah.
But
well, ambiguity is the enemy of storytelling. When I was in film school, that's what I heard over and over again. Ambiguity is the enemy of storytelling. It's okay to have questions. It's okay to wonder what's going on. But when you get too ambiguous for too long, people throw their hands in the air and they're like, this is stupid.
Sure.
Because they don't know what's going on at all. When you can't coherently follow a storyline, which I would actually say the end of this second installment kind of goes in that direction where I was like, I don't know what's happening. I'm super confused. That's not a good place to put your viewers or the gamers in.
Right.
If you want to tell a coherent story. So they have a big responsibility to meet that perfect game bar that they've established because they have a ton to tie up.
Yeah.
We will answer every question.
That's what they said. They will answer every question.
Okay, so,
They've never done that in Final Fantasy.
Let's put it this way. In the 2020s, if you want to put it that way, they now have the tools available to them to actually deliver that.
No. They had the tools. A pen and a paper is the tools to answer all those questions.
Yeah, it's just pen and paper. That's the thing. It has nothing to do with production cost. It's everything to do with the writers and the correct story coming together. And that's so cheap and so easy. And if they can't ace that, then they shouldn't go into production.
I think they have the ability to do it now.
But did they not have it then?
I feel like the 90s and even earlier than that, and even I think even into the early 2000s, there were a lot of gaps in tooling for all this kind of stuff.
In writing?
All over the place. Writing, production, graphics, just a lot of things that they didn't have the tool sets to the extent that they can do today.
Sure.
Right?
I don't think that matters for story.
Now, you can also say like, well, if you just take purely the story, like, okay, well, that's literally pen and paper and that's been around for hundreds, thousands of years, right? But I think there's more to it than just that. There's a lot of work involved in taking what's on a pen and paper and putting it into a media format.
Yeah.
A ton of work between those two, right?
And let alone an interactive media format.
Yes, there is a lot of work there.
Right. And I think the tool sets now are significantly more robust than what they had 20 years ago.
As a filmmaker, right? If you're a game developer, I assume it's the same. Don't write story elements you cannot afford to answer. Right. So like most of my life, I was a low budget filmmaker because I didn't have huge investors and, executive producers. And so I would never write questions that could only be answered in big budget ways. Right? You just write a script that falls within the reality of the scope of the project.
So you weren't Michael Bay.
Yeah, well, Michael Bay has those investors, and he should not because he is not a good storyteller. But
explosion.
I attended a dinner in Hollywood with him where they gave him an award, and the only adjective they could use when they introduced him and his work before he came up to get their award was exciting. His work is exciting. They couldn't say it was good. They couldn't say it was cinematography masterpieces.
That's funny.
Anyway,
we're so much better than him.
No, right? I'm so much better than Michael Bay.
He ruined Transformers. Thank you.
Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, he did.
But as far as I'm concerned, Ninja Turtles, whatever's out there now, it doesn't exist to me.
Yeah.
The 80s were the peak.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm very hopeful that they're going to ace it in the end.
Yeah.
I'm just so cautious because of what they've done to me with so many of the endings of all the Final Fantasies up until this point.
I will actually be upset if they don't nail it on this one, not because it's 7. I will be upset because I will be concerned about what they're going to do with 6 Remake.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
when
yeah.
they do it. See, the silver lining for me is that the fact that they're talking about answering questions is that at least they have
that's
publicly
good.
stated that they're going to try. Maybe they're not going to work at it, but like they know that there's some type of pressure on them.
I'm not saying they watch this podcast, okay? But there have been a lot of questions.
Yeah.
But they're acknowledging that people have questions.
Yeah, that's
which
good.
is something that we don't always see because we never see these games broken up in 3s like this, right? So they just start and end and assume that we're going to get
That's
it, and
it,
we
yeah.
don't, and then we're confused. But here they're actually getting audience feedback.
In 14, they actually made a song called Questions.
Which song was that?
And it's all about questions. So,
all right.
So
I don't know about that one.
What?
You didn't know that?
And now
I need to
Jolie
look that up.
herself has a question about
a question. Which song is that?
I was like, wait a minute. I was like, aren't you two playing 14 all the
I
time?
love 14.
I don't know the names of the songs.
Oh, no. Sorry. The song is actually named, I think it's named Answers, not Questions.
Oh. See,
Jolie
that's what
would
they
be-
need to be playing over and over again as they're finishing
writing.
up the 3rd installment. My gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But anyway, okay. And then there's another discovery that you can complete that gives a little bit of a foreshadowing as to what's coming up later in this chapter. And it's accomplished when you visit the helipad in the upper level of Costa del Sol and you find Johnny there and he's carrying some Shinra luggage.
Yep.
For some special Shinra guest who has just landed in the helicopter and already made off for the hotel. And when we ask Johnny why he's carrying the Shinra luggage, he gets all defensive and like shameful in a sort of way. And he demands that he's like not a sellout working to help Shinra.
Don't look at me like that. I'm not some sellout.
Because remember, Johnny came from Sector 7 in Midgar, which was deliberately shunned and then completely destroyed by those of whom he carries the luggage for, right? So
Yeah.
you can understand the shame there. Although it's hard to say if he would know that, since everyone who survived was clearly lied to about what really happened. But he clearly at least always knew that Shinra were the bad guys. Anyway, he runs off and we get credit for the Where's Johnny discovery. So there was a discovery there. And if you listen to the NPCs in this area, they talk about how the Shinra bigwig who got off this helicopter was wearing white.
I wonder what kind of guy this bigwig is.
Maybe he's a silver fox. Close. He wears white.
And this made me wonder if it was Rufus at this point.
Because he wears.
Yeah, because not only does Rufus wear white, but because in original Final Fantasy VII, it's actually Rufus who's in the helicopter at Costa del Sol. He actually takes a helicopter out of Costa del Sol, though. And this is a good moment to actually take a look back at original Final Fantasy VII and see what's different with these scenes in general. And I can tell you right now, there are a lot of differences. So in Chapter 4, they really started to carve their own path. Right? Chapter 5 had a lot of its own path card with some similarities. Chapter 6 is very different than the original game. So in original 7, everyone gets off the ship at the very beginning of this like chapter area. They get off the ship in Costa del Sol and they decide to just take a break. That's their justification. They're just going to take a break before continuing after Sephiroth. And then Tifa like announces she's going swimming and she just ditches the group and books it out of the screen, which I think is so funny. She's like, I'm going swimming. And then she runs away.
She's like, I've had enough of this. I'm out.
Yeah. And then when you talk to some of the ship's crew, you learn that someone from Shinra is visiting Costa del Sol on business any moment now. And then once we walk off the screen, we see a little polygon cutscene of the Shinra helicopter and it is funny. It's like bouncing up and down. And it flies and then it lands on the nearby helipad. But then Rufus and Heidegger walk off the ship.
Okay.
Because remember, in the original game, they were on the ship with all of us, right? They took the ship, where it is in Rebirth, Rufus stayed back in Junon, right? So in the original game, the Shinra helicopter is landing so that it can pick up President Rufus and bring him away from Costa del Sol, not so it can bring a Shinra person to Costa del Sol. So big difference there.
Gotcha.
And then, while a Shinra helicopter does land at the beach town in Rebirth, its purpose in this particular game is to bring a Shinra official there rather than take one away. And later we discover that Shinra official who does visit is totally not the one we saw here in the original game either. So all of that is different. And let me just clarify that none of these changes really bother me at this point, because to be honest, I don't have a problem with changes from the original game as long as those changes make things better, right? It's changes that make things worse that I have a problem with. And there are some of those worth discussing in later chapters, but so far I'm pretty on board with the changes. But another interesting thing about the original game is that before Rufus departs on the helicopter, he totally berates Heidegger for letting Sephiroth and Cloud and his party all get away after being stowaways on the ship.
Interesting.
Yeah, he like berates him, like yells at him, to which Heidegger says he feels totally ashamed. So it makes him feel shame. And it just goes back to what we said before in earlier discussions about Rufus being a lot more black and white and villainous in Original 7, where he belittles his top officials while casually flipping his hair. Whereas in Rebirth, he's much more calculating. He's much more of like this professional leader of a mega corporation with a lot more gray zone in his character that makes him much more interesting.
Cool. Yeah.
But then Rufus goes off in the helicopter and Heidegger gets all pissed off. And he literally runs and he pushes each ship crew guy he can find into the ocean.
That rules. That would have been awesome in Rebirth.
I know. I'm sad that we didn't get to see that.
That's awesome.
Totally not politically cautious like he is in Rebirth, but hilarious nonetheless.
That's interesting.
As for the design of Costa del Sol itself as a town, it's a similar comparison to Rebirth as other towns, right? So in Rebirth, it's clearly this bustling vacation town filled with this energetic like vibe and these beachgoers who are all taking a break from their lives for a little relaxation. It's a pretty sprawling town with multiple inns, vendors, minigames, and hundreds of these like background NPCs with individual personalities. And I love that.
Oh crap! Oh crap! I've never done this before!
Every town is like that. Like there's so many NPCs. They all feel so full. The vibe is upbeat, it's superficial, just like one might expect from a vacation beach town, right? Remember the language you were saying that they used at the beginning of this? Like, the vibe, and totally fits here.
Yeah, oh yeah, like NPC dialogue.
Yeah, exactly.
Very Instagram-y TikTok.
Yep. Now, the original game, in contrast, is a bit different because of technical limitations of the time. There aren't nearly as many NPCs out and about as Rebirth, but there are a lot more than other towns in the game. So in Original 7, you usually only see like 2 people out and about in towns. This one has like 5, which is a lot,
Wow.
So there's a lot more. There are kids playing soccer with Red, who like the ball like hits his tail and then he hits it. And then Cloud asks him about what's going on. And he's like, my tail just spontaneously does what it wants without my consent.
I'm playing Run Wild.
Yeah, this is the
I don't know if
right?
you know that. I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh, you bring up a good point. Run Wild is paying homage to that moment. It
Maybe.
totally is.
I don't know. Soccer, his tail.
Oh,
Okay.
it totally is. That's cool.
Yeah, that's
I'm
cool.
glad you mentioned. I didn't even make that connection. It's totally paying homage to the soccer moment on the beach with Red. That's cool.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. But yeah, so in Original 7, there's vendors, there's a couple houses, there's an inn, and there's a bar filled with what appears to be very fit, kind of snooty people in swimsuits. And the tone isn't quite as playful as it is in Rebirth. The original game even leans a little arrogant and a little bit sleazy in a small way, but it still has the same like physical bridge at the entrance. It has an information booth near the bridge, and you can see where Rebirth got its inspiration for many aspects of the town. So they're definitely paying homage.
So it's not Hawaii, it's Orange County then.
Nice.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's slightly more arrogant and sleazy.
I wonder how many people will get that.
Well, Spencer and I lived there for 18 years. Well, I lived there for 18. You joined on like 10?
10
years. But this is interesting. I think you'll find this interesting. But the most glaring difference between the original game and Rebirth at Costa del Sol is the character Johnny. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So in Rebirth and Remake, Johnny is obviously this loudmouth yet good-hearted kind of doofus character from the Sector 7 slums who has this big crush on Tifa. But in the original game, it's much more confusing. So in the original game, if you enter what appears to be this like random house in Costa del Sol, you do run into Johnny. And let me just quote his dialogue for a second, okay?
I'm excited about this.
He sees Cloud and he says, "Hey, is it really you? We were in Soldier and childhood friends before that. You were such a playboy and an expletive murderer."
What?
That's what he says. Yeah, I was like, okay, because I went back and looked at my footage.
That rules.
And I'm like, it's Johnny. And then he talks and I'm like, what the actual, like, I was so confused.
And an expletive murderer.
Expletive murderer. And it does like little symbols for expletive.
Yeah, I get this distinct feeling going through these 2 installments now. It's like, I feel like Square is leaning real hard into the alternate reality thing here. And they're going to somehow, somewhere in like installment 3, like pop a, alternate worlds thing on us.
Where Johnny's a soldier. He's like kicking everyone's butt, hanging out with Zach and him.
Yeah, like a whole bunch of things. I feel like that's where they're leaning hard with this. And like the Sephiroth thing is like, he's somehow like the force pulling these alternate realities to collide with each other kind of thing.
That could be the case. But in this case, I looked it up. I did research on what in the heck this dialogue meant. And I did find an answer that makes more sense to me as to what was going down. So, okay, in this really weird, crazy dialogue, right? Johnny says that you and he were childhood friends and that Johnny was also in Soldier with Cloud, which for those who know, that doesn't make any sense at all, right? So I'm like, what the heck am I missing? What's going on here? Maybe it was some alternate universe thing or whatever. So I looked this up. I did some research. Apparently, this particular dialogue from the original game had simply fallen victim to poor translation from Japanese to English. And what it should have said was, "Oh, and you are? Oh, it can't be. You're that ex-soldier childhood friend of Tifa and sexy playboy and a murderer." I don't know what the murderer thing is. I don't know.
Well, maybe it's playing up like he's jealous because he has this crush on Tifa and Tifa's always like fawning over Cloud and he's like, I'm the ex-soldier mercenary.
Exactly. And so that's what the dialogue should have said. It was just translated poorly. So it isn't inferring that Johnny himself was in Soldier, but more likely intended for Johnny to recognize Cloud as having been the ex-soldier childhood friend of Tifa. It just didn't end up in the game that way. So it's quite confusing. I was like, what is happening? Is this a totally different plot line? Like,
because Cloud and Tifa are from Nibelheim, right? Was Johnny there? No, he's from the Sector 7.
Yeah, an ex-soldier, like...
Yeah, that makes sense.
So apparently, additionally, according to the Ultimania book on Final Fantasy VII, the original, there was an earlier scene that was actually removed from the original game, never showed up in the game itself, where Johnny showed up to 7th Heaven and saw Cloud there, and he asked Cloud about Cloud and Tifa's relationship, which would have explained his reaction to Cloud here in Costa del Sol had it been translated correctly. So that's why all of that just very different. So in the original game, we see Johnny in Costa del Sol, and he says he's making a new life for himself. But all that additional stuff about Seaside Inn, and frankly, his whole upbeat yet gullible personality, that's all new.
That's cool.
All added to Remake and Rebirth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good stuff.
Makes sense.
But interesting, huh?
That is a big change.
Yeah.
Totally.
Huge change. But going back to Rebirth, so once you've done everything you can do in this town, then it's time to change into that beachwear and head to the beach. Yeah. So technically, Cloud changes clothes first on his own, and you get to pick from 2 different outfits, right? If you do all the mini games.
Which one did you guys pick?
Okay, so they have names.
Okay.
The first one is called, and by the way, Square Enix sucks at naming things. They really are not good.
They're the worst namers.
But these are funny, whatever. The first is called Ocean Chocobo. And it's like the blue beach shirt with like the chocobo pattern on it. It's like layered on top of a black like mid-sleeve shirt and then like black man capris and sneakers. So this is the one I actually picked because it fits my personal tastes more. Although in a pragmatic kind of way, it does not make sense to wear multiple layers like this to the beach, but whatever. I liked it aesthetically, so I picked it. And then the other option is called the Wild Surf. And it's basically just a classic shirtless black swim trouser look. And it's fine too, but then seeing a topless Cloud was a little odd feeling for me after being used to seeing him in his soldier uniform all the time. And he's not like a bulky guy that you.
Yeah, that's the problem. So yeah, I picked the Chocobo because, well, for two reasons. One is he's not a substantial individual. I'm not saying he's not awesome and can beat everybody up.
He's not very beefy.
Well, are you kidding me? Have you guys seen his traps? Dude, those they go out like this.
Yeah, as a polygon.
But also because he is of the complexion that he could get burned easily.
Oh, so you're like, we got to protect him from the sun. That was nice of you, Ernest.
He's got to have the SPF 50.
This color, in case anyone's wondering, he looks like me.
So I didn't want him to get sunburned. I'm sorry. Okay, that was what it came down to.
Yeah, I also chose that outfit as well.
Oh, we all chose the Ocean Chocobo. Okay.
I just thought it was funny.
Also, it had a Chocobo on it. Like, why wouldn't you pick that?
Yeah, it's kind of a cute outfit, actually.
I picked it because that's the outfit I would put on my son. He's 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay. So then around that time that you get to pick his outfit and he changes his clothes, that's also story-wise, it's pretty clear that the developers don't want us to forget the Black Robe friends.
Right.
Because when you walk into the changing booth area, do you remember this?
Yes.
There's Black Robes in it also, and they're like groaning all over the place as per usual, right?
Yeah.
Wait, the Black Robes are in the changing booths?
They're not in the booth.
No, they're in that cabana, that gazebo building.
They're just like standing in there groaning.
Yeah. Right. I thought it'd be funny because you never see them change and they're always...
Yeah, you like open it up and there's like a black robe there and you have to shut it.
It's like a physical transformation. I think the Black Robes are like part of their body. It's like they have to be there.
Well, yeah, because that's like, and that's one of the questions they'll never answer because it's not meant to be a post question. Is like when they turn into this,
when like soldier degradation, they just become.
Yeah, they have a robe too. Like when they transform, their clothes turn into that.
Mako. Makes sense.
I guess.
I want to know how these Black Robe guys keep getting everywhere. Like, how did they get on the ship? And how did they get to the beach past the patrol guy there with the whistle? Because all they do is groan. It's not like they can communicate, buy tickets to get on the ship. Like, how are they just like wandering all over the place? And people are just letting them do it.
They kind of answered that a little bit in later chapters you haven't gotten to, but they don't really. I think it's just assumed that they just kind of groan their way everywhere.
Yeah, they can't communicate to like say, I want to buy tickets to get on this cruise ship to get me to Costa del Sol. And even if you did, what would be the purpose of it? It's just weird.
Well, we saw them get on and they just kind of meandered through the crew doors.
Yeah.
And people let them. Oh no, I think they went up with the ticketed passengers too. So yeah, you're right.
They did. And so it's like the weirdest thing. Like, number one, how are they even doing this? And number two, why are people just letting them? Like, you figure somebody would have been like, no, you cannot enter this part without a ticket. And what do they do? Groan and they just let him by?
Yeah, or like the whistle guy, like guarding the beach.
The beach cop would not let me pass, but apparently the robe guys can get through just by groaning at him. Maybe they have some special power we don't know about, like a mental control power.
We need to see Tifa in a bathing suit, Ernest. That's why you couldn't go fast.
I guess so. Yeah.
And it's true, because like when you go to the beach, there's tons of robe guys there on the beach who clearly got past the sergeant at the door, like preventing people go through or whatever. But when we get there, there's like this cut scene that like establishes the area, right? And that's where we see that there's so many robe guys like all over the beach. And they stand out like a sore thumb, obviously. This is when it shows like other bystanders disapproving of them being there and voicing their opinions about it. And then Cloud, who just changed, he joins up with Barret, who is watching the robe guys being like shunned by everyone around. And he expresses sympathy for the robe guys, saying that they didn't do anything to deserve this treatment. And Barret goes even so far as to stand up and then speak out against this couple. Do you remember this couple is like trying to kick one of the robe guys off the beach?
Yeah. Oh, they're totally ruining the vibe.
The vibe.
You're freaking everyone out.
For real. Take a hike.
And Barret gets up and is like, leave him alone or whatever.
Hey, you leave him alone.
I do want to stop here and say, why would Barret do this? Now, I would argue for a few different reasons. As I have before, Barrett's heart is too big for his massive body.
Yeah, it's too big. He's the best.
He's just got huge heart and soul. And tons of that comes through in the way that he talks about Marlene and interacts with Marlene, right? And he's also almost allergic to injustice and inhumanity. He just like cannot handle it.
Mm-hmm.
And since he sees these rogue guys as like being victims of that, he feels for them. But then I also think, and this is a new thing that came to mind that was always obvious, but I never consciously acknowledged it, that knowing the fact that Cloud is likely on a path to becoming one of them, that further humanizes them in his eyes.
Yeah.
And it's now, he's not just defending random robe guys, he's defending Cloud, right? He's defending what Cloud is becoming.
I like
so
that.
he's like taken a personal interest in them because his buddy, who's been there for him and they've helped each other, is going to potentially meet this fate. So it's not just a random zombie for him.
That Merc
Yeah.
that he pretends to not like, but he really likes.
But he really likes
Yeah.
it, yeah.
And one thing I do want to point out that's like tangentially related here, and it didn't occur to me until we were at the shooting gallery thing where they wouldn't let Barret participate.
Yeah.
It finally dawned on me, like, his name isn't on accident. Like, Barret is actually a very well-known manufacturer of weapons.
Really?
Specifically, one of the best built 50 caliber rifles, like precision rifles used on the battlefield by
No
snipers
way.
and stuff like
That's
that.
cool.
So his name wasn't an accident.
That's cool.
So when they said, like, you can't participate, I was like, that sort of tracks. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that brand of gun, but I'm also not a big gun knower.
Nice. No,
Leave it to the Texans.
Yeah, we'll defer to Ernest when it comes to guns.
It is one of the most coveted rifles on the planet.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, they're very expensive.
Huh,
Yeah.
I'm sure that was part of it.
This part's interesting to me because you have like they purposefully like have Cloud you go out by himself and he does the mini dating games, you know, without Tifa and Aerith are still getting cleaned up, right? They're back at Johnny's Seaside Inn.
Right.
So you have this moment with Cloud and Barret on the beach before the girls arrive. But they do that on purpose. And we'll get to that because they're like the boys are down there first, they're on the beach, and then it switches over to the girls.
Yeah, and then I have commentary about that whole like scene
Oh
where
yeah, we'll get there.
Oh, we all do.
the other half of the party shows up. Yeah.
Yep. So then after Barret chases off the mean couple, this is also interesting and it's short, but if you pay attention, I think it's important. So Barret chases off the mean couple that's going after the robes, and Cloud doesn't say anything, but the camera goes back to Cloud long enough to see his reaction, and it shows that Cloud is not only watching what Barret is doing, but he's processing it in like a very real way. It's one of the few moments where the expression on his face looks like he's actually facing the terrifying truth that he might be turning into one of these guys, right?
Cool.
And that Barret may someday have to defend him. And normally throughout the game, it's Cloud's friends who you can see are processing this reality while Cloud tries to brush it aside and like solely focus on the mission. Like he tries to distract himself away from it. But this brief moment shows a look on his face. It's one of the few moments where he's actually shown as being vulnerable and that he's actually probably aware that this could be his fate. And it's really short, but you'll see it here on screen because I'm going to roll the B-roll. It's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we cut back to Johnny's Seaside Inn where the girls begin their stupid Costa del Amor excursion to earn their beachwear.
One thing about that is I kind of like it because it lets you take control of a different character. And Remake,
Yeah, that was cool.
Remake lets you do this, and this is like a weird, dumb animator side of me. Like I study animation, and you get to play around with different character models. So you get to see like the way the animators like animate
They move.
Aerith run, you know, and then you can switch to Tifa, and she's like
sporty,
you know, leaned over, like really
Athletic.
going nuts, and Aerith's kind of like her dainty like run.
Well, her dainty run isn't nearly as dainty and annoying as it was in Crisis Core.
Oh, okay. You got to play as her? I didn't know.
Oh my gosh. No, she joins Zach's party and runs
Gotcha.
behind you. Just I hate it. So the way she runs here is totally fine with me. I like it.
But I like that. I like that when they give you opportunities. Remake did that. Like each person had a little section of the game. Like, you know, when Barret was down in the tunnels, or when like Tifa's doing her like monkey bar thing at Shinra Tower or whatever. Like that happens throughout the game, which is fun. But then this game kind of gives us a little bit more opportunities to play as the other party members. And I like when the game allows you to do that.
Yeah, I like that too. That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up.
Hang loose.
So they do their whole Costa del Amor thing from here. And so let's talk about the girls' beachwear options, shall we?
Let's talk about it.
And remember, the whole purpose of this beachwear thing is for those who fantasize mostly about Tifa to be able to dress these characters up in skimpy swimwear.
Aerith? Hey, I liked Aerith's swimwear.
Aerith looks good.
So I'll talk about that too.
She looks good, yeah.
Let me just preface this because I know where Jolie's going to go with this, okay?
What makes you think? I'm just going to be so kind-hearted.
In fairness to, the game, we all live in a world of limited resources. There's only so much thread and material to go around.
Only so many pixels you can use to cover a person.
And because Cloud's chocobo outfit used up most of the swim material, there wasn't much left.
That's right.
Okay, so let's start from there.
Okay. That's funny.
That's good.
Okay, so speaking of no thread left, for Tifa, so you can choose between an outfit called Majestic Glamour, which is a pair of black jean boy shorts and a midriff.
They're naming.
Yeah, it's so bad. Midriff, let's see, tie. It's got a tied black top over a white sports bra or something like that. And then the second option is called the Shining Spirit.
Wow. That's what it's called.
Yeah. And that one's more of a classic black and white swimsuit bikini, only it has a ruffle skirt and a ruffle top, which I'll be honest, I did not think was very cute at all as a design, especially for a sporty girl like Tifa. There's all these weird ruffles. I don't know. I didn't see Tifa liking ruffles, but whatever. Who really cares?
I know who liked those ruffles.
But I went with the boy shorts with the tie shirt because that felt more Tifa to me. And honestly, both options were kind of annoying to me because not only were both of these options kind of ugly, but they really could have made cuter outfits for Tifa. Tifa's a cute girl. She deserves cuter stuff. But I'm also a very self-admitted prude who prefers a more classic, modest look. And there was no option even close to a classic, modest look. And so I just had to face the fact that I was going to be forced to look at Tifa's boobs just as long as all of her fantasizers were going to have to look at them. So, but yeah, I chose the boy shorts. Yell at me if you want, internet. I'm proud of my prudeness.
Yes, the whole point of Chapter 6 is so you can dress up Tifa. You can dress up Aerith, you can dress up Cloud. Barret has a Sailor costume, but everyone knows what it is going into it. The marketing,
Which, be honest, as a guy, Barret probably looks really good in swim trunks.
Yeah, he'd probably crush it. It's kind of...
But no, they put him in a sailor suit.
Video games are digital dress up.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. All you Destiny players who think you're hardcore, you guys just like to get your different armor sets and you like to color them. You like to make them all pretty, right? MMOs are huge on this. It's I like this armor and I like the way it looks.
I love picking the right outfit for my character.
Yeah, when we played Final Fantasy XIV, when we were glamoring every item and making sure it matched correctly, that's huge. And so
earning the paint to color it.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I had to earn so much cherry red, which is actually pink.
But these are kind of the things that people love to do in video games, especially when you take these characters that are established and super fun, and everyone knows it's oh, Tifa has huge boobs, and I get to see her in a swimsuit. I cannot wait for this reward at the end of this chapter, right?
Yep.
When this game came out, I was on Twitter, and you just see people posting about Chapter 6. They're ooh, goo gaga, Chapter 6 is the greatest chapter of all time. And I'm okay, what's it going to be there? And now that I'm here, it's okay, that's fine. Hey, as a warm-blooded male, I won't say that Tifa is unattractive. Yes, she is a beautiful woman, right? But I just think it's funny when they juxtapose her and Aerith, and they're Aerith is disgusting. Tifa, I'm I think Aerith is...
on the internet, that's what people are saying. It's ew, Aerith, yay, Tifa. It's Aerith looks pretty good.
Yeah, Aerith is gorgeous. I love her. I don't know. I thought she was cool.
So yeah, Aerith's choices, I'd say they're just definitely more cute.
Yeah.
In general. Now, I'm not a fashionista. I wear t-shirts most of the time, but I just thought they were cuter and they're more fitting for Aerith as a character too. And they're pink and I like pink. So, I'm a little biased in that category. So they did win me over in the color department. Her first outfit is called the Floral Delight.
Is that the one with the skirt? I like that one.
Yeah, that's the more classic Hawaiian wrap bottom and almost a Cuban style ruffle top kind of thing. And then her second outfit is called the Pink Mermaid. And that's more of a classic pink bikini, only her bottoms are ruffled like a tennis skirt kind of a thing. And I chose the first outfit, which is the one that was more elegant to me and cute to me. They all showed skin and that's the beach, so whatever. but I chose the first one.
Yeah.
That one was cute.
I have to say something about Square's naming conventions. They have video games called Various Day Life and Project Triangle Strategy. So these naming of these swimsuits are pretty bad too, but you can't expect them to name them well because they suck at this sort of thing.
Yeah, they're not good at naming at all.
Very funny.
How about you, Ernest? Which one did you pick?
I put the bikinis on both of them.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and I didn't know, and by the way, I still don't know the answer to this, but what I was trying to figure out was like, are you going to get a different response from like Cloud and the other characters if they come in one outfit versus the other?
They don't, but
Well, you don't, but it does affect something else, and that's your relationship points. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah, okay, so...
I can never figure that part out.
Yeah, that's so confusing.
Yeah, because they don't outline it all.
This tiny little circle.
I can barely see the damn circle. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, but hey.
There's a lot of problems with the relationship point thing.
When you finish the game, this is a side note. I don't know if you can do this before, but when you finish this game, a new tab opens up in the system settings and you can go and then it's a huge circle, graphic.
You can't do that till you beat it.
Okay, that's so lame. They should do that at the very beginning.
It's so dumb.
It's like a graph.
You have no idea how your relationships are. You're just going amongst
it's the
you can't
worst.
change them because you don't know their status. I think that's a bad function.
And it shows like Tifa, you're at like 69%, and it's like this radial wheel, and it's showing like if you get all the way to the top, then you'll get to 100%.
Yeah, you can't do that till you beat the game, which is lame.
Yeah, they should do that before.
Yeah, I can never figure that thing out, and I don't know what to say. And then the other problem is that they put the timer on it sometimes, and there are some times when I'm literally like trying to take notes and the timer goes off on me.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, man, this is annoying. I wish they wouldn't put a timer on me.
Yeah, I hate the timer.
What's the point of the timer other than to
stress me out?
Frustrate you. Yeah, stress you out. So anyway, I went with the bikinis on them because I wanted to see like what Cloud and the others were going to say when they finally showed up, and I was not disappointed.
It's like a Tex Avery cartoon with the eyes like coming out of their skull.
The jaw drops.
Yeah.
Ooga, ooga.
Pretty much
Yeah.
that, but like I was expecting something like that, but I wasn't sure what they were going to do, and like they delivered on
They
it.
kind of did that. Yeah. But before we get to that, I want to talk about the relationship points and how you can affect them with what outfits you put on people.
I did not know this.
Yeah, this is a thing. So if you put Cloud in the Ocean Chocobo outfit, then to raise points with Tifa, you have to dress her up in the more sporty boy shorts outfit. And to raise relationship points with Aerith, you want to dress her in the more elegant Hawaiian skirt.
So you like have to match like the first ones with
it's like
this
the
person.
casual.
Interesting.
So I chose, what did you choose for Tifa again, Spence?
Oh, I didn't tell you. Yeah, I did the casual.
You did the boy shorts. So
the crop top like tied off thing.
okay, we chose the exact same outfit. So that means that Cloud got relationship points with both girls in that situation.
So dumb.
So now you know.
Because I want Aerith. I don't want Tifa. And so now it's just like.
Yeah, you should have put Tifa in the ugly ruffled bikini instead then. But if Cloud is dressed in the classic swimsuit, like with no shirt, then you want to dress the girls in the more classic bikini swimsuit.
Gotcha.
So you match them to Cloud if you want to get the relationship points up. If you don't want to get the relationship points up, then you put them in like the alternating outfit or whatever.
And the game does such a good job of telling you.
They don't explain that. I don't know how many points it gives you. I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah.
And who knows if they even know, frankly.
I don't think anybody does.
Yeah.
I think it's just like one of those like, well, you give it your best option.
But I hate that because it affects the story so much later, and you're not even in those chapters yet. But it does affect the story, and that's where you're gonna hear some ranting from me in those areas. Yeah, because they don't make this mechanic clear at all, and it affects so much in terms of what you see later on. But let's go to that scene you're talking about, the Aruga scene. I can't do it.
Yeah.
So this is when the girls first arrive on the beach. And the developer's purpose for this whole beachwear thing is made all the more prominent by the way everyone on the beach turns to ogle at these two like unbelievably hot girls who just arrived. And it's all over the top, point taken. It's also funny because like if you look around at the other girls on the beach, everybody looks amazing. Like everybody's got like a perfect beach body.
They're
and
all
like
in bikini tops and
the
stuff.
girls are cute, but then they see Aerith and Tifa and it's like, who are those girls, And Red's response to the girls' inquiry of how they look is actually pretty funny. Like, he compares them to a whale and a sea snail.
Yeah, he does a good job.
Because he says he doesn't understand, like, human beauty, or so he claims, right?
Tifa looks as majestic as a breaching whale. And you, Aerith,
are as luminous as a sea snail.
And then Cloud's reaction is particularly over the top, where he gets like unbelievably flustered, saying, "It's hot in the sun."
Something wrong?
No, nothing. It's just hot. In the sun. Speaking of which, you guys should probably put on sunscreen.
Speaking of which, you should use sunscreen.
Yeah, and then he goes into sun.
That was the rest of his. Yeah, I have the note here. Then my note says his eyes were like he had seen boobs for the first time in his life, and was just like completely shell shocked. He didn't even know what to do.
But like, can you blame him? Because like they literally walk down the stairs, and it's Tifa and Aerith, and like. Okay, at first you're saying these two girls are so pretty, but where does the camera decide to frame? Do they frame on Aerith? No. Oh, like, let's look at Tifa, and then she, like, bends down.
Her lips close up. Don't they do, like, a close up of her lips,
No,
too?
but, like, it's, like, not her face. It's right here. And it's, like, I'm going to bend down, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's where you want us to look. Aerith's off to the side. Bull crap.
The thing that came to mind when I saw that was, like, it reminded me of, like, at least part of the intro to Baywatch. I don't know if you ever saw that terrible TV show.
I remember the commercials and,
like I know David Hasselhoff and Pamela Anderson. Like, I knew they were in it.
And Pamela Anderson.
They're running in slow motion.
In the intro, there's like a scene where like this happens, where like there's the reveal, and you know, and everyone's like all shocked, and then of course, because it's Baywatch, they take it to the next level where they actually have her running.
Yeah, and it's bouncing boobs.
And and they got the cameras going. This scene was so close, I was like, oh, that's coming next. Watch.
Dude, but no, this is a thing. Okay, I'll tell you. Like, so when Tifa is in her like normal fighting outfit, she has like a tight sports bra. And this was like a cause for consternation before the first remake came out. Because they're like, oh, Tifa's boobs are smaller. They're like, we've put her in a tight sports bra and this sort of thing's right. But then if you put her in...
Not here.
I know, but if you put her in the bathing suit, either one, the physics changed and she has breast physics. Not even kidding. In either one.
She doesn't have breast physics she does, just not as prominent. They're totally different.
But like,
with the sports bra.
Exactly. Yeah. So they're going every which way to make.
But like people wigged out on the internet with Remake that Tifa's chest wasn't like the same size in comparison with the rest of her body as it was in Original 7. Did you see her in Original 7? There's no way that human beings could take this game seriously at all if they kept that proportion. Like it would be like, oh my gosh.
Like two watermelons.
Two beach balls? Like, it just looks so stupid. You could not take her seriously. So
Anime Beach episode.
Yeah, so then they give him this instead, which I'm okay. We're going to just do this chapter instead of like the whole game being ridiculous. Fine.
It's no like lack of coincidence that this exact same argument surfaced. I forget which of the Tomb Raiders it was.
Oh, yeah. Tomb Raider is the same thing when they changed the resolution.
When they went from like the polygons to the whatever, and it switched to a more realistic thing. All of a sudden they were like, "Oh my God, she lost him," and it's like, no,
it's like she looks like a human now.
That's just polygons moving to like pixels or whatever the case is, and Square owns both of those franchises, so like
they've had to deal with this a few times.
Yeah, they've already dealt with this once. They're doing it again, right? But
it's fine.
It's hilarious to watch, and yeah, like you get like the whole like fake like, oh, I'm an originalist, or I'm true to the... No, come on, let's be real, right? Like no one...
They like justify their perviness.
Yeah, like no one cares. Just say it.
They're like, we want watermelon-sized boobs because it's true to the original game.
Just say it.
Just say it. You're absolutely right.
You want to see them, and you're unhappy that they didn't deliver.
Yeah, they could have been even bigger. It would have been so great.
No one's going to fault you for that.
Yeah, just say it.
I might fault you for that because I think that's stupid too.
Right? But you got to hide it behind like, oh, they're not true to the original game, and it's like, come on.
But I don't actually mind. Like Cloud's reaction here is...
Oh, it was gold.
It was actually kind of cute.
It was good.
His face was just like...
Because it's nice to see him act like a human being. Yeah, and this is one of those moments where, even though it was over the top, he was a human being, and I thought it was kind of cute.
This was the part where, like, his human DNA that he could not deny.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be staring at him.
I would not, but...
I would be.
Took over his, like, forced demeanor.
Yeah.
And he just became human all of a sudden.
Yeah.
For like a split second, and then like turned away because he was like,
and then he couldn't handle it anymore. So that was kind of cute and clever. And it's then that Johnny appears and he like parts the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is the reveal. Yeah.
On behalf of like Shinra's arriving guest, right? In white, who turns out to be none other than
our favorite individual.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so awful. I actually did not expect this to be Hojo. And beyond that, I didn't expect him to have like swaths of beautiful women crawling all over him, which really irked me because this is a thing that's been a pattern for Hojo over the Final Fantasy series, right?
This is hilarious.
It's like he always has beautiful women crawling all over him, and he is so ugly and so creepy. And I haven't understood why Square Enix thinks he needs to be this like lady killer at the same time, or lady mag. No.
So this is, again, social commentary.
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say that he's rich and powerful and therefore he gets beautiful women. And I get that. I get that. But later they actually do answer this question, why there's these women hanging all over him. If you talk to those girls, you can talk to them later after this whole scene is over with. That same group of girls, they admit that they were only fawning over Hojo at the beach because they were instructed to do so by like the mayor or something like that. So at least they give an explanation, because I was like, no, this would not naturally happen. You guys are way too beautiful, especially like there's like the dark skin, like red hair.
Oh, that black girl with like the fire hair. She was hot.
The prettiest NPC. Yes, she's the prettiest NPC in the game.
Yeah.
Like, she's so gorgeous. And I'm like, there's no way that woman would be hanging all over Hojo.
Hojo's harem is what I put here.
Hojo's mojo.
Yeah. And
stupid.
The thing I loved most was like in the discussion that was going on in the dialogue, he kept referring like with these scientific terms.
Oh, yeah.
Right. But then also like telling them like you have a chance to like.
Oh, dude, I wrote it down.
Oh, yeah. No, the whole thing about being basically a womb for a baby.
You could give birth to the next hero.
I'm in need of a few female assistants. Think about it. You could help give birth to the world's next hero.
That would be so cool.
Implying that they're gonna like sleep with him because he's like, I can make you guys like have
you know why he does that?
Yeah.
Is because it's happened before.
Oh, he's going to put him in his lab. Yeah.
It's happened before. Okay.
Not just lab.
This is a spoiler from Dirge of Cerberus. In Dirge of Cerberus, which is a crappy game, but it is part of the Final Fantasy VII universe. In Dirge of Cerberus, what ends up happening is that Hojo, okay, so you know the character Vincent who comes along later? We find out in Dirge of Cerberus that Vincent is actually a former Turk.
Vincent Valentine reporting for duty, ma'am.
Right? So Vincent, before he was this vampire creature.
He's like Rude or Reno.
Yeah,
and
he
all
was
those guys.
like Rude and Reno, those people. And he was like this good looking guy who wore a suit and everything. And he falls in love with this lab assistant named Lucretia, who works, I think, in the lab of Hojo. And Lucretia is this beautiful woman, terrible voice actor.
Why are you so surprised? Is my face that hideous?
Whatever. But she's supposed to be this beautiful woman. And those two have like a romantic relationship, Vincent and Lucretia. But then for some reason that I still can't figure out, Lucretia decides to shack up with Hojo instead of Vincent.
Are you sure this is what you really want?
Am I sure? Am I sure? If this only concerns me, then yes, I am sure.
Chooses Hojo and ends up getting pregnant with a baby of Hojo that is then injected with Genova's cells, and she gives birth to the baby, and the baby is Sephiroth.
That is true.
So,
a villain is born.
So he's basically telling these girls that they have the opportunity to do the exact same thing that Lucretia did to give birth to who knows what kind of, quote, hero characters. But this is a repeat from what's happened in the past. And it doesn't make any sense because why in the world would Lucretia shack up with ugly butt Hojo instead of Vincent? Like, it doesn't... that's a question they need to answer. And I hope that's not a spoiler for the third installment, because I don't know how much of like the Dirge story and stuff they're going to tell in the third installment. But those questions need answers too.
This is like the JRPG / Final Fantasy version of the scientific version of the Immaculate Conception.
Well, the sex happened though. There's nothing immaculate.
Yeah, but like, how do you get the god or...
You're right, there are some parallels.
Yeah, there are some parallels.
Like, and Sephiroth walking on fire instead of walking on water.
Yeah, into the human like genome, right? So it's analogous. It's not the same.
I see what you mean.
And as far as the Hojo thing, like, I mean, maybe you struggle with it, but like, I have seen plenty of this exact thing happen so much in this world. Like,
it's true. It's true.
Spencer's probably like, This happens all the time. What are you talking about? Like, you see like some
Hojo over Vincent? Are you serious?
You literally will see like these like rich actors, male actors who are horrendous looking with like
play like the villains and everything.
With like Playboy models, right?
Yeah. That's true.
It happens all the time.
Like I acknowledge wealth and power attract beautiful women who are superficial. I don't connect or empathize with those women at all.
Yeah.
I don't think they want you to.
I would rather be poor in a bunker with some guy who I thought was a good person than wealthy and with some like ugly soul.
As a matter of fact, the lesson they're teaching you here is like, what is the ultimate result when that happens?
Right.
It's not a good one.
Yeah.
Right. So like they delivered exactly what they wanted to deliver and you took it exactly the way they wanted you to. So
that's what I would say too, because they want us to hate Hojo.
Yeah.
Right. So they're going to do these slimy things. And it's like, why would you do that? It's like, then that makes us even more angry. We're like,
hate him even more.
I mean, we already hate Hojo.
Oh, like we don't like this guy. And now we really don't like this guy because no one would actually do that. Oh, Hojo's the worst. Like they're doing this on purpose.
Everyone hates Hojo.
Because he's getting like with all these like innocent, like seemingly bystanders or whatever. But yeah, it just makes us feel icky.
Yeah. And in that way, I don't have a problem with the developers going in that direction. And they do answer some questions again, like talking to the girls. But at first, I was just so grossed out of my mind, which I guess, like to your point, is what they wanted me to feel. But I like especially felt like that, like as a woman.
Yeah.
I'm like, get away from that creepy nest. Like, ew.
Then the writers did their job.
They knew what they were doing.
They got to me because I was really irked.
I just think it's hilarious that he's still in like his white lab coat on the beach.
Yeah, he goes everywhere in his white lab coat. Yeah.
Well, the girls even talk about how sexy his white lab coat
it's
is.
so over the top.
It's like, where was the beach Nazi when that guy tried to get
it
on the
doesn't
beach?
matter.
Like,
Just had to get Tifa in the bathing suit.
Yeah,
all right?
that's true.
Bikini.
I'm probably going to get some heat for this from somebody who watches our podcast, but like Hojo's like going around in the white lab coat literally everywhere. To me is like the modern equivalent of those people who still wear their college ring. Like that big old honking thing wherever they go, and it's like some point of pride, like I got through college, kind of deal. I feel like to him it like projects who he is, like a scientist or whatever, like higher thinker and all that kind of stuff. But also I think it's one of those where like he just never changes. We never see him in anything other than that. At least I haven't anywhere.
Well,
so
he impregnated Lucretia somehow. So maybe he wore the lab coat.
He was probably wearing it.
He was wearing the lab coat.
Think about that.
It was a miracle of science, okay? Like
just wrong.
There's nothing sexier than a man in a white coat.
these characters are pretty typecast in their outfits. Like, when have you ever seen Heidegger or Rufus not in those same clothing?
They don't want to make another character model for Hojo.
Yeah,
right, exactly.
Right, that's what it is. If there's no reason.
Scarlet always has her giant boobs in the board meeting.
Boobs hanging out.
Now, Scarlet, like, come on. If the first thing through your mind isn't Jessica Rabbit,
sure. Yeah,
when you see Scarlet, come on.
And Colonel Mustard and like all the other things.
No,
it's
there's
fine.
tons of,
It's awesome.
The tropes are everywhere in this game.
And then Reeves is there, and you're like, who is this normal
And he's like
dude?
this normal guy.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
But anyway, at this point in the game, I was like confused that Hojo was the one who showed up on the beach. And then I was all the more curious when he willingly like passes up Aerith and Cloud's party, right? And I was like, why in the world is he here? Like, what's his point? And that's what the writers wanted me to think. So they did a good job getting the right result from me at this point. It's when he looks at the Robe guys that are standing on the beach that he says that there's going to be a special show that is about to start.
A spectacle, or what did he say?
I think it's a special show.
Maybe, yeah.
That might even star our party, or we might have a role in it or something.
A very special show is about to start. One starring you, perhaps.
And that's when you sort of start to get an inkling as to what he's planning, but there's definitely nothing in original Final Fantasy VII that gives this part away. So it's Rebirth, again, writing its own completely different story path here. And that's when we take control of Cloud again.
Think back to when Johnny, so this is what like pisses me off about Johnny. Like, again, I love the character and the voice actor. This is one of the things that made me mad about Johnny, where he told them before they left his shack that they had to get beachwear and they couldn't take their weapons with them.
Yep.
Up until this point, even in the scene we were talking about in the previous chapter where they're trying to like hide themselves amongst the infantry and like disguise themselves, yet Barret has the giant gun arm and Cloud has his giant sword, right? So we suspend disbelief for that.
Sure.
Yeah.
But in this chapter, Johnny convinces them to leave their weapons at the shack. It's like,
except Barret can't. Like they let him, go in there. But there's a whole reason they're playing up a gag.
Yeah, which is
the
fun.
weapons thing. It's an homage play.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that in just a second. But this is like so small and minor. So like when Hojo talks to Cloud's party, and then you take control of Cloud, it's supposed to be in real time. So like there's not supposed to be any cuts. But when you cut from the close-up of Cloud to the far away Cloud, the Hojo party is like 100 feet away in like an instant.
You have to walk up to him. I remember that.
Yeah, the continuity is just off. And as a filmmaker and an editor, right? Like I notice continuities, but it is hilarious because it's just like, wow, they went fast. They'd be like all the way over there, Not a big deal, whatever.
That's awesome.
When does Hojo deliver the line to Tifa?
I know when he talks to Cloud. I don't know about what he says to Tifa.
He talks to Cloud and he talks to Aerith.
Maybe it's Aerith he tells that she could give birth to the hero too or something.
No. That's the girls. So that's at this point. So after this like funny time jump thing, we continue to hear Hojo telling these giggly girls that they should come work for Shinra and not just work for Shinra.
You can overhear the conversation happening.
Yeah. And that's when he says you could basically be the mothers of these experimentally infused fetal embryos or something like that, which did not turn out well with the first time that was tried. Hojo! And then Hojo gives like this definition of a hero, which these irritatingly like ditzy girls like respond, oh, I don't get it, but that sounds so amazing, or something like just so.
Before a hero strikes down his foe, he must strike them with awe at his beauty. But he is not a hero by virtue of innate greatness. Only by inspiring others does he earn the title. Do you follow? It's admittedly a lofty concept.
Too lofty for me, but it sounds amazing.
Come on, do our sex right. But the thing is, there are people like this, so I can't get mad.
Sure.
Yeah, but I was going to say it's Orange County. Like, how far off?
This is just not my style of existence as a female. Like, I don't relate. So it's annoying, but that's kind of what they wanted. And then the mayor shows up to greet Hojo.
So glad you could make it. I trust my girls are making you feel welcome.
Also alluding to the fact that he was the one who probably sent the girls to entertain him.
Yeah.
And it's all very gross to me, but I get it,
And
right?
Johnny's there with them,
And Johnny's there, like, assisting. And finally, because Johnny's kind of like in service to this mayor, has to do what the mayor tells him because of his debts.
Indentured servitude.
Yeah,
Thank you.
There's a term for it. Yep.
Indentured servitude is a better term.
Which is illegal, by the way.
Yes.
Just pointing that out. Okay.
Not in Final Fantasy.
Not in Final Fantasy.
Yeah. So then Cloud approaches this group that we're eavesdropping on, and there's this interesting dialogue that you alluded to, Spencer.
Yeah.
This interesting dialogue exchange between Cloud and Hojo. Hojo asks Cloud if he heeded the call too.
So you heeded the call too, did you?
What are you talking about?
Not consciously, then.
So this moment fascinates me because Hojo is clearly categorizing Cloud as a black robe guy.
Well, yeah, but to preface that, like, it does a shot of the black robe guys on the
It
beach.
shows them-
because
yeah.
he's about to, like, go snatch them up and do his weird experiments on them, and that's what, like, we're getting to. So, like,
Totally.
it frames the black robe guys, and then he's like, so, you heed the call, too. And Cloud's like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
And then he snickers to himself. He's like, so you don't know, like, not consciously.
So this means that Hojo is very aware of what could be happening to Cloud.
Yeah.
So we know what could be happening to Cloud, but now is the time where we're like aware that Hojo is aware of what's happening to Cloud or what could be happening to Cloud. And Hojo probably knows a lot more than we do.
But I was gonna say, if you've only played Remake and Rebirth, like, this is still kind of a mystery to you, you know? So there's people that have played the original game that kind of know this, but this is still kind of like, okay, like they are heavy-handedly like talking about it over and over again. Like, Cloud, you're acting kind of weird. Cloud, what are you doing? You know, like,
they make it very,
you know, so obviously we know about it, but like for those of us who have played the original ones, and we're like, yeah, okay, that's interesting. Hojo being like, yeah, okay, not consciously, but something's happening to you.
Yeah. And at that point, that's when the girls are commanded to line up the robe guys on the sand, which then triggers Barret to jump to his feet since no one messes with his robe guys.
Don't you touch my robe,
Don't you touch my robe guys.
What the hell are you playing at?
And then Hojo like pushes a button on his smartphone and this like giant squid-like machina robot carrier thing appears out of the water. It opens its back like tank and then it releases a bunch of those annoying screecher type monsters, the Polis type monsters. They're these flying monsters. They go into the air. The civilians all run away screaming. These monsters head straight for the Robe guys. And in like this puff of purple magic, they merge with them just like they did on the cruise ship in Chapter 5. So we see it again, but this time Hojo is watching it and seems to have purposefully caused this to happen as part of his experiments, right? And there's another interesting line here from Hojo. He says, only a reunion
could produce such results.
So that makes me wonder about this whole reunion theme. We hear reunion a lot. The Black Robe guys say reunion a lot. So does it mean a physical reunion, a physical merging of some kind? Like, is the final reunion in part 3 going to be some massive physical merging of all these Black Robe guys with Jenova or like with Sephiroth or something into some ultimate foe? I don't know, but he's definitely playing something here with the word reunion.
Yeah, this is something that's hinted at throughout the game and as the game goes on and what we know from the original games. This is going to be a big moment.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they titled the third installment Reunion.
Me too.
But if you take the play on words as like meaning a family reunion and you look at it from like these are all in one way or another Jenova's children, that's probably what they're playing at here. But as you said, they don't really go into too much detail and it's obviously weird, right?
But it seems like he's alluding to a physical reunion in the way that he says only a reunion could produce such results.
It could be both, right? Somehow, like these are all Jenova's children, right?
They're not going to name it Reunion, though, because they named the Crisis Core remake. You know, when they redid that, they named it Reunion. That would have been a perfect name for it, but they did Reunion.
Yeah.
But yeah, they could be Jenova's children.
It'll be re-something.
Yeah.
Sure.
Ridiculous. depending on how the ending goes.
Except for ridiculous is spelled with an R-I, so.
Oh, that's right.
But it was funny, Joe. Funny.
It was close enough.
That was good. Sounds
Dang
like it.
You guys have a writer.
But I feel like that's what it is. I feel like he's talking about a family reunion, right? Because if you think about it, right, Sephiroth is like obviously part of his family with the other, and then mixed with Jenova.
Are you talking about Hojo? He's definitely part of his family.
I know, that's what I'm. That's what I'm saying. Like it's the family
Hojo.
aspect, and then they
Ugh.
introduce Jenova into it, right, or
Yeah.
her cells or whatever. So like now the family's expanded. So like anybody with that same set of characteristics or whatever is technically part of the family.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that reunion as a family reunion is what they're alluding to, but they're also trying to throw us off. So I'm asking, is it going to be a switch where it's not actually a family reunion? It's something else, like a physical merging.
Well, aren't they implying the reunion isn't like this is something that we do know from the games
In
and whatever?
original.
Like the reunion of like Jenova
All of them
and all of
together.
the stuff. These are all like
Yeah.
Jenova clones or whatever.
Yeah.
That's from the original game. And they're all going to come and merge. But they're playing off a little bit different things, and I won't get into it with the game. But reunion means more now in the remake series than it did in the original.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so then once these Robe guys merge with the monsters, more of Hojo's like robots come and they capture them, these flying like robots. And it's clearly to bring these Robe guys back to the lab to study, right? And then Barret threatens Hojo's life for messing with his Robe children. But then he's stopped by Aerith, actually.
Oh, yeah, this sucks.
Yeah, I hate this. She says, now's not the time.
Sick bastard! I'll kill you!
Barret! Now's not the time.
To which I say, it is totally the time. Shut up, Aerith. Like, take out Hojo. He's right there. But I was overruled by the developers. But this is one of those moments I was like, okay, that was a sloppy way to get Barret to back down, is to just have Aerith say now's not the time. I didn't buy it as a writer.
And Aerith is like the worst person to say no because she's been
Right.
experimented on and hunted by Hojo her entire life.
And this moment was annoying, but it's not as annoying as another moment where she comes in and stops them again later on in this
Oh,
fight.
you're total. That's right. Maybe that's what I'm
Like,
thinking
this is
of.
the first out of two moments like that.
She does it twice.
She does it twice.
Ugh.
And I'm like, no, not justified.
Dumb.
You need to give better reasons here.
Yeah.
So more monsters appear on the beach, and then it's up to Cloud's party to run down and fight them to protect the citizenry. But since they have no weapons, Cloud picks up a closed beach umbrella, and that becomes his sword. And this is the whole purpose, obviously, of not letting us bring our weapons down, is because Cloud is supposed to pick up and fight with his beach umbrella. And there's a reason for that. Do you know what it is?
Did it happen in original?
It didn't happen in original. It happens in Crisis Core.
Oh, okay. It's like, so it's a little Easter egg. That's cool.
It's an Easter egg from Crisis Core, but they actually built this story around it.
That's right.
You know, which is kind of interesting.
That's a good implementation of like a weird tonal shift. Yeah.
Exactly. I agree too. I think it's actually really fun. So in Crisis Core, Zack actually visits Costa del Sol as well. And, you know, not quite as graphically beautiful back then in Crisis Core days. And then he's hanging out there with some of the Turks when these clone monsters show up on the beach. And not only does he like reach over and grab an umbrella to use as a weapon, but it's a blue and white striped umbrella identical to the one used here by Cloud in Rebirth. So the Rebirth developers are consciously working to not only pay homage to the original game, but to pay homage to other games in this series like Crisis Core, which I think is really cool, while they continue to carve out their own story paths. So I love things like that.
Yeah.
And then from there, Cloud has to make a choice to fight with Barret and Aerith or to first fight with Red and Tifa. Do you guys remember who you picked?
Yeah.
You picked the Aerith.
Barret and Aerith because I want to be. I thought it was like a relationship mini game, right? So
it is actually.
Okay, so I was like, I'm gonna go.
Or at least I think it does increase your relationship points, just like your outfit.
Right. And that one was more explicit, so I'm like, I'm gonna choose them. But I also, my favorite party to fight with is Barret and Aerith. So I was like, oh yeah,
that's mine too.
Their materials all set up.
We have the same favorite
it's
party.
like we're married.
I
love you, Jolie. Sorry, Ernie.
Oh my god.
Mush.
Yeah, they're my favorite to play with. So I was like,
mine too.
I can't even remember who I picked.
It was just two.
Honestly.
It was the two, Tifa and Red or Barret and Aerith.
Yeah, you either go left or you go right.
I want to say it was Barret.
It's probably Barret.
Yeah.
You like Barret.
Because I like Barret.
Yeah, Barret
You
rules.
fight with Barret.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, whenever there's a choice between Tifa and Aerith, I always pick Aerith. Now, not just because I'm not like a Tifa fantasizer, which I'm obviously not, but because I think that the majority of this second installment story should be more about Cloud and Aerith in order to create maximum impact in the end of the game. And this is something
Yeah, I have a huge problem with this. Yeah.
that I will obviously not be able to get into until later in the game, and I'll talk more about this. But I believe that the second installment needs to be more about Cloud and Aerith, and the third installment needs to be more about Cloud and Tifa. But whatever. So I obviously chose Aerith, right? But whoever you choose, it does affect that relationship bond with these characters, although you don't know how it affects it in terms of like points or percentages.
There's no way to know.
You just pick. Yeah, not until you beat the game. So when you're fighting, you take out some of the necrotic entities and like the shriekers and those kinds of monsters that we've seen on the ship and whatnot. And then as we fight, Hojo begins to capture various members of our party one by one with his like little flying robot things. And again, you can tell that that's with the intentions of bringing them back to the lab.
Yeah, this ticked me off.
Oh, did it? Which part?
Because I like having my party. I've been fighting a certain way this whole time, and it's like I use Barret, Aerith, and Cloud in a certain way, and it's like, oh, you just took away Barret, like in this little thing. I'm like,
you just took my healer? You just took my range fighter?
Yeah, but I hold my judgment because the way they implement it at the end is actually way cool.
It's actually kind of cool. Yeah, so that's when you've done fighting these little monsters, you fight the boss. There's the boss fight, and this is the Grasptropod.
The Grasptropod.
Grasptropod.
That's hard to say. Grasp, because it grasps you, I guess, and it's a pod. I don't know. It's the Grasptropod.
I like it.
And this fight was challenging for me. I like that it transfers all of your weapons like specs over to the umbrella. So it's not like super annoying. You're not just like clubbing it to death, you know?
Did it? But I thought it was just like hitting it with less damage.
I felt like I was.
It actually has a little menu pop up that says it's transferring everything over. I don't know to what extent that means, though.
Yeah, my favorite part was the sound effects. When you're whacking with the umbrella, it's like, whack. It's like this boink, boink. Kind of more like, I don't know, you can hear it, but it's different than like a sword slashing through people, you know?
Right through it.
Yeah, it wasn't an impossible fight. It was kind of fun. It was a bit different because you're fighting with a fake weapon and your allies keep getting captured, which does get annoying because it kills your strategy, right?
Yeah.
But I would be remiss, too, if I didn't point out that the music for this fight was awesome. It is so classic Final Fantasy feeling while being like very new and at the same time have this high tempo, upbeat energy and really cool chord progression. And it changes throughout the fight as well. I mean, it was just really good. So whoever composed the Grasptropod boss music, bravo. I liked it. I'm a fan. It's one of my top tracks, probably my top 10 tracks for this entire soundtrack of the game.
I mean, this is the only time that we fight in this chapter, right?
Yeah, the only time.
The only time we fight. So there's no like killing random mobs or anything. It's just a boss fight, which is kind of like interesting. And they're doing different mechanics. They're taking away party members. So I like it. I fought him on normal mode and I've fought the Grasptropod on hard mode as well. And it's tricky. Like there's certain things you have to do because you're losing, your party members.
I remember you saying it was much more tricky on hard mode. I haven't played hard mode yet.
Yeah, hard mode's just hard all around. If you lose your healer, you can't use items. So you're basically doing your best to stay alive without being able to use items. And if you have someone that's equipped with no healing materia, like you have a nice party loadout, then you're kind of screwed. But the thing that this fight does that's really interesting is because they purposely take people away and they want you to feel helpless. And I always hate that in games. It's like, no, you're arbitrarily like story reasons punishing me, but I'm like a good fighter and I've like mastered the combat and you're taking this away from me, which kind of ticked me off, but they make up for it by what happens next.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. So eventually our whole party is captured while we're fighting the Grasptropod. And Cloud is then left fighting solo, right? Until even he is captured. And then Hojo starts to walk away when the hero of the moment.
I want you to use the film director terminology for what this is.
The film director terminology for what is?
For what is about to happen, like this thing that happens that
I don't know
completely shifts the narrative.
Tell us, Ernest.
What is it?
Deus Ex Machina.
Oh. Give us the definition of the Deus Ex Machina.
Deus Ex Machina is Latin for God from the machine. And it is the thing where, like, when all hope is lost and the end seems inevitable, out of nowhere
comes the hero of the moment.
Comes this, like, God from the machine that just drops, like, almost a God level,
That's a good way to describe it. That's definitely what happens here.
That's exactly what happened. This is like a known...
Yeah, it's definitely a story tactic, you could say.
And that was exactly what happened here, because I'm with Spencer. When this happened, I almost got out of my chair.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't believe it. I was like, no way.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy too because and the way it happens as well. So one Miss Yuffie, right? She's the one who appears to literally save the day with like ninja heroism.
Spoil your comeback?
Nah, you did good.
And it's quite the sight to behold. And it's also quite the reminder why it was so unrealistic for her to stop breathing after that dumb sea monster knocks her out of the rowboat and under Junon. Come on.
Oh, come on. The sea monster got the jump on her. That's what happened.
It's so dumb. That whole scene sucked. I didn't like it at all. And part of it is because like this, like here Yuffie comes out and she saves the day. And the way she does it is actually hilarious. So Cloud is sitting there like fighting this giant squid robot when suddenly this like...
He gets captured too, doesn't he? Like it's like, okay,
he's captured.
All the party members are gone. Hojo's done. He's got everybody. So you think you're done. You're like, what's going to happen?
You think you're done. And you think you're going back to the lab.
Yeah.
Like you're like, oh, we're going to go back to that stupid lab or something like that. But then this like bunch of Johnny clones holding Robe guys like on piggyback come running toward the Grasptropod where they're promptly captured. And then Yuffie does some fancy ninja moves and the Johnny Robe combos like turn into these stuffed Moogles.
With bombs and I'm like...
Apparently they have bombs because then they all like shoot lasers at the Grasptropod. It's actually kind of hard to see, but they destroy the Grasptropod, which blows up.
Yeah, well, it's because it captured them in and they're pulling them in and they switch from Johnnies into these Moogles, but they're like little bombs or something. Because when you go to Mog House...
Okay, they're bombs because like it looks like they're shooting lasers.
I mean, maybe could... when you go do the Mog House and it's the weird, annoying mini games or
whatever. I hate the Mog House, yes.
But they all have like little spells or difference. Like some of them have little like bomb explosions that are like cute and cartoony.
Yeah.
I felt like it was that. Like the Mogs, they transformed into the Moogles and then they like shot lasers and exploded the Grasptropod.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in Final Fantasy, as far back as I can remember when there being a ninja involved in the actual game, the magic they use is called Utsusemi.
Utsusemi?
It's what creates the shadows or the multiple versions of them.
The doppelganger is what they call it in English.
The doppelgangers, yeah. And so that's what happened here. But like Spencer said, it was enough that like normally the ninjas use it on themselves. So that she did it on Johnny. And then even that was a farce. And it turns into the Moogles.
Yeah, that's cool.
I was sitting there like, oh man, the Moogles, watch out.
Well, did you see like the little leaves on the
Johnny's head?
Yeah.
That's how Japan identifies that they're the clone version.
But that's when she does the doppelganger move. If you ever pause the frame when you do that with Yuffie,
she looks like Pinocchio.
Well, yeah, she's like a wooden like puppet,
Yeah.
but then it also has a leaf on the head, I think. So
Yeah,
it's just part
yeah.
of like probably the ninja magic.
I like that. No, it doesn't bother me at all. Yeah. So this whole ninjutsu thing like destroys the Grasptropod, it blows up, and then the real Johnny runs away, and Yuffie disappears in this awesome puff of ninja smoke.
Yeah, Johnny heroically runs away and gets all blown up and banged up.
Gets like beat up like crazy.
Yeah, he got beat up. Yeah.
But he's like the hero of the moment.
And he was feeling all shamed,
Yep.
before this. It was like he was carrying the luggage of Shinra. He was escorting Hojo. Like he was doing all these things he didn't want to do, but he felt obligated because he was in all this debt to the mayor. And so it was nice to see him be able to have a moment of triumph that like gets him out
His
of that.
redemption arc, and he's
His
back.
redemption
He's back
arc.
with Tifa and the gang.
This is all my fault.
Hey, you! Mr. Mopey!
Huh?
Over here!
Oh, me?
You want to help him, don't you? Then you'd better hold still!
Which is so much better than saying that he was an ex-soldier and like...
And Cloud is hanging out with playboys and killing, murdering people.
Yeah, it was
That's
so
awesome.
much better, right? So when the good guys win, Hojo throws his hands up to leave in irritation, basically. And this kind of like, okay, this is the part that blew my mind, right? So as Hojo leaves, Red starts to run after him, and blew my mind in a bad way, by the way. Red starts to run after Hojo, and Aerith stops him, saying, "Let him go."
Let him go. We've done enough.
Enough? No, you must certainly have not done enough. What you like?
So
Like
let
you,
me.
No, you must hear this. She should know better than anyone that leaving Hojo to walk free means pain and suffering for many other people in the present and the future. So sorry, writers, I'm not buying again Aerith's like little one-liner justification for like Cloud's party letting Hojo walk away in this moment. We've done enough. What, you literally relocated some hermit crabs. That's all you did to harm anybody in this area. The person who destroyed everything was Hojo, the turd butt that you guys need to go after and take care of. But because the writers want Hojo to appear in the future, they need a reason for Hojo to be able to walk away. And this was their reason by saying that Aerith, comes in and just says, "We've done enough, let him go." I don't think that's good enough.
Yeah.
That's bad writing. Sorry, bad, not buying it.
Let me tell you, I've seen this exact same type of writing in Star Wars. I've seen it in Star Trek. I've seen it in Ninja Turtles. I've
Are
seen
you saying it's good?
I'm saying it's a trope.
Does that justify it?
I would say it depends.
I would say no. I'd say it's bad wherever it's used. It's lazy.
Now, granted, I've also seen it done much better in other areas like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, you can do way better.
But like,
just let him sneak off and then not catch him.
well, the best way I've seen it done is where the villain actually beats you down to the point where like you're not quite dead, but you're incapacitated.
You're not strong enough.
And then they walk away.
Exactly. That makes so much more sense than lazy writing like this.
But I've also seen this happen. And I distinctly remember there was one episode of like Ninja Turtles from the 80s where like the Turtles wanted to go after the Shredder after he had done some similar, catastrophe of the thing. And Splinter was like, "It is not worth it to pursue him now. He is already gone." And like, you could tell they all wanted to go after him, but he stopped them, right? And like, he's the wise sensei.
Yeah, but that's not what's happening here.
So I think what they're trying to allude to is that Aerith is a lot more than we think she is right now.
Yeah.
And she knows a lot more than what we think she does. And more than likely, she knows how this is going to end. And it has to play out a certain way to end the right way.
I agree that that's true.
And that's why this was written this way.
And that's probably why it's written, but that doesn't explain why people would listen to her.
I disagree with you a little bit, Jolie, because I think the delivery and what she says, the line is bad. When she's like, "We've done enough." Yeah, I agree with you there. But if you this is later on when you talk to her on the beach, she opens up about Hojo's experiments, and she talks about, she's like, there was so much anger in me and so much things I wanted to do. She's kind of taking the higher road here. I just think the delivery is poor, the execution is poor, but I like the more charitable, like, we're the good guys approach. Like, I'm going to take the high road.
I like that too, but
it's not illustrated in that moment where it's like, I think that's what they're trying to go through, but it doesn't really work.
That's what I'm saying is they're trying to do it and it wasn't done correctly.
Yeah.
Like the execution was poor, because if you're taking the high road, then you need to say something different than let him go. We've done enough.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't done anything. We've done no harm to anybody on this beach.
But she's like, let's not stoop to his level. Like, we're not going to go like murder this guy kind of a thing, but they don't.
Right. But then when you do talk to her on the beach later, she talks about how much she hates Hojo.
Yeah. But she talks about how she doesn't like that person she was.
Yeah, that's true.
I think the writers try to make up for it in that later scene,
but I don't think it works though.
You're right. I agree with you there.
To me, it's the equivalent of that scene in Star Wars where Palpatine...
I heard that.
Oh my gosh.
It's shaking our house.
We're getting thunder. Shaking our house.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ernest. We're just under a threat of death by lightning.
Oh, yeah. It reminds me of that scene. The way it was delivered reminds me of the scene in Star Wars where Luke Skywalker is standing in front of Palpatine and he has a lightsaber. And Palpatine's telling him, yes, strike me down in anger, right? Because that turns you to the dark side. So that's exactly what he wanted. And I think Spencer's right. The delivery was not great here.
But I don't think it's just the delivery. I think it's the line itself.
Yeah, the line sucks.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the delivery by the writers. I'm not talking about like just her voice. Like that line probably wasn't the best to use here. But I think that's what they were trying to convey here.
Yeah.
Like, we shouldn't murder him. Like, we're better than that. Like, I'm okay with that idea.
But we all know Cloud is an expletive murderer. A freaking murderer.
Yeah, it's even more than we're better than that.
Yeah.
It is, that's the path to the dark side.
Sure.
And they don't want that here. And so I agree with both of you. Jolie, you're absolutely right. It didn't land correctly.
Well, and I'm getting a little bit too passionate about this.
And I think Spencer's right that they didn't consider how to convey it in a holistic way.
Well, because to me, for Aerith to say we've done enough, like, it was almost putting the blame on our own party.
Yeah, that
and
was
the
bad.
reason that we should not go after Hojo is because we've done all these bad things in this moment, which I would say false. We've done nothing wrong. Like, we ruffled some sand, you know? So to me, it was just a badly written line. And because it is a pivot point in the scene that gets Hojo out of there and moves us in a different direction, it needs to be better written than that.
And it's all interpretation, right? I don't think she was meaning that like we've done enough as in we've like destroyed the property. I think it was more like
we've done enough.
We have stopped the situation, right? Because she's, again, like, think about her persona. We use her as a healer. She's more of a defensive player. Even though she does offense, she's more of a defensive player, right? So her persona is one of like defending and protecting. So saying we've done enough is like we've protected, we've stopped the situation. If we now go on the offense, now we are no better than Shinra.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
But as Spencer said, it was written and delivered in not the best way.
Yeah, that's heavily and poorly implied.
Yeah, I guess that's all I'm saying.
And the thing is, they could have just gone to Star Wars and borrowed the damn lines from there because those guys nailed it, right? Like, it's right there.
Well, they borrowed all the lines from Star Wars and put them in Final Fantasy XII. So there's none left for this.
The whole game is Star Wars.
The Lassie and the Fassi and the...
That's 13.
Yeah, 13.
Oh, no, that's 13.
13 borrowed from some alien civilization.
12, they have the Millennium Falcon and Han and Chewie.
True.
Yeah, so anyway, going back. So after they stupidly let Hojo walk away, the scene then fades to a sunset on the beach later that day, and each of the characters is like scattered on the beach, thinking solo, you know, contemplating, you know, what just happened maybe. And we take control of Cloud, where we do have the opportunity to go and talk to each member of our party and build more relationship points or whatever, even though we'll never know, you know, how, based on what we say. And again, I really like these moments because I really appreciate the character building and relationship shaping in stories. Although the further I got in the game, the less I liked this whole unknown relationship point system, but whatever, I still enjoy the moments.
It kind of carries like a real human dynamic though. Like you could say something totally innocuous to somebody, but given like their current state of mind and things that might have happened to them in the last couple of days or weeks, they could take it a completely different way than you intended, right? So like you kind of are in the dark interacting with humans too, if you don't deal with them every day, which is obviously not the case here.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing to me is like, I just can't figure out what I'm doing with these things.
Yeah, well, I hate the timer so much,
And
just
the
like
timer.
you mentioned.
The timer's annoying.
It's the worst. Like, just let us pick, you know, let us read them and think through it.
Let me think through it and figure out what I want to say.
Yeah. And so there's a bunch of different conversations. Let's go through these conversations one by one. For me, the worst conversation of the bunch was the one with Red, who, okay, this goes back to the last line I had a problem with Aerith, right? Red is sitting there stupidly blaming himself for Hojo apparently destroying the beach or like taking the black robe guys or something like that.
It's because of Hojo this place is in ruins. No, I can't blame him for our actions. I know I should strive to maintain my composure around him, but
I just think it's utter bullcrap. Like if Hojo starts a fight on the beach, then whatever destruction occurs in battling that fight is on Hojo. Like, and it's not even clear that there was any lasting destruction. So I deem this conversation stupid.
Somebody did point that out in one of these conversations.
Who's that?
Barret, when he's talking to Cloud.
Oh, that's right.
Kind of, but I'm just saying, like, Red is sitting there feeling all guilty for what? I guess for, like, the rogue guys being captured and merged with or something, maybe? But, like,
I think it's probably because it's their party that's causing, like, they're, like, fugitives from Shinra, and wherever they go, like, calm, people have to hide them. They have helicopters. They bring chaos wherever they go, right?
Right.
I don't know, but did they, though? Because, like, they're on this beautiful beach at sunset, and there's nothing wrong.
But, right.
Like, what is he regretting? Like, I want to see gazebos in flames, bystanders impaled by beach umbrellas or something.
You always want to see the consequences of the actions in games. That's a
because
big
there's
thing
no
for you.
consequences. It's like he's feeling guilty about what?
Yeah, you kind of have to assume, but everyone's fine and the beach is fine. You're still kind of hanging out there. And if they have like this somber tone when you talk to them, each person is just like, oh yeah, that was kind of nuts, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Red realizes, and that may be actually why it's written this way. I don't think he realizes that like, no matter what they do as a party, Hojo and Shinra are going to do whatever they're going to do. Right. And they're just along for the ride. They just happen to be part of the story. And so like, I think Red might be blaming himself for whether it's like they couldn't protect the robe guys or they drew Shinra. I don't think any of that mattered. And actually the conversation between Barret and Cloud kind of, because it seems like even Cloud or someone over there has a similar opinion of like, they were somehow at fault for something. And they weren't.
Well, in Barrett's conversation, he specifies that it's the robe guys that he feels bad about not being able to help.
I couldn't do a damn thing for those poor bastards.
And that part makes sense, right? Because we've seen multiple times where Barret has this emotional connection to the robe guys. And he feels like kind of a parental relationship with these guys. Like he needs to protect them. He feels that he's responsible for that.
Yeah.
So not being able to do so in this situation makes sense why Barret would be feeling remorse and kicking himself. But it doesn't make sense why Red would.
Yeah, I just think with Red, it's like he's got this issue with obviously Hojo, you know? So anytime there's sort of destruction with Hojo being like taken to the beach, like he was tortured and experimented on by Hojo. So anytime he's probably not thinking straight whenever it's Hojo. I'm not giving writers credit here.
Yeah, no, that could be the case because he does specify that like his anger gets the best of him and it shouldn't. And I can understand having remorse for that.
Sure.
Also remember that at this point in the game, and I won't spoil what happens later, Red still has this complex about people not standing up for and not defending.
Yeah, but then he should have the opposite response. Like he should be proud that he was willing to defend.
He was, then he stopped, right? Or he was stopped, I should say.
Because his complex would be like he should be there to defend and to fight to help others. And that's what he's trying to do. And now he's feeling bad about that.
I think his complex would have been, we should have been able to save the robe guys.
Yeah, but he should say that then.
Well, I mean, sure. Hey, the writers are infallible here, okay? So I'm just saying.
No, it was a little interesting with Red, but
I don't know. I didn't love the Red conversation, but the Barret conversation I did like because it did give Cloud an opportunity to speak some like true words of comfort to a friend.
You tried. That's all you can do. And all that matters if you ask me.
You? Trying to cheer me up? Now I've seen everything.
It was a nice character moment, right? And that's something we only see in brief moments throughout this game. So you got to see that here, which was cool.
And to me, that was the cleanup, because if you remember, like a lot of the previous scenes of the interactions between Barret and Cloud, it's usually Barret that's like trying to give like the practical or the truthful or the maybe tough love answer.
Yeah, the level-headed.
Level-headed, there you go. And this time it's Cloud saying no, and like his exact words were, no, this is on Hojo.
Yeah.
And then Barret says, damn straight, that a-hole has to pay for his sins, and it's up to us to make sure that he does.
Yeah.
Interesting. I got different reactions.
But I think it's important to know because it's a dialogue wheel.
Yeah, I got different response.
You can pick different options, and so we might have had different
experiences. Like maybe my conversation with Red was lame and yours was cool.
Actually, that makes perfect sense because I don't even have a note for the Red conversation, so that's how uneventful it was to me. But the one between Barret and Cloud was like, it was Cloud now laying down the level-headed, like, no, this is on Hojo.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Right, type of thing.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to the conversation with Tifa,
so dumb. I have thoughts.
So awesome.
So, as a straight female, even I had a hard time paying attention to anything other than Tifa's boobs in that conversation. I mean, what chance does a dude have, honestly, but to look at these boobs? Like, how do you get away from that if you're trying to get away from it? Even at the angle in which they placed her, she's literally sitting while Cloud is standing and the cameras are like this, right? So
yeah, he's looking down on her.
He's looking down on Tifa.
While she's kind of hunched over.
And she's kind of hunched over. So you're staring down at her boob crack like the whole time. And
It's called cleavage, Jolie.
No, it's
Wow.
boob crack.
Boob crack.
Is the scientific term, whatever.
Oh, that's funny. Boob crack.
But it was as if like the developers were saying to all the horn dog Tifa lovers out there, you're welcome. Take a last good look now because she's going back into her normal clothes after this. Like I was just like so like the conversation wasn't bad word wise, but all I could think of was boob crack.
No, the conversation is bad word wise. I have thoughts on this too. But
oh, really? Well, it wasn't great.
But like, here's my issue. Like, you can build a relationship with Barret and you can build a relationship with Red throughout this game. Like, they have relationship wheels too. But like, the main love triangle that we've always known about is like kind of is it Aerith or Tifa?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so you go into this chapter and they're hitting you over the head with it. Like, it's going to be like a dating sim chapter. You're going to be like getting to know them a little bit better.
But you never get to go on a date with them.
Sure. Yeah, that's dumb.
You go on a date with the middle manager.
Right. That part's dumb. But it's like they're setting this up for you. So you have these moments on the beach and people online are like, oh, I'm just like, I want to build like my Tifa meter and I don't want to build like Aerith meter. So like my issue is with either those people or I feel like nobody has expressed like their love for Aerith. And like, let me tell you, you were kind of commenting on this a little bit earlier, Jolie, when you said like you feel like the second chapter or Rebirth should be focused on Aerith and that the third part, whatever we get the next game, should be focused on Tifa. And if you've played the original game, you know why that is. But it's like, it's so frustrating to me because I like that the game gives you choice. You kind of disagree as a filmmaker. I know that you're like, there should be like a set structure because like
I tend to like the story. Right. I don't want it to be choose your own adventure. I like the story.
Because then you can have more impactful moments.
But that's a personal preference, yeah.
No, but that's a good storytelling thing too. Because if you choose like how it's going to go, it's going to make certain moments less impactful.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
The thing that drives me nuts is like this obsession with Tifa and like just disregard of Aerith. And so I put like 5 reasons why people like Tifa. And so number 1, she has boobs. Number 2, she has comically huge boobs. Number 3, the developers know this and often show you her comically huge boobs when they're framing her. She's sitting down. Number 4, chapter 6 is an entire fan service chapter that's dedicated to showing you more of her boobs.
Yeah.
And then number 5, she's Cloud's childhood friend. I know that that's not completely true, but it's like kind of, that's like what they're doing and it's fine. If you like Tifa, good for you. And if you're into her, that's fine. But like, here are 5 reasons why Aerith is cool. Number 1, Aerith is interesting. Number 2, she's the last remaining Cetra of an ancient civilization.
She's an ancient, yeah.
She's an ancient, and she can communicate with the planet. Number 3, she's like basically the chosen one. And what's so cool about this game is that you're not the chosen one. It's Aerith, and
That's true.
And your role is to protect her, which is like so cool and super interesting.
A really good point.
And not only is she's the Cetra, she's this chosen one, and you swear to her that you will protect her. You even say that in the dialogue.
And she's vulnerable and needs that protection.
Right, and it's awesome. But then she flirts with you and she has a crush on you, and there's so much chemistry between them. So it's like all these Tifa-loving people. Sorry, that's 4. That she's fun and flirty. Like Tifa, like you have a conversation with her, and she's just like, "Oh, Cloud, like you don't remember, your memory's gone." Like, what? I'm gaslighted. Like she can't have a conversation, and it's awkward. And there's reasons why that we'll learn in part 3. But it's just annoying, and they're like mean to each other. And then like. Number 5, Aerith cares about Cloud in all of her conversations. Like in Remake, if you did that dialogue tree when you talk to Aerith outside of her house in the flower garden, she's like, "You can't fall in love with me."
I'm glad I met you, Cloud. I really am. I'm grateful for all the words we've shared, for all the moments and the memories. You've made me more happy than you know. And I'll always cherish what you've given me. But whatever happens, you can't fall in love with me. Even if you think you have, it's not real.
That is infinitely more interesting than anything Tifa has ever brought to this relationship or these games. So, like, it drives me crazy, and I just had to get it off my chest that, like, okay, you can like Tifa because she's hot. I think she's hot. Like, I'm a dude.
She's
hot.
super athletic. She does have some really good qualities, like the whole kindness thing.
Yeah, she's kind, and she does care about Cloud, but it's kind of like this back and forth, like, I don't know what's going on. But Aerith is so interesting. And if you take that, and if you don't go with Aerith, it's like the things that happen in this game that we all know about are not as cool.
They're
right?
not as impactful.
So sorry, that's my rant.
I totally agree with you, and I'm glad you said it, right? There's going to be plenty of people out there who don't agree, and that's great.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff that they can talk about, like their childhood and Tifa's this, and there's actually way more stuff about it, but I find that so much less interesting.
Maybe I'm the, like, outlier here.
Well, we are a married couple.
Ernest loves her huge boobs. I'm just kidding.
I happen to like both of them. And so I purposely am trying to, like,
that's cool,
raise my meter with both of them at the same time.
Well, that's cool, but unfortunately the game only rewards whichever one's highest.
Yeah.
Oh, well, see, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if you raise them both.
Well, I'm not going to change my strategy. I'm going to keep doing it.
Yeah, keep doing your thing.
Yeah.
I just want to see what's going to happen, but I actually like both of them. And the thing is, like, I feel like, again, I've not gotten past 10, let alone to the third installment, but I feel like what we're being set up for here is Tifa's going to be the default end state because Aerith is going to have a Dion situation.
16, yeah.
Interesting.
I feel like they're setting us up for that.
Yeah, and just a reminder, Ernest is only in chapter 10.
So I could be completely wrong, just so you know that.
No, that's an interesting take, though.
I feel like that's what they're setting us up for in the third installment. Like, we're going to have a Yuna situation. We're going to, you get where I'm going with this? So I'm very concerned. The one from 15, what's her name?
Luna Freya?
Luna Freya. I feel like we're going to have a Luna Freya situation.
Oh, I hope not, because nobody cared about Luna Freya.
Oh, but I know you're implying to. Everyone knows that's the reason why Final Fantasy VII is a game. Everyone knows the Aerith thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone knows, right? So, like, the writers and the developer, everyone's setting us up for this, right? So, like, all of this is for naught. It doesn't matter, but they're grabbing our interest along the way.
But it does matter because if you care and the stakes are higher, if you're interested with Aerith, then you kind of know what's happening.
Yeah, but that's like, this comes into play, especially in later chapters that you're almost to, Ernest. And we'll talk more about those because I have very strong opinions about this very thing. Because from a storytelling perspective, there's just so much more impact in one direction versus the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but we'll get into that.
Let me just talk about, this is Tifa's conversation that we're having on the beach. So the thing that she says, what I think is interesting, I mean, obviously I'm biased. You guys know that I'm kind of team Aerith right now, right? But it's like,
it's a little more on the surface.
Yeah, she's like, hey, Cloud, like, there's like not a lot of chemistry. She's like, next time, like, I would love to have this drink. She's talking about the drink she's having at this little bar she's sitting down. And I want to do it like when I'm at the new Seventh Heaven, like, because the bar was destroyed. They know the plate fell, right?
Feels like it's been ages since I mixed a drink. Since Seventh Heaven.
And then Cloud just says, like, yeah, next time we have that drink, it'll be at the new Seventh Heaven. That's what I promise Barret. not Tifa.
I can make one for you too, if you want.
Nah, I'm good. Next time I ask for a cocktail, it'll be at the new Seventh Heaven. At least, that's what I promised Barret.
And when exactly did you promise him that?
Sometime.
All right, Mr. Secretive. You do you.
And it's like, okay, like, I mean, Cloud is awkward, and maybe that's someone's argument that, like, Cloud really likes Tifa and he's awkward around her. But I feel like he's so much more comfortable around Aerith, because when he goes to Aerith talks about how she felt about Hojo's experiments. She opens up about this and has all these things, and he's just kind of like, hey, wherever you go, like he says, let's say I have her down.
Like, I'm there with you.
I'm there for you.
What I'm trying to say is, worry about the future when it comes. You'll know what to do. And whatever you decide, I'm with you.
I appreciate it.
And it's like so romantic, and maybe I'm a cheeser, but like I think it's so sweet.
Yeah, you are. So for those who don't know Spencer's like a super hopeless romantic, like more than I am. Like he's kind of the girl in the relationship in that way, which is really sweet, and I love that.
It's adorable. Like Cloud's like, he's promising Aerith that he's going to be there for her, right? And then Aerith says some cryptic, you better make this make sense square, another moment where she's like, oh, like she's going to love you. And he's like, what? And he's like, oh, my future self.
No need to worry about the future till it comes. Not until the moment arrives. And when it does, I'll be counting on you.
Good.
Not you. That was to her, my future self. Can't say when you'll meet, but trust me, you'll love her.
And you're like, oh, that's some more of that whisper, like...
Yeah, that's weird, like something's coming down the pipe.
I like it because it gives Aerith a little bit of, like, she knows more than she's letting on, and we've got a lot of that in Remake. And
she absolutely knows more than she's letting on, right? Because she's an ancient.
They're making that pretty clear, but she's also trying to figure it all out, right? So she knows more, and she's figured out more, but she's not completely got it all figured out. So she's still learning.
It's not that she's an ancient. Like, this is like the Remake timeline shenanigans that are happening in the remake of these series, right? She's like, there's the future Earth, like, kind of knows about you, and she's going to think you're great.
I do think that the best conversation of the bunch in these beach scenes was that conversation with Aerith. So
by far,
it's much more drawn out. They put a lot more time and energy into it as well. The developers did. But the first reason for why I loved this particular scene with Aerith is for what she says. Obviously, Spencer, you talked about some of what that was. She opens up about how much she hates Hojo.
Yeah.
We were his prisoners, me and my mom, Ethelna. He kidnapped us because she was a Cetra, a specimen for his experiments. And after what he did to her, after all the pain and the horror he put us through, I hate him.
Like, she says the word hate, which is not a word that we typically hear from Aerith, right? It's interesting because she seems like she's the least hateful character in the game, or at least in our party, right? But this is like a moment of like open vulnerability that shows how human she really is, which makes her even more interesting, right? Although she does say, I'd imagine the things I would do to him if I got the chance.
Sometimes I imagine the things I'd do to him if I got the chance.
And then I'm like, well, you kind of had the chance.
So which one are you?
And you didn't do anything, and you stopped. Yeah, so I was like, I don't know.
We've done enough, or what would you do?
Yeah, so whatever, not a big deal. But so I don't know if that was like a continuity error on part of the writers, or if it was meant to deepen our appreciation of Aerith's self-control when the opportunity presented itself, whatever.
But I kind of feel like that's the moment where she's like, if I got the chance, but she's like, she knows that she's talking about
that
herself.
It's not the right thing.
That was the wrong, like, I don't like that person. When I think back to those
That could be the case. And I don't have a problem with that. I actually really like this whole conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that this conversation was one of the best character moments in the game so far, right? Up through chapter 6. And I really appreciated Cloud's like cute, romantic, kind encouragement. Like, he says he's there for her. And to me, that's what Rebirth should be about. It should be that deepening relationship between Cloud and Aerith. All the party characters should grow closer together throughout this game, but it's that relationship between Cloud and Aerith that should be the most important and the most focused on in this second installment. I've said it a few times. More on this later. And then the other reason that I really enjoyed this conversation is because Aerith's acting was really good.
Yeah.
And I have a bit of a, I guess you could say, rant to go on regarding this. So I quite enjoyed her acting. And that's really saying something for me. So sorry, I know we're at the end of this discussion, but there are some things I really need to say in order to get this point across.
Sure.
So bear with me because this is going to take a couple minutes here. So first, for those who aren't aware, I feel like this is probably a good time where I need to mention that I have a master's degree in film directing from a well-respected film school in Southern California. And I've worked with actors for a couple decades now as a filmmaker. And I'm also a screenwriter as well. So I kind of dabble in both. And many of my mentors have Academy Awards. So they know their stuff better than I do. And I don't say that to make myself seem like more important in some way. I'm no important than anyone watching or listening to this. I don't have an Academy Award, whatever. But I say this to give you a little bit
You have an Emmy Award there. You're great. I'm proud of you.
Oh, well, thank you. You're my husband and you're really supportive. But I really just mention this like to give you a little background on why I talk about voice acting so much during these analyses that we do of these games. It's because to me, great voice acting is truly an incredible art when it's done well. And I just love it. I appreciate it so much. And in reverse, spoken words that simply mask emotion leave me incredibly disappointed. So this is a world that's very important to me and I know a little bit about. And if you ever want to hear my full analysis of voice acting across all the mainline Final Fantasy games, we do have a full-length episode that will help shed some light on my perspectives there, so I don't have to go too deep into what those are here. But the interesting thing is that every time I criticize a voice actor in a mainline Final Fantasy, like Rebirth or Remake, I always get angry comments from people on our videos who disagree. And that's like normal. Like when you put yourself out there on the internet, you're going to get like angry people about all kinds of crazy things you would never expect. But disagreement, totally cool with me. I'm a big free speech advocate. I love open discussion. But that said, I am seeing a pattern with some of the criticisms regarding voice acting critiques that I think are deserving of at least some clarification, because I don't think people understand what I'm talking about sometimes. And that clarification is this. So when critiquing voice acting, I see it as kind of, there are really two categories from my perspective that you can judge in a voice actor. The first category is, does the voice actor sound the way the character should sound? Which basically means, does their voice timbre match their physical appearance? Like, if they're a big and furrow-browed character, is their voice deep and gruff to match it? If it's like a shy girl character, does she open her mouth and sound like she could sing bass in a quartet? I mean, hopefully not, right? Rather, she would have like a soft, tender female voice. This category is pretty simple to judge. And in this category, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth knocks it out of the park. They ace every character. Barret, Cloud, Aerith, Tifa, Yuffie, Red, all of them. Side characters too. The old guys sound like old guys. The gruff fishermen sound like gruff fishermen. The children sound like 40-year-old women trying to be children, but that is a topic for another day and the exception here, right? Aside from some of the kid characters, everyone was cast with a voice that matched the physical appearance of the character they voiced. That's category one. Does it match the character? And this is the category that is easiest to judge. You don't need to have training in acting or directing to recognize when a character is lacking in this category. You just know. Everyone listening to this right now is probably pretty advanced in judging this category. But, here we go. It's the second category of judging voice acting performances that is just as important, if not more so, and is actually much more objective. Right? And that category is authenticity. How authentic are the emotions of the voice actor when they're recording their lines? Are they actually mentally and emotionally putting their whole souls into the shoes of the character for that given scene and then just letting the lines come out as they naturally would? If their character is crying, is it because they're actually incredibly sad in real life, standing there in that studio with real tears streaming down their face even though no one will see them? And so it comes across in their performance as this person is really, really emotional. They're really sad, which means that the way it comes out is going to be squeaky sometimes and like like it's going to sound imperfect sometimes, right? Like if you listen to Clive in Final Fantasy XVI, when he has scenes where he has to get emotional,
his voice cracks or something happens.
Yeah, his voice cracks. It's not perfect. He's not thinking of how he sounds.
And he's not faking that. That's just,
he's not faking it. He got himself to those places as an actor. And he was really, really mourning in those scenes.
Look at me, Joshua. Open your eyes! Open your eyes, Damien! Why did you do this? Joshua! Joshua!
He wasn't pretending to mourn, he was mourning. That is authenticity. That is really good. There is a huge difference between an authentic performance and somebody who is crying because the script says to cry and they know how to make their voice sound like they're crying.
I'm sorry, he's gone.
Huge difference. And the difference between great actors and those who aren't great comes down to, are they putting their souls into the scenes and their lines come out however they naturally will, even if it's imperfect? Or are they performing their lines the way they think the lines should sound? Okay? So the moment an actor starts to think, I need to sound like this, or that word should sound like this, that authenticity immediately vanishes. And you get this like really superficial performance that a tuned in ear can immediately recognize as being superficial. Some performers can fake it pretty well, but even then, our subconscious, I would say, can usually feel that they're faking it. And actors pretty much are either great in this category, the second category, or they're not. Which is why you have to cast somebody who is great in this category, and they'll usually be pretty consistently great at performing across the board. And conversely, just like it's hard to like teach a tone-deaf singer how to perform an opera, it's hard to teach an actor who doesn't get it in the authenticity department to suddenly master it, which is why casting is so important. Or as one of my mentors used to say, he was the director of like Saturday Night Fever. And do you remember Short Circuit?
Yeah, I know that one. Johnny Five.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah, I know Johnny Five.
The director of those movies is one of my mentors.
Okay.
And he would always say 50% of good directing is good casting. And he's totally right. And much of it is due to this reason. Because if you cast somebody who gets it in the authenticity department, they'll usually give consistently amazing, authentic performances across the board, even if your direction's not perfect. But if you cast somebody who doesn't get it, then they're just going to be thinking about how the lines are said all the time because they don't understand that there's a deeper way of acting, right? Now, what does this have to do with Aerith? Okay, let's bring it back.
I like it. Good. Set the table. Let's eat now.
Thank you, supportive husband.
No, I agree with you because I also am smart with acting.
So when it comes to Aerith, right? When I first started playing this Final Fantasy VII Remake series, I was super pleased with category 1 of all the actors, right? All the characters sounded the way that they looked. Barret sounded like Barret. Tifa sounded like Tifa should sound. Cloud sounded like Cloud. Aerith sounded like Aerith should sound, and so forth. But when it came to category 2, the more objectively judged authenticity category, as happenstance would have it, I was generally much more impressed with the male leads than the females. In particular, I thought Barret and Cloud and Biggs were fantastically authentic. Tifa? Oh, this is going to be an unpopular opinion because everyone loves Tifa, and she's an awesome and beloved character.
She has huge boobs.
Something wrong?
Okay, but I'm going to say it. So for those of you out there who know, you know, if you understand authenticity in acting, you know, the Tifa actor is thinking about how her lines should sound more than letting the words naturally come after putting herself deeply in a scene. I hate to say it. Sometimes she does better than others, but it's pretty consistently across the board that way. And the result is that I'm just not as bought into her scenes, which is a bummer because I really want to be. And I know that even saying this right now means I'll probably never get to do like an interview with her, you know, but I've got to be real. And that's just how it is, right? Now, Aerith, however, she was somewhere in the middle in Remake for me for this second category of authenticity. At times she was like sing-songy and like trying to sound bubbly for the sake of sounding bubbly.
He's my bodyguard. And a soldier. Pretty cool, huh?
Which also could have been partially the fault of the voice director or, you know, it could be a number of different reasons. But then in her soft, calm scenes, she was much more authentic and believable. So I didn't know like what to think of her in Remake as far as performance goes. Because sometimes I really liked her performance and sometimes I wasn't a fan. She seemed to have talent, but either maybe she was like young and just learning how to master it. And I do think that is part of it. Or maybe she was also caught having to try to make the producers happy with achieving a certain voice sound throughout or something. I couldn't figure it out. But in Rebirth, there are still some sing-songy moments with Aerith, but it's this scene right here in chapter 6, this little character building relationship building moment in chapter 6 on the beach that convinced me that Aerith's voice actor is talented and that she does know how to do well in the authenticity category because she does it right here.
Sometimes I imagine the things I'd do to him if I got the chance. I start thinking things so dark and ugly that it scares me.
And you can't fake it. You can't fake it. Once you show you can do it, it's like, okay, it's there in her system, right? And that was really cool for me to witness. So I think her name's Briana White.
Mm-hmm.
Not that she cares about my opinion or will ever see this, but she did. You won me over, Briana, with this scene. And later scenes, too, in the game. So I am now on the Aerith is a good actor train. And it's worth saying that voice dubbing also in a game that was previously recorded in Japanese, that puts a lot more strain on the voice actor's ability to be authentic.
Sure.
So we should probably be all the more impressed when they achieve believability and authenticity. But at the same time, a good actor can figure it out and do well even in those circumstances. And I think Cody Christian does a really good job in this.
Oh, yeah. I love Cloud.
And I think when people say that they don't like his casting, like some people have said they don't like his casting or whatever, I think it's just because they don't like the way he sounds or they don't like the way the character was written. Because in terms of authenticity, he is on.
Yeah, if you know Cloud, he is Cloud.
I can't think of anyone who would do a better job.
I don't know. I think he's gotten better. Like, I know that in Remake, I was not impressed at all with Cloud. And in this one, I think he's gotten better. I still think Barret takes the cake.
I think Barret's incredible.
Barret's fantastic.
So on point with that character, it's not even funny.
But so is a character like Biggs, right? Like, who is a total side character.
Yeah.
He's great in authenticity.
Gideon Emery freaking rules. Shout out.
Yeah, Gideon Emery.
He's awesome. But like, I think Cloud it's his arc. The whole story of Final Fantasy VII is Cloud's arc. So yes, the beginning game, you're like, oh, Cloud, but he doesn't have much to say. He's reserved. He doesn't talk.
Yeah.
And that's all we get from him. It's like, so Cloud he's so one note. He's supposed to be one note. Like, that's why he is the way he is.
Mm-hmm.
And like, Jolie has convinced me a little bit as I've listened. I've played the game a couple times, and Tifa does feel like she's searching for what to sound like rather than just being that way.
That's a good way to say it. Searching for how to sound.
But like, the cool thing with Aerith, and maybe this is just serendipity, it wasn't meant to be this way, but like, Aerith is discovering more about herself in the games too, right? So it's like, at the end of Remake, it's like, hey, I've got some more things to tell you, because I remember feeling a tonal shift when she talks about, remember the portal opening at the end of Remake, and she's like, if we walk through this, like, Destiny's gonna change forever. I felt like that was like a good acting moment.
Totally.
All these moments and memories, precious and fleeting, they're like rain rolling off his back. And when they're gone, he won't cry or shout or anything.
The bubbly stuff, like earlier in the game, it's like, yeah, she's just like, I'm flirty, silly, goofy Aerith, right?
Yeah.
And she has that more, but then she has more of these moments where she's like, I really know what's going on, and her voice acting mirrors that.
It changes.
It kind of matches that, which is cool.
So I just kind of wanted to explain that because 85% of people out there are oblivious to the fact that there is this second category of authenticity, but they think they understand it. Does that make sense? They think they can judge voice acting, and they're totally missing this objective category where if you work in the industry, you can pick it out real easy. And it's objective and more than anything else. Like, there's some subjectivity to it, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in the industry at all, but I always use the example of, like, it's the difference between a regular actor's performance and Heath Ledger's version of the Joker, or Joaquin Phoenix's version of the Joker.
I mean, those are two great examples of being totally engrossed in the scene.
Oh, yeah.
They're amazing.
The other one is Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday, right? Like, there are certain performances, if you want to call it that just, unfortunately, they end up typecasting the actor a lot of times.
Yeah, because they were so good.
But it's because they nailed that character, like, from end to end. And sometimes the result is tragic, right? Like in Heath Ledger's case.
That's Jolie's point, right? Level 2, they put themselves there emotionally. And because you put yourself there emotionally as the Joker, you're going to be in a dark place.
Yeah. So if you're playing an evil character, you kind of have to make yourself feel and think those evil thoughts, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's good acting.
Rather than just being like, I can do a like laugh or whatever.
I'm a villain.
And that's the reason I want whoever voiced Roche to voice Kefka Palazzo.
Roche's voice actor is fantastic.
He would crush it.
But let's finish off these chapter 6 scenes, shall we? My voice is going.
Yeah, we can finish up.
Yeah.
So after contemplating the sunset on the beach, the party then decides to return to Johnny's Seaside Inn, where we're greeted by a bruised and bandaged Johnny, who apparently took quite a severe beating while participating in Yuffie's ninjutsu stunt to save the group. And Cloud actually built him up for what he did. Like, he kind of thanks him.
You're the man of the hour.
I don't know.
And then Johnny explains that apparently he learned the truth of the mayor, like double-crossing him with the inn and this loan. But then it was those girls, right? That really hot girl and like the other girls
the
there.
entourage, Hojo's entourage.
Yeah, the entourage. Apparently, he says that the ones who fawned over Hojo, they threatened the mayor into forgiving Johnny's loans. So now he has the freedom to like pursue success without all this debt. And then the scene fades to black. We hear the classic sleep music from the original Final Fantasy VII. Implying that our party got a little R&R. And then when the group wakes up, Cloud and Barret speak to Johnny, who conveniently points out that he knows some Robe guys are headed to Corel.
Let's move on to the next chapter.
Yeah, time to follow the Robe guys. Thanks, Johnny.
Gotta follow some ropes.
Oh, those dudes shuffled off toward Mount Corel this morning.
And then the final scene of the chapter kicks in when we start to walk away from the hotel. When who should appear up on the nearby hill but Yuffie, the ninja herself.
Hello? Aren't you all forgetting about someone?
Complete with a big production introduction with like animation that's like their background changes. Like,
yeah, it's a total separate cutscene and she's
totally.
jiggling materia and stuff.
Yeah, so like she does this whole thing and then Cloud is totally unimpressed.
And the rest a benevolent and beautiful ninja. But who am I truly? Who ties White Rose? The one and only Yuffie!
Cool.
Which is great.
I think he says cool.
And then walks away.
Yeah, perfect.
It was like that. It was like so good.
Awesome.
It's perfect.
And I would say like this is really a charming back and forth between Yuffie trying to convince Cloud to let her join the party and Cloud being almost totally like indifferent, like you said, like cool, like walking away after this big production. Just like doesn't stop much longer.
It was so good.
It was good. And it has some pretty funny lines in it that made me smile.
Oh, hold it, you spiky-haired jerk face!
And I've got to say, like, okay, this is the scene where I finally allowed myself to like Yuffie.
No, we don't actually have to fight. That is, unless you really want to. Oh, abort! Tactical retreat!
Okay, so she was fine in intermission. I didn't dislike her then, but I had disliked her so much and found her so off-putting in Original 7, like could not stand
That's
her.
right. James even commented on it. That he was
Could not
like,
stand
you
her.
hated Yuffie.
Hated her. I hated her, right? And it took me 2 decades, more than 2 decades, to finally forgive her character and accept that she had been rewritten in like a more charming manner. Although, I will say though, the developers didn't stray completely away from Yuffie in the original game. In this like rebirth scene, Yuffie challenges Cloud's party to a duel that would end up with Yuffie joining her party whether or not they won or lost, right?
I challenge you to a duel! If I win, you get the honor of serving yours truly. However, if you manage to somehow fluke your way to victory, this amazing ninja will agree to join you. What do you say?
And the same thing happens in Original 7, so that's carried over. And then someone in our comments pointed out, in our YouTube channel, pointed out something else. The Rebirth developers basically took all of the unlikable characteristics that Yuffie possessed in Original 7, and they just transferred them all to a different character.
Yeah, and I know who it is.
Who is it?
The one who stole the materia.
Yeah, Kyrie.
You're totally right.
There you go.
Is this the end? Am I a dead woman? Do I have to go on the run? Leave Midgard forever and never look back?
That's exactly right. Somebody in the comments mentioned
gave that comment?
I can't remember. I wish I could give him a shout out.
Oh, they were awesome.
So the annoying characteristics like being a thief, all of that was all transferred over to Kyrie, and now she's the annoying thief now, which is much better that a side character be that way than a member of our party we are stuck with like this entire time. So I was a fan of Yuffie.
I will say this, like, I never played Integrate. I need to go back and do that. But I don't remember when it was, but there was a certain point where I realized, like, I was like, okay, Yuffie's character is overpowered.
Oh,
yeah.
Like,
no, because she fell out of a boat and then needed CPR. Stupid.
the fact that she's able to, like, use these, like, ninjutsu elemental things to proc enemies and then, like, wail on them and do ranged and...
She has every enemy weakness in her kit.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Built into her.
Yeah, you don't need to use magic.
That's why I picked Ninja in Final Fantasy XIV, man. Ninja's where it's at.
I was like, this character's busted. Like, so now I actually use her like 99% of the time in my party. So it's usually her, Cloud, and Aerith.
Yeah.
Because I need a healer.
Sure.
But yeah, she's like severely overpowered compared to the rest of them.
I know when to take a hint.
Yeah, I love this moment. She's like, you want me in the party, right? And at the very beginning, it's funny because she's like, how's my bodacious beach bod? And then she saves the day, and then she does her big introduction, and she's like, huh? Like, do you want me to join? And it's funny because I don't know if you guys did this, but you can choose conversations to be like, no, like, and Claude like tries to move on. You can actually do it like I think 3 or 4 times, and you keep rejecting her, and she keeps like, oh, fine, you'll like, if you don't choose me now, then you'll never see me again. And then you say, oh, I don't care, and then you leave, and she's like, I mean, like,
I did that,
but you could really use me. And then you can say like no again, and then I went to the very end, and it forces you.
If finally you say fine,
you can not have Yuffie in your party, right?
Please let me be one of the gang.
If you really wanna, I won't stop you.
So it's hilarious.
In original 7, she's an optional character.
Right, which is cool.
Rebirth,
yeah,
she's not optional. And it makes sense.
They're going to make all the optional characters as a part of the party by the end of this series.
Totally.
But it's great because it even kind of gives you that kind of inkling that you could say see you later.
Maybe reject her.
Yeah, she's completely busted as a character.
Oh, she is great.
I mean, just
Ernest is just talking about her combat.
It's on another level. Like, and I'm not even a fan of like this type of combat, but just like when I realized that I could proc all the weaknesses built into one character without worrying about any kind
Materia
of items
stuff,
or separate magic, it was like, this is crazy.
Yeah, so she's great. I like her. She also had to grow on me, and I didn't have the history with the original game, but
I hated her. She was the worst.
She's growing on me, and I played Intermission before, so I knew her backstory and stuff, but it's fun. I think she's a cool dynamic to the party, and it's cool to cap the chapter on, like with her joining the crew.
Yeah, for sure.
I like that as an ending. So that's pretty much chapter 6. We did it, you guys. Okay, so overall opinions. So for me, while chapter 6 was probably my least favorite chapter of the 6 chapters up until this point in the game, that was mainly because of like how incoherent things were. Like, why is this happening?
Yeah.
This doesn't make any sense. This is all for Tifa's boobs, right? Whatever. I still enjoyed the chapter because this game is just incredibly fun. So even like the more annoying scenes, I'm still enjoying myself, having a good time. Some of the mini games were kind of fun. The fighting was kind of fun. There were some good character moments that were important that were sprinkled in there. So that's pretty much where I stand on chapter 6.
Yeah.
How about you guys overall?
It was an awkward chapter for sure. I will say that. On the balance, I enjoyed it. I did not hate it. There were some parts that were like, whatever. And then there were others that were great. They made up for it in the ending. It wasn't my best chapter, but it wasn't my worst chapter. But Johnny gave me an excellent quote for closing out this episode.
Oh, well, we're not doing it just yet. So that's interesting.
I am thankful for the writers for that, even though they had no idea that I would use it.
You're always thankful for the writers, Ernest.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I know.
And I'm in the middle. For me, it's totally a slice of life anime beach episode. It's so if you know, that's like what it is. It's fun. It gives a little bit diverse, mechanics and gameplay, which is fun. This is kind of like par for the course for Rebirth. Rebirth is so all over the place because you're going on this wild adventure with your buds. And that's why this game is fun. That's why it's cool. Because everywhere you go, whether you're, leveling up and, fighting an open world and doing stuff for Chadley, or if you're Chodley. I almost said it. Whatever his name is. We don't like him. But you're doing these things. Doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're doing something, the open world sections or the more like linear Mithril Mine sections, you're going on this adventure with your friends and you're collecting more friends along the way. So chapter 6 although it wasn't like my favorite, it is a moment for you guys to kind of build the relationships and then start again to continue on your journey. So I like it for that. It's not like my least favorite chapter in the game.
Well, I didn't say in the game. I said in the game up until this point. There's definitely a worse chapter
okay, but like
down the line.
So I mean, like, it's just kind of more par for the course, but I had a good time with it.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to do it for this episode of the Final Fantasy Files. We can be found wherever you get your podcasts, and you can see the video version either on Spotify or on YouTube. You can also follow us on our new dedicated YouTube channel, Final Fantasy Files, where you can lend your support by leaving a like and a comment for the algorithm. It really does make a difference, and we love hearing your opinions, honestly, whether we agree or not.
If you disagree with our takes on Tifa and Aerith, please tell us why we're wrong.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
And honestly, I love it.
Yeah.
I love that it's a place where we can all discuss that kind of stuff.
You guys are awesome.
And don't forget to share the podcast with any friends that you think might be interested in it, who are fans of Final Fantasy. Maybe they're actively playing 7 or 16, doesn't matter. If they like Final Fantasy, or they just like JRPGs, because it is the prototypical JRPG. Share it. Share it as wide as you can.
Please subscribe wherever you watch or listen to us in order to hear our analyses of more Rebirth chapters, as well as other Final Fantasy games analyses as well. And special thanks to my husband, Spencer.
Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you.
I had a great time being here with you guys today.
That was fun. We always
Awesome.
talked about having you back on for Rebirth, but this really was fun for me. And I'm a little biased, but you know.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, my face is really contorted.
It was great being with you guys. I think you're great.
Well, thanks. It's mutual. And with that, walk tall, my friends.
And just like Johnny said, as the flames of the phoenix rise from the ashes, so too shall my hotel rise from obscurity.
Yay!
They literally wrote that. It says, as the phoenix rises from the ashes, so too shall my hotel rise from obscurity. Hey, maybe I should re-say it.
Them Phoenix rising from them asses. Sorry, Ernest.
And again, thank you to the writers for giving me this outro.
Do you have one, Spencer?
You hear the cries of the planet? You hear it crying out. See you later, guys. Me and Barret.
That's so awesome.
I'm kidding. I don't know.